biological civilization. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26, Leaving the City. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuntian went directly to the basement and told Xiaoya the intention of Chang Wen's call. Xiaoya immediately said, "I want to go too." "Xiaoya, you can't follow me this time," Chu Yuntian said solemnly. "Why?" Xiaoya asked puzzledly. "First, I don't know Chang Wen very well. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Second, the danger outside the city is unimaginable. You are not capable of protecting yourself now," Chu Yuntian said seriously. After hearing this, Xiaoya pouted and said, "What about you? It's so dangerous. Why are you going?" Then she whispered, "I'm more powerful than you now." After hearing this, Chu Yuntian patted Xiaoya on the butt and said, "Little girl, you are rebelling. I tell you, I have enough means to protect myself, but I can only protect myself. You be obedient, and I will be back in a few days at most." After hearing this, Xiaoya immediately grabbed his arm and said pitifully, "Master, just let me go. Xiaoya can protect you if you encounter danger." Seeing that Xiaoya was about to cheat, Chu Yuntian smiled wickedly, picked up Xiaoya, and threw her on the bed, pressing her down and said, "I need your protection, but I can promise you that next time I go out of the city, I will let you follow me. The situation is unclear this time. You must be obedient." Seeing that Chu Yuntian was so determined, Xiaoya had to say aggrievedly, "Then you leave. What am I doing here? You should exercise your abilities well these days. There is still a lot of evolutionary beast meat in the freezer. Just eat that. If you are bored, go out for a walk. As long as you don't leave the North District, it should be fine," Chu Yuntian instructed. "Then you promise me to come back early," Xiaoya said with expectation. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian felt warm in his heart. He smiled slightly and kissed her delicate lips. The next morning, Chu Yuntian woke up and saw Xiaoya was still sleeping, so he got up secretly, took all the remaining bioenergy beads and a scalpel, left the house, and went straight to the building where Chang Wen was. Just as he approached, he saw 5 or 6 people standing at the door of the building. Chang Wen saw Chu Yuntian coming and immediately ran over and said, "Brother Chu is finally here. We have been waiting for you." Brother Chang Wen is polite. "I was delayed for a while just now," Chu Yuntian said, and followed Chang Wen to the 5 people. "Let me introduce you. This is the professor of botany. We have to rely on him to get out of the city this time." After Chang Wen finished speaking, the man in his 40s immediately nodded modestly and said, "Hello, I'm Jiang Ming. Chu Yuntian, we have to rely on Brother Jiang to get out of the city this time." Hearing the man introduce himself, he also said politely. After hearing this, Chang Wei smiled and said, "These 4 are the best people under my command. This time, let them help move things or something." Chu Yuntian looked at the 4 people, who were strong and sturdy, and nodded slightly. He had no intention of getting to know these 4 people. After all, they were just ordinary people. He turned to Chang Wei and said, "It's getting late. Let's go." "Okay, brother, let's go to the army to get the mission, prepare a case, and then leave the city," Chang Wei explained. "Oh, we have to go to the army to get the mission again?" Chu Yuntian looked at Chang Wei in confusion. "Yes, now the army has set up an administrative hall. Whether you want to work or leave the city, you have to register there." "Brother Chu doesn't know yet?" Chang Wei asked in confusion. "I'm alone and I'm not going to leave the city, so naturally I haven't asked about these things," Chu Yuntian explained. "Oh, so, then let's talk while we walk." As he said that, he took the lead and walked towards the city gate. Along the way, Chang Wei kept introducing the current situation to Chu Yuntian, saying, "The army is short of personnel and has begun to expand its army. It has also recruited many civilians to build city walls and mobilized civil organizations to actively go out of the city to hunt or collect edible plants. An administrative hall has also been established and various tasks have been issued. As long as you complete them, the army will reward you, etc." After walking through several streets, they came to a building not far from the army's air raid shelter. Chu Yuntian remembered that this used to be a shopping mall, but now it has been converted into an administrative hall by the army. Walking into the administrative hall, Chu Yuntian found that it was full of people. He asked Chang Wei beside him calmly, "Why are there so many people? Are they all here to take the mission?" Chang Wei smiled first, then pointed to the windows and said, "Look, over there are people joining the army. Over there are people recruiting workers, that is, building the city wall. Over here are people going out of the city to search. Over there are people going out of the city to hunt." After watching Chang Wei explain one by one, he finally understood the general idea, and then said, "Do we all need to go over to take the mission? No, you just wait here. I'll go there to record it, and we just need to go out." Chang Wei said and walked over. While waiting, Chu Yuntian actually saw Ma San, who was the same as Chen Qi and Wu Dongsheng that day, and a group of other people registering for hunting out of the city. He thought that they would not all go out of the city to hunt. Chu Yuntian, who was thinking, was patted by Chang Wei and said, "Brother, what's wrong? Brother Wei, who are those people?" Chu Yuntian pointed at Ma San and a group of people and said. Chang Wei glanced at the direction Chu Yuntian pointed and immediately whispered, "We can't afford to offend that group of people. They are Mr. Ma San and the people of the Wu family. The weapons in their hands are not much different from those of the army, and there are several revolvers. Oh, it looks very powerful." After saying that, Chu Yuntian glanced at the small group of people again. "It has been recorded. We can leave the city now," Chang Wei said and walked out. "What kind of plants are you looking for? Does Brother Wei have a definite direction?" Chu Yuntian asked as he walked out. "A few days ago, I heard from a few people who ran over from outside that there is a place more than 20 miles outside the North City, where there is a kind of fruit that is said to be edible," Chang Wei said as he walked. "Oh, knowing the place and the things will be easy, but these more than 20 miles are not close. I heard that motor vehicles can no longer travel outside," Chu Yuntian said as he walked side by side with Chang Wei. "Yes. So we can only walk out of the city." Chang Wei nodded helplessly and said. During the conversation, they had already arrived at a city gate. Chu Yuntian was somewhat shocked and stopped, looking at the city wall under construction, which was more than 10 miles long and more than 3 meters high. There were still many people busy on it. He couldn't help but sigh that even in this situation, human beings' construction ability was extraordinary. Chang Wei saw Chu Yuntian's expression and smiled faintly. "It will take some time before the construction is completed. It is said that it will be more than 20 meters high and 4 or 5 meters thick." Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at Chang Wei and said, "It seems that the city will be safe in the future." Chang Wei smiled meaningfully and said nothing, then walked out of the city gate. Chapter 27. Scenery outside the city. When they walked out of the city gate, they saw a tank not far away outside the city wall, and many soldiers camped behind the tank. "Oh my god, the army is deployed like this. No matter how many people there are, it's not enough." Chu Yuntian was puzzled. Seeing Chu Yuntian say this, Chang Wei replied, "Brother, this is not an exaggeration." Just after Chang Wei finished speaking, he saw a huge lizard running out of the dense forest in the distance, more than 10 meters long, running towards the tank. The infantry in the camp immediately ran out and shot at the big lizard, and soon it was suppressed by bullets and fled back to the dense forest. Chu Yuntian's heart was pounding when he saw this scene. The degree of danger was far beyond imagination. No wonder the army was willing to take out energy beads as a reward. The soldiers of this ordinary team could not enter this dense forest at all. "Brother, don't worry too much. It won't be too difficult for you and me to pack these things. Even if we can't kill them, we can drive them away," Chang Wei said to him in a comforting tone. After that, he touched his nose and said, "Brother, what weapon did you use?" After that, he waved his hand and asked the person behind him to bring a long box over. He opened it and took out a big axe that was more than 3 meters long and weighed dozens of kilograms. When Chu Yuntian saw this weapon, he immediately felt that the power revolver was domineering. Then he slowly took out the scalpel from his clothes and said with a wry smile, "It seems that my little thing is useless when I leave the city." Chang Wei was also stunned when he saw him take out the scalpel and then laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, brother, this thing is a little small." After that, he waved his hand and the person behind him took another bag. When he opened it, he found a pistol, some machetes, hatchets, etc., and then said, "Brother, choose a handy one." It seems that he has been prepared. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian didn't hesitate and went straight up to get a pistol, but was stopped by Zhang Wei and said, "Hey, brother, this thing is not as useful as a knife outside the city. These pistols are prepared for the people behind." Chu Yuntian thought about it, and it was true. If this thing encountered a first level beast in the dense forest, it might not hurt them after all the bullets were used up. So he said, "Brother Zhang Wei is thoughtful. Then I will take this." After that, he picked up a 1-meter long machete. Zhang Wei smiled and didn't stop him. Then he waited for the 5 people behind him to take a gun before he said, "Let's go. Go early and come back early. Try to come back in 1 or 2 days." After that, he took the lead and walked towards the dense forest. As soon as he entered the dense forest, he felt a depressing atmosphere. There were dozens of meters high trees and dense shrubs, most of which had barbs. If they were scratched, a blood mark would be left. Zhang Wei looked at the people following behind and said, "I'll lead the way, you follow behind. Don't fall too far behind." Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "I'll go to the tree to stand guard." After a few leaps, he stepped on the tree trunk to the top, stood on a wide branch, looked around, and instantly a strange feeling came over him. Is this still the earth he used to live on? This kind of vitality, this kind of vigor? He looked at the fog in the sky that had not dissipated and thought to himself, this is a rhythm of letting all creatures return to nature. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian saw that Zhang Wei and the 4 people had walked for a distance, and then he jumped to another tree. Seeing many small animals following him jumping and chirping between trees, some creatures that looked familiar to him looked very different from before. However, seeing their sharp teeth and claws, he knew that they had all become carnivores. From time to time, there would be things that looked like squirrels attacking him, but they were all killed by Chu Yuntian with one knife. Their evolution level was not high, and it seemed that they had not yet reached the first level. Zhang Wei and his companions below were not walking as easily as he did. Not only did they have to clear the road, but various creatures attacked them from time to time. However, no first level evolved beasts appeared. All the creatures that ran over were smashed away by Zhang Wei's axe, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. These things had not yet reached the first level, and there were no biological beads. The meat was not valuable, so no one collected them. After walking for about a few thousand meters, Chu Yuntian suddenly jumped down from the tree and whispered to Zhang Wei and his companions, "Wait a minute, there is a huge beast in front, which should be a first level evolved beast. Should we go around it, or what should we do? What does it look like?" Zhang Wei asked in a vigilant voice. "It looks like a cow, with horns, but with fangs. It's nearly 10 meters long and more than 4 meters tall." Chu Yuntian described the appearance of the huge beast. "Bull beast?" Chu Yuntian asked immediately after hearing Zhang Wei say this. "Do you know this kind of evolutionary beast? Before leaving the city, I used 200 kilograms of food coupons to exchange a nearby evolutionary biological chart at the army, which recorded this kind of evolutionary beast." Zhang Wei explained. "Oh, the army can also exchange this thing. What else is recorded?" Chu Yuntian asked in succession, and decided to go to the army to exchange a copy immediately after returning, so as not to look like a fool when he comes out. This thing is extremely powerful and has a very fast collision speed. It should be evolved from cattle, but now it's time to eat meat. The horns on its head have the greatest damage, and the fangs are second. Zhang Wei said what was recorded. "Where is the weakness?" Chu Yuntian asked. "Under its body, between its 2 front legs. That should be where its heart is. Why do you want to try to kill it?" Zhang Wei looked at him puzzledly after he finished speaking. "How do you know you can't kill it if you don't try? How many times do you think you can withstand its attacks?" Chu Yuntian looked at Zhang Wei and said. He thought for a moment and said, "I should be able to withstand 3 or 4 times, but I can't kill him. This thing is almost useless if it can't attack the weak parts. Is that so? Do you want to try it? You come to attract it and leave the rest to me. If it doesn't work, we will retreat." Chu Yuntian asked. "Okay." Zhang Wei agreed and then said to Professor Jiang behind him, "You go hide under the big tree next to you and don't come out. We will pick you up after we solve the problem ahead. He then said to the remaining 4 people, "You 4 protect Professor Jiang." The 4 people responded and followed Professor Jiang to hide under a big tree. Seeing that they were well hidden, Chu Yuntian and the other 2 slowly walked forward. When they were still dozens of meters away from the bull beast, Chu Yuntian said, "It's right in front of us, drinking water from the small pond. Go and attract it, hold it back, and don't let it move. I'll try to kill it directly." Seeing Chang Wei nodded, Chu Yuntian jumped directly onto the big tree next to him and hid. When Chang Wei bent down and sneaked to the edge of the pond, the bull beast had finished drinking water and was about to walk to where he was hiding. Just when the bull beast was about to reach Chang Wei's hiding place, Chang Wei suddenly shouted, jumped high, and chopped the bull beast's head with an axe, but he didn't expect to be blocked by the horns on its head. Seeing this, Chang Wei immediately jumped back and jumped away with the recoil force. The bull beast was not seriously injured by this blow. It just shook its head slightly and rushed towards Chang Wei's place. The speed was much faster than expected. Chang Wei saw that there was no place to hide, so he immediately held the axe horizontally and blocked it in front of him. With a bang, the bull beast hit Chang Wei's axe. Chang Wei not only did not retreat, but also relied on his own strength to fight against the bull beast. However, Chang Wei was obviously not the opponent of the bull beast. 2 deep gullies had been plowed under his feet. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian thought to himself, the opportunity has come. Then he jumped down directly from the tree, and then rushed a few steps, and then leaned back, and slashed under the bull beast. He aimed at the place where the heart should be and stabbed it. He obviously felt a strong resistance. The bull beast felt pain and immediately gave up wrestling with Chang Wei. He lowered his head, and was ready to bite to death the person who dared to hurt him. Chu Yuntian rolled over and pulled out the machete stuck in the bull beast. A column of blood spurted out. The bull beast immediately turned around and knocked back Chang Wei, preparing to run towards the dense forest. Chu Yuntian saw this and immediately shouted, "Stop it quickly." Chapter 28 Arrival at Destination. Chang Wei heard Chu Yuntian's shout and immediately ran a few steps, yelled, and prepared to chop the bull beast's neck with a long axe in his hand. The bull beast suddenly turned around, making Chang Wei's axe miss, and then immediately hit it, directly hitting Chang Wei, who had no time to withdraw his hand, directly against a big tree, and looked seriously injured. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately ran over and chopped the bull beast's hind legs with a knife. Although it didn't cut it off, it was also seriously injured, and its movements were not so flexible. The bull beast's hind legs were injured, and it immediately turned around and roared at Chu Yuntian, and then rushed over. Chu Yuntian was not a power evolver, and he would not wrestle with this thing. He jumped directly before the bull beast rushed over, jumped onto its back, and then swung the machete and chopped it. After dozens of chops, he only cut shallow wounds on it, without hurting its bones. The bull beast jumped twice, and when it saw that it couldn't throw the person on its back off, it actually turned over and prepared to press the person who hurt it under it. Chu Yuntian was delighted to see that the beast would actually do such a thing, and immediately jumped up. The bull beast just happened to fall to the ground sideways, and he used the gravity of the fall to stab the bull beast's heart with a knife. The bull beast roared in pain, and then used its front limbs to kick Chu Yuntian directly more than 10 meters high. Chu Yuntian in the air plop and spit out a mouthful of blood, and then fell heavily to the ground not far away. The bull beast still stood up slowly, but blood gushed out from under its body, and it slowly fell to the ground. After walking a few steps, Chang Wei barely stood up and walked towards Chu Yuntian, helped him up and said, "Brother Chu, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Hurry up and chop off the head of that thing, otherwise the biological energy will repair the injury in his heart, and we will be dead." Chu Yuntian immediately pointed at the bull beast and said to Chang Wei. Chang Wei immediately reacted after hearing it, walked over with a big axe, and chopped the bull beast's neck directly with an axe, but it didn't cut it off. It took several times to completely chop off the bull beast's head. After resting for dozens of minutes, the 2 of them recovered. Chu Yuntian stood up, walked to the side of the bull beast, shook the machete to make the wound bigger, and then reached out to remove the biological energy bead in its body. Then he said to Chang Wei, "Take this first, and we will divide it when we go back." Chang Wei looked at Chu Yuntian meaningfully and took the energy bead. It's not that Chu Yuntian wants him to keep the energy beads, but he is still needed to lead now. Also, Chu Yuntian is not short of energy beads now, so he keeps them for him as a gesture of goodwill. After resting for a while, Chang Wei called the 4 people hiding behind the tree not far away. Looking at the dead Fang bull beast, the 4 ordinary people were stunned. They couldn't believe that 2 people could kill such a big guy. Chang Wei ignored the shock of the 4 people, but suggested, it's late, and the battle just now also consumed a lot of biological energy. Let's rest here and eat something. Chu Yuntian looked around and said, I don't recommend staying here. If other evolved beasts come here to drink water, we will definitely die now. Chang Wei looked around and said, what do you think, Brother Chu? You 4 go and get a few dozen pounds of meat from the Fang bull beast, and then we will continue to set off and rest in a safer place. Chu Yuntian commanded Chang Wei's 4 men. The 4 of them looked at Chang Wei, and he just nodded. The 4 of them went to cut meat from the bull beast. Chu Yuntian thought, is this to prove that he is still the leader? Then he smiled and said nothing. After packing up, they set off again. Chu Yuntian was still observing and keeping watch on the tree. However, they did not encounter any danger along the way. When it was getting dark, and they just walked to the corner of a small hill, Chu Yuntian jumped down from the treetop and said to everyone, let's take a break here. I saw that there is no danger nearby, and we just need to look at the direction of the dense forest. Chang Wei stopped and looked and said, yes, it is relatively safe here. I just saw a small cave behind. Let's go in and spend the night there tonight. After that, he took the lead and walked towards the cave. However, as soon as he walked in, a creature that looked like a wolf rushed out and pounced directly at Chang Wei. Chang Wei did not panic when he saw this, but swung his axe directly and slapped the creature that looked like a wolf but had very short front paws away. This creature was obviously not very strong in evolution. After being slapped and thrown into the dense forest, it never ran out again. Chang Wei led the way into the small cave. It was not very deep, but just enough for a few people to rest. Chang Wei immediately ordered, you 4, go find some firewood, make a fire, and roast the meat. After that, he took Professor Jiang and Chu Yuntian to find a place to sit down and rest. After a while, the 4 of them found a lot of dry firewood and made a fire to roast the meat. After the meat was roasted, Chu Yuntian sat with Chang Wei to eat the meat of the bull beast. Professor Jiang and the other 3 actually took out other food and did not prepare to eat together. Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, why don't you eat meat together? The 4 looked at each other and then at Chang Wei. Chang Wei laughed and said, Brother Chu is right. We can't finish it anyway. Let's eat together. Although you are not evolvers now, it is good to eat some evolved beast meat to strengthen your body. Professor Jiang looked at Chu Yuntian and smiled at Chang Wei. Brother Chang Wei is so generous. Chu Yuntian was a little strange. Is it necessary to be so disciplined? After a while, Chu Yuntian said while eating, you guys take a rest for a while, I'll keep watch. Chang Wei was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect Chu Yuntian to say such a thing, and then said, Brother Chu is tired today, let me keep watch. Besides, it is much easier for a power evolver like me to guard the cave entrance than for you, brother. Obviously, he didn't quite believe him yet. Okay then. Chu Yuntian did not fight for it. After eating, he found a corner to rest and restore biological energy. Nothing special happened overnight. Only a few wild beasts came in the middle of the night and woke them up, but they were all driven away by Chang Wei. When they woke up the next day, they woke up and roasted some meat. After eating, they were ready to set off again. After leaving the cave, Chang Wei said, we walked about 10 miles yesterday. We should be able to reach our destination at noon today. When we find that kind of plant and collect a complete one, we can go back to the city to hand in the task. Okay, I'll go ahead to explore the way. You guys follow me. After speaking, Chu Yuntian jumped directly onto a big tree and then jumped in the direction Chang Wei said. After avoiding several obstacles from the evolutionary beasts, they arrived at the place Chang Wei said. There was only a green bush covered with purple fruits like tomatoes, but in the distance there was a small hill full of holes, and wasps the size of human heads flew out from time to time. Several people stopped at the edge of the dense forest, and Chu Yuntian whispered, "Brother Chang Wei, is it here?" Chang Wei walked up to him and said, "It should be here, but that kind of blood-sucking bee is not easy to mess with. It lives in groups, and can fire its stinger. As long as one is injured, the entire hive will be mobilized. No one dares to mess with this thing." After that, he called Professor Jiang and asked, "Do you think that kind of fruit is edible? Is it easy to grow?" "It looks like it should be, but I have to get closer to be sure," Professor Jiang replied. After hearing this, Chang Wei immediately said, "I'll quietly help you pull one over." But just as Chang Wei leaned over, pulled out 2 plants, and walked back, suddenly 2 blood-sucking bees seemed to discover Chang Wei's presence and immediately flew straight over. Chapter 29. Encountering Marson on the road. Just when the 2 blood-sucking bees were about to approach Chang Wei, Chu Yuntian immediately warned him, "Run." Chang Wei immediately looked back upon hearing his warning, then turned and ran. 2 bee stings immediately pierced the ground, where Chang Wei had just been, but how could running be faster than flying? The 2 blood-sucking bees came behind Chang Wei in the blink of an eye, stretched out their sharp forelimbs, and grabbed Chang Wei. Chang Wei felt the pain, and immediately turned back, and punched the blood-sucking bee far away, but because of this action, he really poked a hornet's nest. There was a buzzing sound not far away, and countless blood-sucking bees flew out of the hill-like beehive, and rushed straight towards them. Chu Yuntian immediately shouted, "Run away," in a scattered manner, and then jumped onto a tree. Chang Wei saw that Chu Yuntian had actually run away alone, and immediately shouted, "Fuck." Then he said to the 4 followers, "Shoot." After that, he grabbed Professor Jiang, and jumped into the dense forest. There were only a few bangs sounds, followed by a few screams, and then there was no sound. Then countless bloodthirsty bees chased towards the place where Chang Wei fled, and a small number flew towards Chu Yuntian on the tree. "Damn, they can find me even here." Chu Yuntian on the tree saw that there were still bloodthirsty bees running towards him, and immediately jumped to a tree not far away, but the bloodthirsty bees followed closely behind him. No matter how he jumped, the bloodthirsty bees could always keep up with his speed, and from time to time there were a few bee stings piercing the tree where he landed. Chang Wei was even worse. He didn't run far before he was tightly surrounded by bloodthirsty bees. The bee stings were shot at Chang Wei one after another, and Professor Jiang had already died from the bee stings. Chang Wei, who was swinging his axe and trying to resist, had been stung by several bees, but with the powerful recovery ability of the Power Evolver, he should be able to hold on for a while before his biological ability is exhausted. At this time, Chu Yuntian was dodging one after another, and there was no way to shake off these bloodthirsty bees. He had no choice but to jump to the ground, then tear off his clothes, activate invisibility, and hide behind a big tree. But even so, those bloodthirsty bees still shot stings at Chu Yuntian's clothes one after another, until the clothes were full of stings. They circled around the clothes a few times, before leaving in disappointment. After a long while, Chu Yuntian appeared and walked over. He pulled out the bee sting stuck in his clothes, put on his clothes, and looked at the bee stings on the ground and thought, "Can I use this thing? If I throw this thing, and it has this kind of power, it can also be used as a powerful weapon." Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian picked up a bee sting on the ground, and looked at it. The bee sting was 20 centimeters long and extremely sharp. It was very light in the hand, and did not weigh much. However, seeing that the blood-sucking bees fired this thing, it was comparable to a bullet. This shouldn't be the case. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian waved his hand, and threw a bee sting. The bee sting lightly pierced the big tree beside him, but it didn't pierce very deep. It fell off as soon as it pierced. Chu Yuntian was even more puzzled when he saw this scene. Why was this thing so powerful on the butt of the blood-sucking bee, but so light when thrown by a person? He took a bee sting and studied it for a long time. Just when he suddenly had an idea and was about to use biological energy, he found that biological energy could be input into the bee sting. Chu Yuntian was extremely happy and immediately input full biological energy. The bee sting actually emitted a light blue fluorescence. Then he threw it casually. The bee sting with biological energy input was pierced into the big tree next to it at a very fast speed. Then with a bang, the bee sting exploded, and the big tree was blown into a bowl-sized hole. Chu Yuntian was shocked. This thing could actually explode. To be precise, it was not the bee sting that exploded, but the biological energy inside the bee sting that exploded. It was really a good thing to see that the biological energy carrier of the bee sting was indeed a good thing. If there is no carrier to store biological energy, it cannot leave the body. Once it leaves the body, it will dissipate. Chu Yuntian excitedly used his shirt to collect all the bee stings on the ground. There were probably hundreds of them, and then he followed Chang Wei to where he fled. He was ready to see if Chang Wei could escape from the pursuit of so many bloodthirsty bees. After walking for a distance, he saw two broken bodies on the ground. They were Chang Wei and Professor Jiang. Chu Yuntian looked around and walked over slowly. When he saw no movement, he saw that the two had been gnawed and broken, and there were countless bee stings on the ground. It seems that Chang Wei underestimated the strength of these bloodthirsty bees. Let alone a first level evolver, even if a second level one came, he might not be able to withstand it. Chu Yuntian said to himself, and then checked Chang Wei's body, and found that the energy bead of the bull beast was gone. He didn't know where he had lost it. He turned around, and looked at the bee stings on the ground, feeling very distressed. If he took them all back, which first level evolver would dare to provoke him? But there was no container that big, so he had to give up helplessly. He looked back at the plant with purple fruits, put it away, and put it together with the bee stings. He wanted to see what he could get for this thing in the army. After a short pause, he turned around and jumped onto a tree not far away and disappeared into the dense forest. Not long after walking, Chu Yuntian found a problem because he was lost. Everything in the dense forest looked the same. After walking for a while, he found that he could not find the way he came. When he took off his clothes to become invisible, his mobile phone was already pierced by the bees and could not be used. It seems that he really miscalculated. It was unwise to abandon Chang Wei and his friends so early. In such a dense forest, it is easy to get lost without someone who knows the way. Chu Yuntian had no choice but to follow the general direction and move forward between the trees. Just after he walked 3 or 4 kilometers, he found that there was a sound of fighting in front of him. Chu Yuntian was happy. Could it be that he met someone from the army? Finally, he didn't have to rush around anymore. He was really afraid of encountering some high-level evolved beast that would kill him in seconds. Just as he quietly approached the sound of fighting, he found that it was not someone from the army, but a group of nearly 10 people from Marsan. He saw that several people were attacking a lion-like creature. This lion-like creature was not very big, but it was very fast. Under the siege of 6 or 7 people, it actually fought back with ease. After watching for a while, one of them, who looked like a power evolver, suddenly hugged the lion's neck and pulled it hard, almost pulling the lion to the ground. But at this moment, the lion suddenly roared, and the mane on its neck stood up, as sharp as a blade, and pierced directly into the body of the power evolver. Then it shook its head hard, and the power evolver was crushed by the mane. He was dead, and could not die. The remaining few people saw this scene, and one of them shouted, "The biological weapon of this thing is actually his mane. Everyone be careful." Just as the man had just finished speaking, suddenly hundreds of your manes flew towards him. Seeing this, the man immediately dodged sideways. Although the speed was fast, he still couldn't escape the area covered by the mane. He was hit by several manes, and was nailed to the ground. The remaining few people dodged immediately, and seemed to have the intention to retreat. The lion immediately pounced on the man who was nailed to the ground, and bit him. Before the man could shout out, his head was bitten off. After seeing the man nailed to the ground being killed, a man in his 30s took a few steps forward and shouted, "Wu Feng," and then swung the iron chain sickle in his hand, and attacked the lion directly. PS. Thank you all for watching, and thank you for voting and rewarding brothers. Now it is still a free chapter. I will send more red envelopes after adding V, and try to let everyone watch for free. Yang Mao thanks you here! Exclamation mark. Chapter 30 The Wu Family. The iron chain was like a poisonous snake, directly entangled one of the lion's hind paws, and then the man pulled hard and shouted, "I have controlled it, let's do it together." Seeing this, Marsan and his men immediately prepared to move forward, but at this moment, the lion turned back, and grabbed with its front paws, and actually directly broke the iron chain as thick as an arm, which shows how sharp it is. At this moment, Marson and his two men jumped to the lion at an extremely fast speed and stabbed the lion's body with a knife. The lion turned around and countless bristles shot out again. The three men were hit by several bristles each and were repelled far away. However, the lion was already injured, with 3 knives stabbed into its body, and blood was flowing. The rest of the people immediately picked up various weapons and attacked. At this time, the lion was no longer as flexible as before, and was hit by several people in succession, and blood was dripping from its body. At this time, Chu Yuntian felt that he should help them, because this lion was obviously a second level evolution beast, and he wanted to get this second level evolution bead. He left most of the bee stings in the plant on the tree, took out more than 20 of them, and hid them on his body, then jumped down the tree, walked to Marson and said, "Master Marsan, I didn't expect to see you passing by here." Marson was startled when he saw Chu Yuntian, then stretched out his hand to pull out the mane on his body, and said, "Brother, why are you here? I remember seeing you and Chan Wei together in the administrative hall. Where are they?" "They got separated, and I don't know where they are now, but it seems that Master Marson needs help here," Chu Yuntian said meaningfully. Marson turned around and looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion and said, "Oh, if you are willing to help, you can share the reward with me. This matter is not something that Master Marson can decide alone," Chu Yuntian said as he watched the battle not far away. At this time, the man with the chain sickle came over, first looked at Marsan, then looked at Chu Yuntian and said, "Brother, I'm Wu Yang, the current boss of the Wu family. If you are willing to help, I can promise you that I will give you 20% of the reward." "Oh, I haven't heard much about the Wu family, but since you are willing to count me in, I can give it a try," Chu Yuntian said with a faint smile. "Let's go together. This lion can't hold on for long," Wu Yang said, and then he took a few steps forward, took out a new chain sickle from somewhere, and threw it out, once again leaving a bloody mark several feet long on the lion. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate to see this, and jumped up directly, throwing out 2 energetic bee stings that hit the lion's body directly, and then suddenly exploded, blowing out 2 bloody holes. The lion roared, threw out countless manes, forced everyone back, and then stared at Chu Yuntian who was standing there. Everyone who saw this scene was a little shocked. Who was this person who could actually launch such a powerful attack? Marson and Wu Yang looked at each other and thought at the same time, could this man be a second level evolver? Was that his biological weapon just now? Why are you still standing there? Go and hold it back. I'll find the chance to blow its head off, Chu Yuntian said anxiously. Everyone looked at each other and then jumped towards the seriously injured manned lion. Chu Yuntian did not join the battle, but cruised on the edge of the battle group, waiting for an opportunity to kill it with one blow. Just when the manned lion bit one of the people's arms, Chu Yuntian suddenly attacked, and 2 bee stingers hit the lion's head directly. With a bang, the manned lion's head was blown off half. The manned lion also roared, and then slowly fell to the ground, twitching all over. Even if it was not dead, it had completely lost its ability to move. Chu Yuntian walked to the side of the manned lion, took out a bee stinger, stabbed it into the lion's heart, slowly cut it open, and took out the energy bead, which turned out to be a dark blue round bead. This should be the second level biological bead. It is somewhat different from the first level, not just in color. When you hold it in your hand, you can clearly feel the biological energy flowing inside. Putting away the second level energy bead, he said to Marson and others, "Is your goal this manned lion? But you are obviously not its opponent." When several people saw Chu Yuntian put away the second level energy bead, they were all a little angry. Only Marson pretended to be calm and said, "That's not the case. Our mission has been completed, and we are about to return to the city. Suddenly we met this manned lion." "Oh, so I'm still your savior?" Chu Yuntian said shamelessly. Marson and Wu Yang looked at each other, not expecting him to say such a thing. At this time, an injured person stood up and said, "Don't go too far. The lion was already seriously injured before you came. Why did you take the second level biological bead by yourself?" Wu Yang saw this and immediately said, "Wu Chang, shut up." Chu Yuntian looked at the person who stood up, smiled contemptuously, ignored him, and said to Marson lightly, "Master Marsan, do you think it's okay for me to put away this second level biological bead?" Brother Marson contributed the most to killing this main lion, so it's right to take it away, but you brothers also contributed, so you should get some points. Ma Shan said, obviously speaking to Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian was a little puzzled. Although he didn't know what Marson meant, he saw that Marson was talking to him, so he didn't refute and said, of course, I don't want the meat on this lion. I'll give you some food coupons when we return to the city. What do you think? Everyone was speechless. No one here was short of food coupons, but no one stood up to say anything. Chu Yuntian ignored those murderous looks, and then jumped to the tree where the bee sting was hidden, took off the clothes wrapped around the bee sting, and said to the plants, since everyone has no objection, let's go back to the city. The few people looked at each other again, and reluctantly let a power revolver carry the manned lion, and everyone walked towards the direction of Shicheng. This time, Chu Yuntian did not jump between the trees, but honestly followed Marson and others, and walked back slowly. On the way, Chu Yuntian deliberately fell behind, and whispered to Marsan, Master San, I don't know what the Wu family is. It seems that they have a lot of power. Marson smiled faintly and said, brother, this Wu family was the largest business family in Shi City before the disaster. Now there are not only several revolvers in the family, but also close ties with the army. It's not easy to mess with them. Really? Are all of them from the Wu family, except the 3 you brought? Chu Yuntian asked again. Yes, almost all the evolvers of the Wu family have been dispatched this time, Marson replied in a low voice. Oh. I wonder what your mission is this time. Why are you mobilizing so many troops? Chu Yuntian wanted to find out their specific mission. Ma Shan looked at Chu Yuntian warily, but did not answer. He took a few quick steps, and caught up with everyone. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 31 Return to the City. Just when everyone was moving forward silently, the 2 people in front suddenly walked in another direction, as if they were possessed. Wu Yang immediately asked, where are you 2 going? The 2 did not answer, and continued to walk to the side. When Marson and his men were about to stop them, Chu Yuntian suddenly thought of something and said, be careful, they may be poisoned. Seeing this, several people immediately stopped, and turned to look at Chu Yuntian. Marson asked, brother, what does this mean? Don't breathe, we'll know if we follow them. After saying that, he covered his mouth and nose with his clothes, and then followed in the direction where the 2 people walked away. The remaining few hesitated for a moment, covered their mouths and noses, and followed. Just after walking a short distance, they saw the 2 poisoned people walking towards some large wooden barrels not far away with a dull look. Chu Yuntian was shocked, because it was not just these 2 people walking towards the wooden barrels, but various creatures from the forest kept walking towards these large wooden barrels. In the middle of a pile of wooden barrels, there were several bushes about 2 meters high. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he saw this scene. This was too shocking. Is this the pitcher plant recorded in the Fat Man's information? These pitcher plants cover thousands of square meters. With the poisonous gas, the coverage area is too large. At this time, the remaining people also followed here with clothes covering their mouths and noses. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. After a long time, someone asked, what is this thing? It's so weird. Let's go. It's best not to provoke this thing. After saying that, he immediately turned his head and walked away. The people behind him looked at Chu Yuntian and followed him away. But after walking a distance and escaping from the coverage of the pitcher plants, they found that Wu Yang immediately checked the number of people and found that there was 1 less person. It was Wu Dongsheng, a subordinate of Marsan. This thing is too weird. It can make people fall into it without knowing it, Wu Yang said. Marson listened and said, there were 11 of us when we left the city, but now there are only 6 of us left. We can't make any more mistakes. Let's go back to the city quickly. It's too dangerous outside the city. Chu Yuntian looked at the few people and thought, I remember that 1 person died in the battle against the manned lion, and now we have lost 3 more people. There should be 7 people left. Why is there 1 less? It seems that they didn't complete the task easily. Don't sigh. Let's go quickly, otherwise something may happen later. It's safe to go back to the city quickly, Chu Yuntian said lightly. Everyone looked at Chu Yuntian, and they were all complaining in their hearts. If they are not your people, you certainly don't feel sorry for them. At this time, Marson stood up and said, "Brother, we are still more than 30 miles away from the city. I'm afraid we can't get back to the city today." Chu Yuntian thought, "Damn, it seems that I ran in the wrong direction." Then he said, "Then we have to keep moving forward and find a suitable place to spend the night. Okay, let's get on the road," Wu Yang said at this time. Hearing what Wu Yang said, everyone walked towards the direction of Shichen without hesitation. They walked until it was getting dark, and then they found an open area to set up camp, preparing to travel tomorrow. When they were setting up camp, Marson came over and whispered to Chu Yuntian, "Brother, are you interested in cooperating?" "Cooperation? Cooperation on what?" Chu Yuntian asked, puzzled. "I believe you can see that the Wu family is still quite dissatisfied with you. We also had some conflicts when we completed the task just now, so we are going to take care of each other on the way back to the city," Marson whispered to her. Chu Yuntian looked at the 5 people who were setting up camp, making fire and grilling meat not far away and whispered, "Don't they dare to do it? They may not dare outside the city, but it's hard to say when they return to the city. The Wu family has a special relationship with the army. If the army sends people to recruit us after we return to the city, it will be a big problem. In the past, the 3 of us brothers could still reach an employment relationship with the army. Now one person is missing. I'm afraid it's not enough." Marson explained the current situation in the city. "Does the army dare to forcefully recruit the evolvers?" Chu Yuntian was somewhat puzzled. Now that the entire human race is in danger, of course we must mobilize all our energy to become stronger. Forced recruitment is just the army finding someone to tell you to join the army, otherwise you will be driven out of the city. After all, the city was built by them, Marson said helplessly. "There is such a thing. What is Master Marson going to do?" Chu Yuntian changed his tone and said to Marson after hearing this, "As long as we can still cooperate with the army in the form of employment, we will be safe," Marson said. "Oh, how to hire?" Chu Yuntian asked. "We must take a mission out of the city once a week, otherwise the army will recruit us. But now the 2 of us are a little weak. As long as the brothers are willing to go together, we can rest for a week after returning to the city. When we need to go on a mission, Brother Chu can go with us. The mission reward will be divided equally among the 3 of us," Marson said, looking at Chu Yuntian, waiting for his reply. Chu Yuntian fell into deep thought after hearing this. He had never dealt with the army before, and the army might not even know that he, an evolver, existed before. But now that he had offended the Wu family, what good would come of being drafted into the army? Most likely he would be a cannon fodder. Chu Yuntian thought for a while and replied, "Since Third Master said so, I naturally cannot refuse, and I hope Third Master will take care of me when the time comes." Marson heard his answer, patted his shoulder with relief, and then said, "That's it," and then walked towards the camping people. Chu Yuntian had no intention of joining in the fun, and they didn't welcome him. Just like that, there was no conversation that night, and they were on the road again. There were not many dangers on the road this time, and the 2 first-level beasts they encountered were also solved by everyone. This time Chu Yuntian didn't ask for anything. First, he didn't want to make the relationship too stiff, and second, these things were not that useful to him now. After walking for nearly half a day, they finally walked out of the forest. Seeing the tall city wall not far away, Chu Yuntian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. There is still strength in numbers. Then he said to everyone, "I guess you should go to the administrative hall to hand in the task. I won't follow you. I'll go first." After that, he looked at Marson meaningfully. Wu Yang said unexpectedly at this time, "Brother, if you have time, you can come to my Wu family in the West District to visit and make friends. I don't know how to call you brother." Chu Yuntian first looked at Wu Yang, and then looked at Wu Chang with a look of disdain, and smiled lightly. "I'm Chu Yuntian. I dare not make friends. I'm afraid that I can't afford to be with the Wu family." After speaking, he walked a few steps quickly and entered the city. The man named Wu Chang stood up and said, "You are really ungrateful. How dare you not put the Wu family in? Okay, let's go into the city to hand in the task." Wu Yang stopped Wu Chang from continuing to talk and took the lead to walk into the city. PS. To chapters today! Exclamation mark. Chapter 32. Xiao's change. Chu Yuntian noticed something different when he just walked into the house because there were already some people setting up stalls outside. Looking at the messy daily necessities on the stalls, he didn't know where these people found these things, but he didn't need them. He didn't mean to go to the administrative hall to hand in the task because he didn't want to meet Wu Yang and others when handing in the task. He looked around the stalls casually and walked towards home. Just when he just entered the house, he found something unusual. Xiao didn't run out when she heard someone coming in, and she didn't even make a sound. Chu Yuntian, who was confused, searched around the house, but didn't see any trace of Xiao until he entered the basement and found Xiao in the room with the iron cage. She was curled up in a corner inside the iron cage. Chu Yuntian, who saw this scene, immediately ran over, hugged Xiao and said, "Xiao, what's wrong with you? Master, you're finally back." Wu Xiao saw him and immediately cried in his arms. Don't cry, tell me what happened? Did someone come to your house? Or were you bullied? Chu Yuntian felt that it was unlikely. Xiao was not a powerless little girl now. Even if a few homeless people came in, they could not do anything to Xiao. Besides, the door of the room and the entrance to the basement did not show any signs of damage. Woo no, it's this. As Xiao said this, she stretched out a tail from behind her that was as thick as an arm and more than 1 meter long, like a snake. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he saw it. Then he touched the tail that looked like a small white snake and asked curiously, "What is this? How did it grow?" Xiao blinked her big eyes with tears in grievance and said, "I don't know. The day after you left, I always felt itchy on my back. When I touched it with my hand, I found a lump growing at the coccyx. After a few days, it became like this." "Oh. Then can you control it?" Chu Yuntian asked, then took off Xiao's shorts and took a look. A white tail was connected to her coccyx, as if it was a continuation of a spine. "Sure," Xiao said, shaking the snake-like tail behind her. Chu Yuntian was relieved when he saw this scene, and then hugged Xiao and said, "Don't be afraid, this is just a biological weapon that grew after you advanced to the second stage." "Biological weapon?" Xiao looked at him puzzledly and said, "Yes, if you don't believe me, try attacking the iron cage." Chu Yuntian said, and stepped back, and walked out of the iron cage. Xiao hesitated for a moment, then turned around, and swung her tail. A bone spur of about 10 centimeters suddenly emerged from the tip of her slender tail. With a clang, 2 finger-thick steel bars were cut off by the bone spur. Xiao swung her tail twice more and actually cut off 2 steel bars and walked out. Chu Yuntian looked at Xiao shaking her tail in shock. He didn't expect that this so-called biological weapon was so powerful. Seeing Xiao slowly walking in front of him, he grabbed Xiao's shoulders and said, "How is it? Is your tail injured?" Xiao blinked her big eyes, stretched out her tail, and put it in Chu Yuntian's hand and said, "It's okay, look. Xiao, you've become so powerful now." After saying that, he hugged Xiao's body. "Really? Am I not going to become a monster? I was scared these days, thinking I was going to become a monster like the infected," Xiao said aggrievedly, and she was about to cry again. "No, I will take you wherever I go in the future. Don't be afraid," Chu Yuntian said with a little affection. "Really, master, you can't leave Xiao alone again," Xiao said happily, and the haze of the past few days was swept away. "Okay, you haven't eaten well these days. I'll go get you something to eat." Chu Yuntian found that he paid more and more attention to this little girl. He was originally alone, but now he has a little more attachment. He walked out of the room where the iron cage was placed and went to the kitchen. He found that there was not much left of the big pig leg he stole from the army, so he simply put it all in the pot and stewed it. While eating, Chu Yuntian looked at Xiao and said, "Although biological weapons are not harmful, it's better not to let everyone see them when you go out." Before Chu Yuntian finished speaking, Xiaoya directly wrapped the white and slender tail around her slender waist and said, "This way you can't see it." Xiaoya is really smart. Wear bigger clothes when you go out in the future, Chu Yuntian reminded again. After the meal, the two took a short break and Chu Yuntian said, "Come with me to hand in the task later. Don't stay in this basement all day. Now we don't need to hide anymore." Okay, Xiaoya hugged Chu Yuntian happily when she heard that they were going out. After Xiaoya changed into looser clothes, the two climbed out of the underground, walked out of the house, and walked towards the administrative hall. Chu Yuntian had a question in his mind while walking on the road, that is, why Xiaoya used energy beads of different attributes to advance to the second level and grew biological weapons, while he also used biological beads of different attributes, but did not grow biological weapons. While they were daydreaming, the two came to the administrative hall. There were no people in the administrative hall at the moment. Chu Yuntian found the window where Chang Wei received the task and said to a woman inside, "I'm here to hand in the task of finding edible plants." The woman in the window saw Chu Yuntian holding a plant with purple fruits in his hand and immediately said, "Hello, please wait a moment, I will find someone to identify it." After that, she picked up the phone and said something into the phone. After a while, an old man in his 50s or 60s came over, opened a sealed evidence bag, and said to Chu Yuntian, "Hello, please put the plant in this bag. We need to test it, and we can get the result in 5 minutes." Hearing this, he did not hesitate, and directly threw the plant with purple fruits into the bag, then took the chair next to him, and sat on it. After waiting for a while, the old man walked to the woman and said something. The woman just nodded repeatedly, and then said to Chu Yuntian, "Hello, after testing, this plant is indeed an edible plant, but its growth ability is average. It belongs to a C level item, and you can only be given a C level reward." Chu Yuntian said impatiently, "What are the rewards?" The woman said patiently, "You can choose munitions or energy beads. If you choose munitions, you can get 5 rifles, or 1,000 bullets, and several grenades. If you choose energy beads, we can provide you with 3 energy beads, and you can choose the attributes." Hearing these rewards, Chu Yuntian thought for a while and asked, "Do you have second level energy beads here?" The woman was a little confused after hearing this, but still said, "Hello, if you need second level energy beads, you can go there to exchange them. 7 first level beads can be exchanged for 1 second level one." After speaking, she pointed to a window not far away. "Okay, thank you. I choose energy beads as a reward." Agility type, Chu Yuntian said, after listening to the woman's words, and looking at the window she pointed to. After a while, the woman sent out the energy beads. Chu Yuntian took a look, and saw 3 agility energy beads. He stood up after taking them. Chu Yuntian looked at the window that the woman pointed to with some doubts, thinking, second level energy beads can still be exchanged, but this ratio is too bad. If calculated according to the evolution method, it should be 5-4-1. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian still came to the window that the woman pointed to. Just as he sat on the chair, a dull man said, "Do you want to exchange 4 first level energy beads or second level ones?" How to exchange 4 first level and second level. Chu Yuntian also said straight to the point. 2,000 kilograms of evolutionary beast meat for 1 first level energy bead. 7 first level energy beads for 1 second level energy bead. The dull man said these words calmly. "Do you have any third level ones?" Chu Yuntian asked again. The dull man looked at Chu Yuntian in doubt and said, "Do you have 7 second level energy beads?" "Of course not, I'm just asking," Chu Yuntian said casually. "No, the highest level of evolution in the army is only level 3. Level 3 is a threshold. After you advance to level 3, as long as you don't want to die, almost no one can kill you, not to mention those evolved beasts." The dull man said something that made him care. After hearing this, Chu Yuntian took out 7 agility energy beads and said, "Please change me for a level 2 agility energy bead." The dull man looked at the energy beads meaningfully, then looked at Chu Yuntian, and then slowly took out a level 2 agility energy bead, and pretended to be nonchalant and said, "Little brother, where can you get so many energy beads?" Chu Yuntian suddenly remembered that this would not make the army think that the upper and lower levels were obbed, and then immediately said, I just completed the task, I'm also doing things for others. Oh. The dull man replied in confusion. Chu Yuntian ignored him and took the level 2 energy bead directly. Then he asked, I heard that you can exchange 4 nearby evolutionary biological charts here, right? The dull man did not answer, but directly threw him a booklet and asked, who are you working for? Chu Yuntian said with a little embarrassment, the higher-ups don't allow us to talk about it. After saying that, he left the administrative hall with Xiaoya without stopping. Just as the two of them walked out of the administrative hall, the dull man waved and called someone over, saying to him, go follow the 2 people just now, and see who they are working for. Yes, the man said, and turned and walked out. Chu Yuntian, walking on the street, has been wondering who that dull man is. He doesn't look like an ordinary salesman. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly felt someone following him. Chu Yuntian turned his head and said to Xiaoya seriously, you go back first, be careful not to be followed by anyone. Xiaoya looked at him puzzled and said, what's wrong, master? Be obedient, something happened, go back by a detour, remember not to be followed by anyone. After that, he said coldly to Xiaoya, go, I will find you next time to lead the way. Xiaoya was still a little puzzled, but still said respectfully, yes, and then turned into an alley. Chu Yuntian walked slowly, and suddenly an idea came to his mind, and he couldn't help but let a smirk slip from the corner of his mouth. PS. Second update today, please collect and recommend. Chapter 33, Putting the Blame on the Wu Family. Chu Yuntian walked towards the West District slowly. As soon as he approached the West District, he saw more than a dozen people standing at the intersection. As soon as he walked over, someone stopped him and said, who are you? Why are you walking here without looking at where you are? Chu Yuntian did not reply, but looked around, and found that Wu Chang was among the group of people. At this time, Wu Chang also saw him, walked over and pushed aside the person blocking the road, and said to Chu Yuntian, what are you doing here? Brother Chang, we meet again. I'm here to find Brother Wu Yang. I have something to discuss with him, Chu Yuntian said modestly. Wu Chang looked at him with a puzzled look, then thought for a moment and said, then follow me, and then he walked into the West District. Chu Yuntian followed closely behind. When he was about to enter the West District, he turned his head to look at the person following him, who was still hiding in the corner. He knew that these people should have nothing to do with the Wu family. This was exactly what Chu Yuntian meant. He wanted to provoke the relationship between the Wu family and the army. Entering the West District, I found that it is very different from other places. The difference between the West District and the East District and the North District is that the North District is where the army is stationed, and relatively no one dares to mess around. The North District is Marsan's base. Although there are some forces, the control is insufficient. It is different here. The Wu family really manages the West District in an orderly manner. Walking through an alley, I saw all kinds of people, in tattered clothes sitting there. When they saw them coming, they immediately crawled over and said, Uncle, please be kind, and give us something to eat. When Wu Chang saw this scene, he kicked the person begging from him away and said, get out, this is the West District. If you don't have anything, get out, or go to work. Who the hell will give you food for free? After that, he left without even looking back. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian squatted down and asked the beggar, hey, why don't you go to work and beg here? You can't even eat these days, how can you still ask for food? The beggar was frightened and shrank into the corner, then looked at Wu Chang who had walked a distance away and whispered, Uncle, it's not that we don't want to work, but the people from the Wu family who went to work on the city wall deducted too much. Some people can't even have a full meal after working all day. We can't help it, so we come to beg. Oh, then why don't you leave the West District? Chu Yuntian asked again in confusion. We can't leave. The Wu family has strict control over the West District. Now in the West District, except for the Wu family, the rest are all slaves. All the women have been sold, and all the men work for the Wu family. If you dare not work, there will be no food. The Wu family has taken away all the supplies in the West District, and all the clothes and other things have been snatched and stored in the warehouse. Now in the West District, except for the Wu family, there is nothing else. The beggar said helplessly. Chu Yuntian nodded without replying, stood up, and walked a few steps to catch up with Wu Chang. I'm telling you, don't listen to the nonsense of those beggars. They are just a bunch of trash. They used to rely on their wealth and never had to do anything. Now those things are useless. They are unwilling to endure hardships. They deserve it. They can save food by dying. Wu Chang said sarcastically, and he didn't seem to care about the beggar's comments on the Wu family. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly after listening and said, it is human nature to be born in comfort and die in sorrow. Wu Chang looked at Chu Yuntian meaningfully, and without saying anything, he took the lead and left. Passing by an alley, he saw many women sitting at the door with heavy makeup and revealing clothes. When they saw Wu Chang, they came up and said, Uncle Wu Chang, come and play. Go away, I have something important to do, Wu Chang said, waving his hand. At this moment, a girl in her 20s, wearing a light blue dress, with long hair and pretty face, ran out of the alley crying. Several men behind her chased her and beat her up. The girls on the side of the road saw this and gave way. No one stepped forward to stop them. The girl stumbled up to the two of them and said to Wu Chang, please, I don't want to sell myself. Please let me go. Wu Chang looked at the girl, grabbed the girl's hair directly, and slapped her twice. Then he said fiercely to the men behind him, take her away. If something like this happens again, don't do it again. Yes. Several men immediately responded and prepared to drag the girl back to a house deep in the alley. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian said lightly, wait a minute. Wu Chang raised his hand when he heard this, and the few people stopped. He turned his head and looked at Chu Yuntian and said jokingly, why, do you like this girl? I won't say more. 1,000 kilograms of food coupons. You take it away so cheap. Then okay, I want this person. And took out all the food coupons that the fat man gave him before leaving, shook it and continued, here are 2,000. Let them go to clean her up. Don't make her look like a beggar, haha. Be kind, Wu Chang said to Chu Yuntian with disdain, and then said to the few people behind him, you go and clean up this girl. Make her clean. Change clothes. We can't let this brother suffer a loss after that, he said to Chu Yuntian. I'll let them bring it to you when we leave later. Okay, let's continue to go after that. He turned around and walked towards a building not far away. Chu Yuntian smiled wickedly and followed Wu Chang. Entering the building, it was magnificent and didn't look like it had experienced the end of the world. Under the guidance of Wu Chang, they walked into an office. After sitting for a while, Wu Chang brought Wu Yang in. Brother Chu, how come you have time to come here today? I heard that you like a girl. If you like her, just take her away. If you want money, you'll be polite. Wu Yang greeted Chu Yuntian as soon as he came in and took out the 2,000 food coupons he gave to Wu Chang. Hey, that's not right. It's okay if you didn't bring anything for the first visit, but you can't just take someone away casually. Chu Yuntian stood up and said politely, haha, in that case, I won't refuse. I don't know why you came here this time, brother. Wu Yang smiled first, then said. Chu Yuntian looked at Wu Chang meaningfully and then said to Wu Yang, nothing. Wu Yang saw Chu Yuntian looking at Wu Chang and immediately knew what he wanted to say alone, and then said, Wu Chang, go and bring the woman that brother Chu wants. Brother, okay. Wu Chang was obviously unwilling and looked at Chu Yuntian fiercely and walked out. After Wu Chang walked out, Wu Yang said to him, brother, what's the matter? It's so secretive. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, from the look of your brother, you must be almost at the second level. Haha, I'm not satisfied, brother. The things are enough. As long as the operation is completed, you can advance to the second level. Wu Yang did not hide it. Then I have to congratulate you in advance, Chu Yuntian said politely. Haha, congratulations, brother. Hey, remember the last time you took action against the Mandlan? The needle you used was your biological weapon. Wu Yang asked tentatively. I'm only a first order revolver, so how can I have any biological weapons? Those things are just some small things I picked up, Chu Yuntian said perfunctorily, and then said, I heard that the Wu family has a close relationship with the army. I wonder what kind of relationship it is. Wu Yang smiled slightly, but he was secretly dissatisfied in his heart. How could you pick up such a powerful thing? And a small thing? He said, to be honest, one of my cousins in the Wu family is one of the captains of the special power group of the army. Wu Xiang. Then I heard that someone in the army has advanced to the third order, but my brother? Chu Yuntian asked again. Brother Chu, you know a lot. Wu Yang said with a little doubt. This time Chu Yuntian did not answer, but directly took out 2 first-level energy beads from his arms and said, I won't hide it from you, brother. I'm alone and want to seek some protection. Wu Yang took a look at the 2 energy beads. Greed flashed in his eyes and then asked, oh, did you offend anyone? How can I protect you? Who can I offend? I just want to live a stable life. As for how to protect me, just tell others that I'm from the Wu family. Chu Yuntian said embarrassedly. Wu Yang took the energy beads and looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion and said, oh, it's that simple. Haha, of course. It's nice to be under a big tree, Chu Yuntian said with a smile. Haha, okay, brother, you can tell others that you are from the Wu family in the future, but if the Wu family has any problems, they also hope that you can help. Of course, the reward will not be small, Wu Yang said with a big laugh. At this time, Wu Chang walked in with a girl in her 20s. Wu Yang immediately stood up and said to Wu Chang, Brother Chu is a member of our Wu family from now on. Please take care of him when you see him in the future. What? Brother, this? Wu Chang was puzzled and wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Wu Yang who patted his shoulder. Seeing this scene, Chu Yuntian immediately understood and said, since you have brought the person, I will not bother you anymore. I will leave first. Wu Yang saw that Chu Yuntian was so tactful and agreed. Okay, I will see you off, brother. At the entrance of the West District, Chu Yuntian said to Wu Yang and Wu Chang, brother, you don't have to see me off. Please take care of me in the future. Brother, you are polite. We are all family. Wu Yang patted Chu Yuntian on the shoulder and said, then I will leave first. Chu Yuntian said, and walked out of the West District. As soon as Chu Yuntian walked out of the West District, he looked at the place where the man who had just followed him was hiding. He found that the man was still there. He walked over leisurely with the girl, and then deliberately said, I have done a good job this time. Big brother will reward you to me. Be obedient in the future, and I will not treat you unfairly. After that, he glanced at the man who followed him with his peripheral vision, and then took the girl to the direction of home. The girl followed him without knowing why. Big brother, this guy's not only insidious and cunning, but also greedy. Why did you let this guy into the Wu family? Wu Chang asked Wu Yang in confusion. Third brother, you are right, but this guy's methods are also very powerful, aren't they? Wu Yang turned his head and said to Wu Chang, but then a trace of worry flashed across his face and said, I'm not worried that he has any intentions towards the Wu family. He is not that important, but he must be hiding something. After that, he took the lead and walked into the West District. What neither of them knew was that the person who followed Chu Yuntian quietly returned to the administrative hall after seeing him walk out of the Wu family and call Wu Yang a brother. Oh, you said that person just now was from the Wu family? The dull-faced man said to the person who followed him. Yes, I saw him enter the West District with my own eyes. When he came out, he called Wu Yang a brother. Wu Yang also rewarded him with a woman. The person who followed him said solemnly, oh, so Wu Xiang wants to exchange for the second level energy beads. What is he going to do? The affectionate and dull man muttered to himself and waved his hand to drive the person who followed him away. What Chu Yuntian didn't know was that his blaming made the power struggle between the two captains of the army's special power group even more intense. Chapter 34. Advance again. Chu Yuntian, who returned to the door of his house, looked at the shivering girl and asked, what's your name? The girl timidly replied, Yun. Yun do well, okay, you can go. After that, Chu Yuntian was about to push the door to enter the house, but was stopped by Dua. She timidly asked, where am I going? You are Mondo, go wherever you want, just don't follow me, Chu Yuntian teased jokingly. Dua blinked her big eyes, seemingly not understanding what he meant, and then said aggrievedly, I have nowhere to go. If I go out and get caught by the Wu family, I'll be finished. What's wrong with being in the Wu family? At least there's no problem staying alive, Chu Yuntian said casually. But they asked me to sell it. Dua's voice became smaller and smaller. What does that have to do with me? I'm going home. I've saved you once. What else do you want from me? Chu Yuntian said impatiently. Duo tugged at his clothes again and whispered, I want to follow you. Chu Yuntian heard this, turned around, smiled evilly and said, you can follow me, but I tell you, I'm much worse than the Wu family. You have to think it over, otherwise it will be too late to regret it. But I have nowhere to go, Duo said in a low voice with her head down. The world is about rules, and the bad rules are better than no rules. If you want to follow me, I also have my rules. Chu Yuntian raised her chin and said, well, as long as you don't drive me away. Duo looked at Chu Yuntian pitifully and said, well, come in. Chu Yuntian went out and entered the house. As soon as he entered the house, he saw Xiaoya running over and said, Master, you're back. What happened just now? It's okay. It's done, Chu Yuntian said lightly. Hey, who is this? Xiaoya walked behind him and asked the timid Duo. She will be under your care from now on. I have some important things to do in the basement. You two should stay here if you have nothing to do. Then she walked towards the closet that hid the entrance to the basement. Xiaoya circled around Duo and asked mischievously, what's your name? Yun Duo. Duo whispered. Duo, that sounds nice. The master said that you will be under my care from now on. If you dare not obey, I will spank you. Then she stretched out her little hand viciously to scare Yun Duo. Then what's your name? Duo asked obediently. My name is Feng Xiaoya. Just call me Xiaoya. You are older than me. But since the master said you have to listen to me, you have to listen to me, Xiaoya said in a pretentious manner. Duo asked in confusion, why do you call him master? Xiaoya looked up and thought for a while and said, why so many whys? Come with me. Then she took Duo into the room next to her and went to do something unknown. At this time, Chu Yuntian was in the basement thinking about how to use the 2 second level energy beads he had just obtained to advance. Chu Yuntian held the 2 energy beads in his hand and said to himself, I don't know what changes will happen after advancing once. I heard from the person who exchanged the energy beads that the 3rd level is a threshold. I don't know if I'm considered 2nd or 3rd level. After that, he took out a syringe and then drew blood according to the procedure, got the energy beads, and then injected himself. Chu Yuntian slowly felt the blood mixed with the energy beads flowing into his heart. Suddenly, the energy beads in his heart seemed to have an unpleasant collision with the energy that had just entered his body. It seemed that they were fighting for the dominance. He felt that his whole body was about to explode. The 2 energies were constantly fighting for dominance. Since he used the transparent mysterious energy beads in the 1st level, the 2 agile energies were evenly matched and fighting in his body. Chu Yuntian finally couldn't stand the feeling of his body exploding and fainted. Chu Yuntian slowly opened his eyes and saw that he was already lying on the bed in the basement. He moved a little and felt 2 soft objects around him. He reached out and touched them. They should be people. Chu Yuntian's hand was suddenly hit. When he sat up, he saw Xiaoya and Duo sitting on his bedside, one on each side. His hands were touching Xiaoya's thighs and Duo's waist. You're not being honest. Right after you woke up, what did you do? You were unconscious for so long, Xiaoya said coquettishly, while Duo blushed and said nothing. How long have I been unconscious? Chu Yuntian said solemnly. You've been unconscious for 3 days. That day, we waited until the evening and you didn't come out. Duo and I came down to see you and saw you fainted on the dissection table. It took us a lot of effort to get you in, Xiaoya said as if to take credit. Chu Yuntian smiled slightly and said lightly, I'm fine. You two can go out and get some food by the way. What to eat? There's no meat. There's only bread, sausages and so on, Xiaoya said helplessly. Just make something casually. I'm just hungry. I haven't lost much biological energy, Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya. Okay then, Xiaoya said, pulling Duo out of the room. After the 2 of them walked out, Chu Yuntian slowly closed his eyes, feeling the biological energy that had been integrated into his body, and felt much more at ease. He opened his eyes and sorted out his current state. I should be at the 3rd level now, and the total amount of biological energy in my body should be at the 3rd level, but my ability is only at the 2nd level. Then I need 2 3rd level energy beads. to advance to the 4th level, and even if I succeed in advancing, I will only have the ability of the 3rd level. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Xiaoya and Dua came in with some food and said, let's eat these first, and then we will go out to find some evolutionary beast meat. I haven't eaten meat for 3 days, Xiaoya said aggrievedly. Okay, Xiaoya, come with me later. Let's go find some meat to eat, Chu Yuntian said while eating bread, ham, etc. Here, for you, someone called you when you were unconscious. Xiaoya handed over his mobile phone and said, HMM. Chu Yuntian took the phone and opened it. It turned out to be Marson calling. He smiled and said, haha, the meat is here. What? Xiaoya came over and looked at his phone. Chu Yuntian threw away the bread and sausage in his hand and said to Xiaoya, nothing, come with me. Xiaoya jumped off the bed and said happily, okay. Just after she finished speaking, she heard Dua timidly say, what about me? Of course you are waiting at home, Chu Yuntian said as a matter of course. Okay then, Dua said disappointedly. After speaking, Chu Yuntian got off the bed and walked out of the house with Xiaoya. He took out his mobile phone and called Ma-san. Master-san, what's the matter with the call? Chu Yuntian said immediately after the call was connected. Brother Chu, nothing. I just want to invite you to sit here and discuss the next mission, Marson said. Oh, I had something to do the other day and didn't answer the call. I just came out. I'm walking towards the East District now and will be there soon, Chu Yuntian said casually. Okay, I'll send someone to pick you up, Marson said, and then he turned off the phone. Chu Yuntian, walking on the street, was surprised to find that some shops on the roadside were open, but they were not selling things, but some craftsmen, such as tailors and masseurs. Of course, there were the most ladies. He didn't expect that the army managing the North District would actually start to develop the economy, and it seemed that they were going to get through the difficulties. Just as he approached the East District, he saw a few gangsters standing there. Chu Yuntian walked over, and immediately a gangster who looked like a leader ran over and said, Mr. Chu, right? Mr. Sun is waiting for you inside. Please come this way. Chu Yuntian nodded lightly and followed him in, and Xiaoya followed closely behind. Entering Marsan's building, he was led into an office by the gangsters. Marsan and Chen Kikwan were sitting inside. Seeing Chu Yuntian's arrival, he immediately stood up and said, Brother Chu is finally here, come and sit down, and then he brought a chair over. Chu Yuntian walked over and sat down and said, you are too polite, Master-san. I wonder what the next mission is? Marsan and Chen Ki also sat down together. Marsan said, let's go to pick up a person 30 miles outside the South City. The person can die, but the information must be brought back. Oh. Who? What information? Chu Yuntian said puzzledly. I heard that it was a researcher who followed a small team of the army to collect information, and then the whole team was wiped out. The researcher took some important information when he went out. Our goal is that information. Marsan said the entire mission information. What is the information? When are we asked to set off? Chu Yuntian asked again. Marsan sat up straight and said, 3 days later, but this mission is very dangerous. I heard that the team encountered a group of things similar to mongooses. The things can stand and walk, and are nearly 2 meters tall. A single one seems to have only the first level agility, but there are more than 20 of them in a group. There seems to be a second level one among them. There is no other information. Isn't this asking us to die? If we encounter it, it will be difficult to run away. Chu Yuntian said in shock. Not really. The creatures live in caves. As long as we are careful and stay away from those caves, we should be able to come back safely. We only take the information, not the people, Marshan said in a cold tone. Okay, I'll go with Xiaoya this time. We'll walk on the trees this time and try not to land. If we see a cave, stay away, Chu Yuntian said. Then he asked, what's the reward this time? The reward is evolution beast meat and 4 first level energy beads, Marsan said. Okay, let's go together, but can you provide some evolution beast meat first? I'm a bit poor recently, Chu Yuntian said. Haha, that's easy to say. Chen Ki, go get 200 kilograms of evolution beast meat for Brother Chu, Marsan said cheerfully. After saying that, Chen Ki walked out. After a while, he came back with a large piece of meat from an unknown evolutionary beast. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian asked Xiaoya to take the meat and said, "We won't bother you now. Meet here in 3 days." After saying that, he stood up and was about to leave. Ma San didn't mean to keep him and said to Chen Qi, "You go and see Brother Chu off." "Brother Chu, please," Chen Qi said, making a gesture of invitation. Chu Yuntian didn't hesitate and followed Chen Qi out of the East District. Chapter 35, Clouds. Walking out of the East District, Xiaoya was carrying 2 large bags of unknown meat, and Chu Yuntian was walking in front of her with his hands swinging. Xiaoya pouted and said, "Master, are you ashamed to let a little girl like me carry such heavy things? Hey, you have evolved into a level of strength. How can I carry it with my full agility?" Chu Yuntian touched his nose and said shamelessly. Xiaoya made a face behind him and whispered, "You are so considerate. You are a bad guy." Chu Yuntian pretended not to hear and continued to walk towards home. When he returned home, Chu Yuntian directly stewed a large pot of meat and then ate this unknown meat with Xiaoya, saying while eating, "I have to say, this evolved beast meat tastes good. I can feel the biological energy in my body surging when I eat it. It feels great." Xiaoya's mouth was also filled with evolved beast meat. When she heard Chu Yuntian say this, she nodded Only Dua was gnawing on bread and sausage and looking at them resentfully. Seeing Dua's look, Chu Yuntian teased her, "Don't be so resentful. It's useless for you to eat this now. If you behave well, maybe you will have a chance to evolve." Dua was immediately excited when she heard this. "Really?" Chu Yuntian looked at her and said puzzledly, "Is it necessary to be so excited? You are a girl, can't you stay at home obediently? Why do you want to evolve so powerfully?" Dua didn't answer when she heard him and lowered her head somewhat sadly. Xiaoya saw Dua put down the meat in her hand and asked, "Dua, do you want to become an evolver so much? Let me tell you, it's not good to be an evolver. Every time you go out with the master, he has to carry heavy things for me." After saying that, she rolled her eyes at Chu Yuntian. "I don't want to stay at home. I want to become stronger so that I can avenge my parents," Dua said with a firm expression. Chu Yuntian and Xiaoya were surprised at the same time. Then Xiaoya asked, "Dua, what's the matter? Do you want me and the master to help you? I'm very powerful now." Chu Yuntian also asked, "Did someone from the Wu family do it?" Dua calmed down and said, "No, I was not in the West District at the beginning. My home is in the South District." After reminiscing for a while, she continued, "I remember that was when the fog had just dissipated. My parents and I hid at home and didn't dare to go out until the food was finished. My father said he was going out to find something to eat and asked us to wait for him at home. But not long after he went out, 5 gangsters broke into our house." Dua moved uneasily and continued, "After they entered my house, they saw that there were only my mother and me, and they started looking for food without saying anything. My mother stepped forward to stop them, was slapped several times by a gangster, who told us to behave ourselves, or he would kill us. My mother and I were terrified at the time, and hid aside, and didn't dare to say anything, just hoping that they couldn't find food, and would leave quickly. But just as they were searching, my father came back. When he saw a few strangers in my house and my mother and I hiding nearby, he immediately picked up the wooden stick next to the door and asked them to go out. However, instead of leaving, the few people surrounded my father. When my father was about to beat them, a man suddenly took out a dagger and stabbed my father to death." Wu Duo burst into tears when she said this. And then Xiaoya didn't know whether she was thinking of herself or was sad for Duo's experience. She actually started crying. Duo sobbed and said, "My mother and I saw my father lying in a pool of blood. My mother immediately rushed over to beat the man who killed my father, but she was held by the other 4 men. My mother struggled hard, but couldn't get rid of the hands of several people. One person punched my mother directly in the stomach, and then my mother fell to the ground. I saw them beating my mother, and I ran over, but was caught by one of them. He also said that he would do the same thing to me and my mother." Wu Duo was already crying at this time. A gangster pulled my mother up from the ground and tore her clothes off. I struggled to break free from the man who was holding me and went to save my mother, but that person was very strong and I couldn't get away at all. At this moment, my mother didn't know where she got the strength from, and she bit the ear of the gangster who pulled her up. The gangster screamed in pain, but my mother didn't let go. At this time, the remaining 3 people all came over and started beating my mother. Woo woo. But my mother not only didn't let go, but also bit off the gangster's ear. At this time, the gangster who caught me also let me go, walked over and punched my mother in the head, and then my mother fell to the ground. She only shouted at me to run, and then she was knocked unconscious by several people. Chu Yuntian asked with a serious expression after hearing this. Then what? Xiaoya patted the sobbing Duer and waited until she calmed down before sobbing. Then I took the opportunity to run out, but I didn't run far before 2 thugs chased me out. When I saw them chasing me, I immediately hid in a trash can in a small alley, but soon the 2 thugs chased me to that alley. When I thought I was done, 2 bald infected people suddenly ran out from the side and ate the 2 thugs directly. Chu Yuntian asked puzzledly, then how did you appear in the West District? Duer thought for a moment and sobbed. I hid in that trash can for a whole day before I dared to go out. After I went out, I didn't know where to go, and I didn't dare to stay in the South District, so I hid all the way and ran into the West District. A few days later, the army came into the city. I thought the army would help me find those thugs. After 2 days, I ran to the army for help, but no one paid any attention to me. They asked me to ask the Wu family for help. I really had no choice but to go to the Wu family for help. However, the Wu family not only did not help me get revenge, but also asked me to sell myself. When I didn't listen, they beat me and didn't give me food. It wasn't until you went there that they rescued me. Xiaoya said angrily after hearing this. The Wu family is not a good family either. Don't worry, Duer, my master and I will definitely help you get revenge. Chu Yuntian said immediately after hearing this. You said that. I didn't say that. Hearing this, Xiaoya grabbed Chu Yuntian's arm and said, Master, how can you be like this? Chu Yuntian turned his head to look at Xiaoya and said, what's in it for me? I was lucky enough to save her at that time. He was not stupid enough to reveal the real purpose of buying Duer. Xiaoya said angrily, hey, at most, Duer can follow you with me. If Xiaoya is bullied, won't the master help her? After that, she looked at him with pitiful eyes. Chu Yuntian said helplessly, well, do you know the name of that group of hooligans? When Duer heard that Chu Yuntian was going to help her with the reward, she said excitedly, when I ran out of the house, I seemed to hear them all calling a hooligans Brother Zhao. Brother Zhao, right? When you pass by the South District, ask about that person. Chu Yuntian said lightly, and then got up and went back to the room. Duer looked at Chu Yuntian entering the room and wanted to get up and say something, but was stopped by Xiaoya. Xiaoya leaned close to her ear and said, we will pass by the South District in a few days. When the time comes, tell me who Brother Zhao is, and I will help you kill them. Duer pulled Xiaoya and said, I want to go too. I must kill them myself. Is that so? Xiaoya scratched her head and thought for a while and continued, come with me. I have a way. After that, she pulled Duer to the room next to her and muttered something. At this time, Chu Yuntian had already been lying on his bed, wondering if his advancement was different from others. He was now at the 3rd level, with only the ability of the 2nd level, but the biological energy of the 3rd level. If he wanted to advance to the 4th level and still use this method, would it be dangerous? Because the last time he advanced, he felt that the biological ability in his body was about to explode. If he was still like this when he advanced to the 4th level, then he would explode directly. However, if he had to find more than a dozen 2nd level biological beads, it would take more than 3 months to advance to the 4th level, or even longer, because it took 7 days to absorb the 1st level energy beads, and there was no data for the 2nd level yet, so he could only try it himself. Chu Yuntian, who was lying on the bed and daydreaming, was suddenly interrupted by the sound of the door being pushed open. Duer walked over with a red face and said, Master. Chu Yuntian was stunned, then said, what did you say, Master? Duer's face turned even redder. Chu Yuntian sat up helplessly and said helplessly, did Xiaoya teach you that? He shook his head and said, if you don't teach well, you will tell everything to others. No, I want to follow you to the South District, so Xiaoya helped me think of this method, Duo said shyly with her head down. Chu Yuntian got down from the bed and said, okay, since you want to take revenge so much, I'll give you a chance, but whether you can pass the evolution level depends on your luck. Of course, if you evolve successfully, you will follow me in the future. You'd better think about it. If you regret it at that time, I will deal with you myself. After that, he turned his head and looked at her expressionlessly. After a while, Duo seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head and said, I'm willing. As long as you help me evolve successfully, I will follow you with Xiaoya in the future. I will not regret it. After that, she looked at Chu Yuntian firmly. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, don't say that I'm taking advantage of others. After all, the value of the biological energy bead is much greater than you think. Let alone a civilian, a few more may not be able to replace one. Besides, you will not suffer any loss if you follow me. If there is a chance, I will try my best to make Xiaoya and the two of you more powerful. Well, I won't regret it. I have nowhere to go. Duo's expression dimmed again after she finished speaking. Then come with me. Chu Yuntian ignored her little emotions, because such little emotions should not appear in this world. Duo followed him out of the room and came to the laboratory. Chu Yuntian picked up a syringe and didn't know what he was going to do. I need to take some blood from you. Then you go to Xiaoya's room and wait. I'll call you later. Chu Yuntian said as he stuck the needle into Duo's hand. After the blood was drawn, Duo asked in confusion, is that all? Chu Yuntian looked at the bright red blood shaking in the syringe and said calmly, yes, go ahead. Chapter 36, South District. By the time I helped Duo evolve into a first level agile person, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. I ate something with the two of them and went into the house to rest. Just as Chu Yuntian was lying on the bed and preparing to go to sleep, Xiaoya and the other two walked in. Duo lowered her head and didn't say anything, while Xiaoya climbed onto the bed and said mischievously, Master, do you want to check the homework? Chu Yuntian smiled evilly and looked at Xiaoya, then at Duo. He knew what the two little girls meant, but he didn't have that kind of impulse. He was always worried about the biological energy in his body, so he said jokingly, what are you doing? Didn't you pass the homework? Xiaoya immediately jumped off the bed and pulled Duo and said, well, I passed. What about her? After that, Xiaoya smiled evilly and pushed Duo down on the bed. Chu Yuntian looked at Duo, who was shyly lowering her head, and said jokingly, Duo, what's wrong? Are you also studying? Then he pulled her into his arms. I didn't, Duo said, and broke free from Chu Yuntian's arms. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, okay, Duo, you have just advanced. Don't mess around with these things. Then he pointed at Xiaoya and said, and you? Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously and did not refute. Seeing Xiaoya's look, Chu Yuntian smiled helplessly and said, okay, you two should go and rest too. Then we'll go out. After that, Duo took Xiaoya and ran out of Chu Yuntian's room like flying. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly in the room, shook his head helplessly, and returned to the bed again. No, I must find a way to figure out what the difference is between my evolution and others, otherwise I will feel uneasy. In such a world, losing power is equivalent to having nothing. Chu Yuntian muttered to himself and slowly fell asleep in such a chaotic mood. When he woke up early the next morning, he found that there were two soft and warm things beside him. He lifted the quilt, sat up, and saw Xiaoya and Duo sleeping next to him, one on the left and one on the right. He didn't know when these two girls ran to his bed. Everyone patted their buttocks and said, get up, are you going to the South District? There were two exclamations at first, and then Duo, who woke up, immediately pulled Chu Yuntian's arm and asked excitedly, Master, are you going to the South District today? Yes, I will definitely help you complete what I promised, and I hope you won't break your promise. Chu Yuntian said and got up from the bed. Really? Duo was happy when she heard that they were going to the South District, but then her expression dimmed again. At this time, Xiaoya slowly woke up and said with sleepy eyes, Master, shall we go to the South District today? Chu Yuntian did not answer, but put on his clothes directly and said lightly, if you don't want to go, you can wait at home. I want to go. Wait for me. Hearing Chu Yuntian's words, he immediately got up and went to find his clothes, not caring about his spring light being exposed. After the two of them finished packing and put on their clothes, Chu Yuntian took them out of the house, looking at the few pedestrians on the street, and muttered to himself, the only good thing about this world is that we don't have to squeeze with people anymore. Then he walked to the east, and Xiaoya and the others followed closely behind. Aren't we going to the South District directly? Duo asked in 2 quick steps. Chu Yuntian said without even turning his head, let's go to the East District to ask Marson first to see if he knows that brother Zhao. If he knows, we can also inquire about the strength of the surname Zhao. If he doesn't know, we will look for him. Well, Duo said and followed him quietly. Arriving at the East District, he told Marsan that he was going to the South District to look for a man named Brother Zhao. Marsan thought for a moment and said, brother, the South District is in a mess because there are not many supplies and the army has almost no management over that area, so a large number of gangsters have gathered there. I have never heard of the Brother Zhao you mentioned. He should not be a big shot. Oh, how messy can it be? Chu Yuntian asked puzzled. Marsan smiled helplessly and said, how should I put it? There are many turtles in shallow waters, and there are big brothers everywhere. But I heard that there are 1 or 2 evolvers, but their evolution levels are not high. Okay, thank you, Master San. I will go to the South District to look for them myself. After that, Chu Yuntian stood up and was about to leave. Brother, do you insist on going to the South District? Do you want me to ask 2 brothers to help? Marsan also stood up and said, no, I won't bother Master San with such a small matter. After that, he took the 2 girls out of Marsan's place. On the way, Xiaoya asked in confusion, Master, why does Marsan feel strange today? Oh, what's strange? Chu Yuntian looked back at Xiaoya in confusion. Xiaoya tilted her head and thought for a while and said, look, it's not winter now. Why does Marsan always wear these thick gloves? Chu Yuntian thought for a while and said with a faint smile, it seems that Marsan has advanced to the 2nd level. How do you know? Xiaoya said in confusion. Chu Yuntian smiled evilly and patted Xiaoya on the buttocks and said, you know to hide the biological weapons. How can he not know? Xiaoya rolled her eyes shyly and didn't say anything, while Duo smiled lightly on the side. They came to the South District with laughter and noise. As soon as they entered the chassis of the South District, they were surrounded by several gangsters. A gangster who seemed to be the leader walked over and said, hey, you are so lucky. 2 girls are with you. Why don't you lend them to me for a few days? Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Seeing Chu Yuntian didn't say anything, the leader of the gang came over and tried to touch Duo's face. Duo dodged the leader's hand by moving her body to the side, then reached out and grabbed the gangster's wrist, twisted it hard, and with a crack sound, followed by a scream, the leader's hand was broken. Seeing this, the gangsters who were surrounding the 3 people immediately retreated and ran away, leaving the leader alone, falling to the ground, grabbing his hand and screaming. Chu Yuntian walked over slowly, kicked the leading gangster on the broken wrist and said, I'm going to ask you a question. Answer honestly and I'll let you go if I'm satisfied. Other gangster screamed and then immediately said, brother, just tell me if you have any instructions. I will not hide anything I know. Seeing that he was so sensible, Chu Yuntian loosened his foot on his broken hand and then asked, do you know a man called Brother Zhao? Brother, I'm just trying to make a living in this South District. How would I know about Brother Zhao? You can go to the building in front and ask. The people inside may know. It's full of natives from the East District. The leading gangster pointed to a more than 10-story residential building 2 streets away and said. Hearing the gangster's words, Chu Yuntian ignored him and took the 2 girls directly towards the community. When they arrived at the gate of the community, they were blocked by an iron gate. Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya, go smash it and make some noise. Xiaoya nodded, then walked over and kicked the iron gate. With a bang, the iron gate was kicked open by Xiaoya, and the iron rod locking the door from the inside was broken. At this time, 3 or 5 big men ran out from inside, stood at the door and said, who are you, coming to Fanyi to make trouble? Chu Yuntian walked over slowly and said, oh, Fanyi, take me to see him. Who the hell are you? You can see Fanny whenever you want. As he said that, he pushed his hand towards Chu Yuntian. Just when his hand was about to touch Chu Yuntian, suddenly, a black shadow flashed, and Chu Yuntian disappeared in front of the big man. Just when everyone was shocked, a voice came from behind. You'd better take me to see him, otherwise I will massacre this place. Several strong men hurriedly turned around, and saw Chu Yuntian standing behind them with a faint smile. One of the big men said with a little surprise, Evolver? This is none of your business, take me to see the family you are talking about. Chu Yuntian said, turned around and walked into the building. Xiaoya and the others followed him. Seeing this, several strong men immediately followed, and led Chu Yuntian to a house, then said, wait a minute, I'll go report. Is it here? Chu Yuntian said lightly. The man nodded, and was about to go in to report, but Chu Yuntian kicked the door open. There were two people sitting on the sofa inside, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, and a young man in his 20s. The two stood up when they saw the door kicked open. The older man saw the strong men outside the door and immediately asked, who's he? What's going on? The big man called Huzi pointed at Chu Yuntian and said, brother, this person said he wants to see you. After that, several people blocked the door. Chu Yuntian smiled lightly and walked into the room with Xiaoya and the others. Mr. Fan, right? How dare you, you little brat, come here to make trouble here. Fan Ziyu and the man in his 40s or 50s stood up and said angrily. Chu Yuntian said with a disdainful smile, I don't mean anything else. I'm asking you about a person. His name is Brother Zhao. If you want to know, just tell me. I'm leaving now. If you don't tell me, I'll beat you until you tell me, or I'll beat you to death. Fan Ziyu was furious. He suddenly shouted loudly. His muscles swelled and even tore his shirt. Then he punched him with great force. Just when Chu Yuntian was about to dodge, Xiaoya suddenly dodged in front of him. Then they punched each other. Both sides took 2 steps back. The wind from the fist blew the curtains and other things in the house. Fan Ziyu was stunned at first. He didn't expect such a young girl to be able to punch him. Then he rushed up again with a wild laugh. This time Xiaoya didn't fight him, but stood there, waiting for his fist wind to approach. Suddenly, a slender black shadow flashed by. With a scream of ah, Fan Ziyuan's arm actually fell off. Chu Yuntian took a closer look and found that Xiaoya actually used her tail. He walked up to her and said calmly, Xiaoya, is it that serious? Xiaoya's thin white tail slowly retracted and said, I will not allow anyone to hurt the master. Chu Yuntian felt helpless, as if these people could hurt him, but he still felt warm in his heart. It was good, as if he was setting an example for Dura, letting her know what to do when she followed Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian did not speak, but walked directly to Fan Ziyu, who had a broken hand, and said jokingly, just tell me honestly, whether you know where Brother Zhao is. Why do you have to fight and kill? It's so boring. In Chu Yuntian's heart, he felt that those who dared to take action without knowing the enemy's strength were all idiots. A second level evolver. I didn't expect a little girl could advance to the second level so quickly. I'm impressed. He picked up the severed hand and continued, I do know a man named Zhao. His name is Zhao Ziming. He's entrenched in a supermarket 3 blocks away. How many people are there? Is Zhao Ziming an evolver? Chu Yuntian asked. Fan Ziyu injured the pain and replied, that's not the case. But I don't know where Zhao Ziming got a batch of arms from. Most evolvers don't want to provoke them. Hearing Fan Ziyuan's words, he felt completely relieved. The 3 of them were all agile evolvers. If they were close to them, they would not be afraid of their guns at all. He nodded casually and said, okay, let's go then. After that, he took Xiaoya and the other 2 out of Fan Ziyuan's house. Chapter 37 Revenge. The 3 of them came to the supermarket not far from what Fan Ziyuan said, and stopped in an alley. They saw 2 men in strange clothes standing at the door of the supermarket, each holding a Uzi submachine gun in his hand. They must be here. Chu Yuntian stood at the entrance of the alley and pointed to a house not far away and said to Duoa, why don't you wait? I'll bring the Zhao guy out. I can kill him or chop him up as I like. Duoa nodded lightly and said, well, you guys be careful. After that, she walked towards an abandoned house not far away. Chu Yuntian did not answer, but said to Xiaoya, come on, follow me and catch the Zhao guy. Ah. We are just going straight there? It must be painful to be shot by so many bullets, Xiaoya said, pretending to be aggrieved. Chu Yuntian touched his forehead helplessly and said, just don't talk, follow me. After that, he actually walked towards a supermarket not far away openly. As soon as they approached, two men holding Uzis came over and said, stop, you walk in without even looking around, you want to die. They looked at Xiaoya with a sly look. Chu Yuntian did not answer, but said to them, go and inform your brother Zhao. I have a business deal to discuss with him. You said you want to discuss, then discuss. Who the hell are you? One of the men said arrogantly. Chu Yuntian smiled helplessly, dodged and grabbed the man's neck, saying, you'd better go and inform your brother Zhao. I don't have that much patience to wait. After that, he threw the man to the ground. Enter the evolver. Wait a minute, I'll go tell brother Zhao right away. After that, he ran into the supermarket. Not long after that person went in, a man in his 30s with a 95 style gun in his hand came out. The man stopped and looked at Chu Yuntian, then said in an arrogant tone, you want to talk business with me? Brother Zhao, right? Chu Yuntian knew from the man's attitude that he was not a big shot. The man smiled disdainfully and said, yes, it's me. Chu Yuntian pretended to be a flattering expression and said, brother Zhao, I have heard of your name for a long time. I wonder if brother Zhao is interested in becoming an evolver? Brother Zhao looked happy, then looked at Chu Yuntian puzzled and said, just tell me what you mean. Nothing, I just saw that brother Zhao has such a big influence. I want to cooperate with him. I heard that someone not far away just got a few energy beads. I wonder if brother Zhao is interested? Chu Yuntian threw out the hook to see if this guy would be fooled. Oh, where? How many people are there? Brother Zhao asked excitedly. When Chu Yuntian saw his expression, he knew that he had been fooled, and then said, not far away, there are 3 or 4 people, with guns, and an evolver. I can hold down the evolver, and the rest of them will depend on brother Zhao. Brother Zhao was excited, and ready to call for help, but then he showed a puzzled expression and said, how do we divide the things after the matter is done? Chu Yuntian immediately said flatteringly, of course the things belong to brother Zhao. As long as brother Zhao evolves successfully, and is willing to take us in. When the surname Zhao heard this, he immediately showed a surprised expression and said, brother, what are you talking about? We are a family from now on. I will go call people. As he said that, he was about to walk into the supermarket, but was stopped by Chu Yuntian. He said anxiously, I saw that those people might be passing by, and I was afraid that by the time brother Zhao gathered everyone, they would have gone far away. Those people only have a few pistols in their hands. Brother Zhao and these 2 brothers, I think it will be enough. Oh, only pistols? The surname Zhao showed an expression of disbelief. Really? I saw it with my own eyes. Brother Zhao, let's hurry up. Then brother Zhao will become an evolver. Chu Yuntian continued to tempt. Zhao thought for a moment, then waved his hand, and called the 2 holding Uzi, and said to Chu Yuntian, brother, lead the way. Chu Yuntian heard this, and a smirk flashed across his face. Then he said, brother Zhao, it's over there. After that, he walked towards the alley where Duo was hiding. Just as he walked into the alley, Chu Yuntian suddenly said, Xiaoya, do it. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoya's tail had already pierced into the throat of a follower. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate, and waved his hand directly, stabbing the temple of another follower with a bee sting. At this time, Zhao reacted and immediately raised the 95 style in his hand, and fired at Chu Yuntian and Xiaoya. However, how could he hit the 2 at such a close distance? Chu Yuntian dodged and appeared behind Zhao, and knocked him out with a hand knife. Chu Yuntian reached out to take Zhao's gun, and then said to Xiaoya, take him and let's go find Duo. Xiaoya pouted. When she heard this, she picked up Zhao in a bad mood, and walked towards the abandoned house. Before she entered the house, Duo ran out. Seeing the person Xiaoya was holding, she immediately ran over to attack, but was stopped by Chu Yuntian and said, don't do it here, go in first. Duo suppressed her anger, and walked into the house angrily. After entering the house, Chu Yuntian asked, is this the man? Duo said angrily, it's him. Even if he turns to ashes, I will recognize him. Chu Yuntian confirmed that he did not catch the wrong person, and directly stepped on Zhao's leg and broke it. Zhao woke up from the pain with a scream. After waking up, He saw Chu Yuntian and the other two and immediately showed a look of fear. He covered his broken leg, sat on the ground and slowly moved back, saying, "Brother, we have no hatred in the past, and no grudges in the present. Why do you want to do me a disservice?" Chu Yuntian did not answer, but walked over and kicked Zhao's other leg and broke it. With a cry of "Ah!" Zhao fainted from the pain again. Chu Yuntian squatted down, stretched out his hand to grab one of Zhao's arms, turned his wrist, and with a click, the arm was removed. There was another scream. This time, Zhao completely lost his ability to move when he woke up, lying on the ground and staring at Chu Yuntian fiercely. At this time, Duo walked over and said angrily, "Do you still recognize me?" Zhao heard this and looked at Duo carefully. After a while, he actually laughed. Duo kicked Zhao's mouth angrily, immediately interrupting Zhao's laughter. "How could I forget you? Your mother was beaten to a pulp by my brothers and fed to the infected. But I didn't expect that you, a little girl, would not be eaten by the infected when you ran away." Ahem, Zhao said as he coughed up blood. When Duo heard this, tears welled up in her eyes and she walked over and beat Zhao madly. Chu Yuntian stepped forward to stop the crazy Duo and said to Zhao indifferently, "You shouldn't provoke her like this. Originally, I was going to let her kill you, and it would be over, but you are too short-sighted. I want to kill him." Duo cried and tried hard to break free from Chu Yuntian's restraints. Chu Yuntian turned his head and looked at Duo and said, "Do you really want to kill him like this?" Duo was crying at this time, with crazy murderous intent in her eyes. Seeing her like this, Chu Yuntian did not stop her and handed her a bee sting and said, "Go." Duo took the bee sting, walked to Zhao and said, "I want you to pay for your blood debt with blood." After that, she stabbed Zhao's body with the bee sting frantically until Zhao was completely dead and his body slowly fell down. Then she threw away the bee sting in her hand, sat on the ground and cried loudly. Xiaoya immediately went over to comfort her. "Sister Duoa, don't cry. You have already taken revenge." Duoa had no intention of stopping, sobbing, but I have nothing anymore. Wu Xiaoya heard this and hugged Duoa and continued to comfort her. "No way, you still have me and the master." Duoa slowly stopped sobbing after hearing this and looked up at Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian's heart softened when he saw Duoa's tearful expression, and then he said, "Get up, let's go home." Xiaoya also agreed. Let's go home. Xiaoya will make you something delicious." After that, she pulled Duoa up, helped her tidy up her clothes, and the three of them walked towards the North District. After returning home, Duoa's emotions calmed down a little, and Xiaoya went to stew a large pot of evolved beast meat. After the food was ready, the three of them sat at the table. Chu Yuntian comforted Duoa. "Don't be sad, eat something." Hearing Chu Yuntian's comfort, tears in Duoa's eyes flowed again. She turned her head and looked at Chu Yuntian affectionately and said, "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I would never have been able to seek revenge on that person in my life." Chu Yuntian did not speak, but moved his chair, sat next to Duoa, reached out and hugged her. Looking at the girl sobbing in his arms, Chu Yuntian didn't know what to say. At this time, Xiaoya also sat over, patted Duoa on the shoulder and said, "Sister Duoa, didn't you agree to follow the master for the rest of your life? Why do you say it as if it were a farewell of life and death?" Chu Yuntian also patted Duoa on the shoulder and said, "Don't cry, let's eat something together and then go to rest for a while. We have been busy all day and are tired." Duoa sat up after hearing this. Seeing that Duoa was ready, Xiaoya immediately served a bowl of meat and brought it to Duoa and said, "Sister Duoa, try it. This meat is delicious." Duoa nodded lightly, then picked up the meat with chopsticks and put it in her mouth. After dinner, Chu Yuntian went back to the room to rest, leaving the two girls to clean up the dishes unwillingly. Chu Yuntian, lying on the bed, always felt that something was wrong with his body. He couldn't tell what was wrong, but he felt that his body was about to undergo some unknown changes. In the confusion, Chu Yuntian didn't know whether he was dreaming or thinking. In short, there were all kinds of chaotic noises, various people walking around, and some unknown evolved beasts roaring. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 38 Chu Yuntian's Biological Weapons. The gangster slept soundly all night. When he woke up the next day, Chu Yuntian felt confused and had a series of tingling pains. He reached out to grab his hair, but he touched two hard objects. Chu Yuntian thought he was still dreaming, so he shook his head to wake himself up. He reached out and touched it again, and there were really two hard objects. Chu Yuntian was shocked and immediately took a mirror to see that there were two sharp corners 4 or 5 centimeters long growing in his hair. He stared at the mirror for a long time before he came to his senses. At this time, Xiaoya and Duo walked in. Seeing Chu Yuntian holding a mirror, they asked in confusion, "Master, when did you become so narcissistic? You look in the mirror so early in the morning." Chu Yuntian looked at Xiaoya helplessly and lowered his head to show her the two small horns growing on his head. When the two saw the two pointed horns, they immediately came over curiously. Xiaoya touched the small horns on his head and said, "Hey master, are you going to turn into a sheep?" Chu Yuntian heard it and pulled Xiaoya over in anger and slapped her little butt twice. Xiaoya not only did not break free, but also lay on him and laughed. Seeing this scene, Duo also smiled. Xiaoya slowly got up after laughing and looked at Chu Yuntian and said, "Master, this is your biological weapon. Then will you use your head too, but others in the future when you fight?" After that, she laughed again. Duo also held back her laughter and said, "Master, don't be angry. What if this horn is very powerful? How about we try it?" After that, she took out an iron plate from the side. Chu Yuntian saw the iron plate that was nearly 1 centimeter thick and shouted in shock, "You two little girls are going to rebel. Kill me so you can be independent, right?" Xiaoya stopped laughing after hearing this. Duo also secretly threw away the iron plate and stood there, trying to hold back her laughter and looking at Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian touched the horns growing on his head with his hand and pressed them gently. Although they were pointed and a little hard, they were not hard enough to be used as weapons. The most important thing was that when he pressed the two small horns, his head would feel painful, which should not be the performance of biological weapons. Chu Yuntian, who didn't know what to do, smiled helplessly and said, "What the hell is this? It's fine if you let me run naked, but you also want me to use my head to hit someone. This is too weird. My god, are you kidding me?" Hearing Chu Yuntian's words, Duo and Xiaoya laughed again. Seeing the two of them laughing, he pointed at Xiaoya and said unhappily, "Don't laugh, you, go get me a hat." Then he pointed at Duo and said, "You, go get me something to eat." "Okay," Xiaoya said, and walked out with a smile. Duo walked over and said, "Master, don't worry, this may have other uses." Then she kissed Chu Yuntian. Go, let me be quiet," Chu Yuntian said, waving his hand helplessly. After Duo walked out, Chu Yuntian touched the sharp horns on his head again, muttering to himself, "What is the use of this thing?" After thinking for a long time, there was no clue at all. It only proved one thing, that is, these two small horns were definitely not for him to use to support people, because he bumped into the wall and almost knocked himself out, but the wall was fine. Just when Chu Yuntian was about to go crazy, Duo came in with a bowl of meat soup, put the soup on the bedside table and said, "Master, get up and eat something." Chu Yuntian sat up and was about to eat when Duo suddenly reached out and handed him something. It was the bee sting that Chu Yuntian gave her yesterday to kill Zhao. He looked at it and said lightly, "Take it for self-defense. I still have it. I will teach you how to use it later." Then he started to eat. Duo stood aside and said puzzledly, "Isn't this thing used to sting people? Are there other ways to use it?" Chu Yuntian said while eating, "What doesn't have a way to use it? You can't just use it as it looks like." After Chu Yuntian, who was eating, said this, he immediately stopped chewing, as if he thought of something, stood up suddenly, kissed Duo on the face and said, "Duo, you are really mine, wise guy." Then he ran out of the bedroom. Duo looked at Chu Yuntian, who ran out with a red face, a little puzzled. Chu Yuntian walked out of the bedroom, sat on the sofa, closed his eyes, controlled the biological energy in his body, and gathered all of it on the two small horns on the top of his head, just like the first time he used the bee sting. Suddenly, with a boom, the whole world changed, and he felt that the world was presented in his mind in an indescribable state. He felt that there were 3 or 2 people on the street outside the door, felt duo looking at him at the door of the bedroom, and felt that a few gangsters were beating an old man in the distance. He increased the input of biological energy again, and the distance of perception was expanded again, nearly 3,000 meters away. Chu Yuntian was completely immersed in this wonderful feeling. Suddenly, a feeling of dizziness came, and Chu Yuntian completely lost his intuition. When he woke up, he found himself lying on the sofa, his head resting on Duo's smooth thighs, and Duo was stroking his cheek. Seeing him wake up, she immediately said, "Master, what's wrong with you? You suddenly fainted. I was scared to death." Chu Yuntian shook his head and slowly came back to his senses. He first checked the biological energy in his body. It didn't seem to be completely consumed, but why did he faint? However, the effect of this use still surprised Chu Yuntian. Then he sat up and said to Duo casually, "I'm fine." He wanted to try the magical feeling just now, but once the biological energy was injected into the sharp corners on the top of his head, not only did he not have the magical feeling of perceiving the surroundings just now, but he had a splitting headache. Chu Yuntian immediately withdrew the biological energy, feeling that there must be some triggering conditions that he did not meet. Either he was too tired, or that kind of perception needed time to buffer. At this time, Xiaoya came in with a hat and said, "Hey, master, why are you running to the living room?" After that, he took out a green hat hidden behind him and said mischievously, "Look, does this hat look good?" Chu Yuntian saw this green forgiveness hat and said angrily, "Feng Xiaoya, you are too much." Xiaoya said puzzledly, "What's the matter?" After that, she pointed to the words on the hat and said, "Look, it also says of course I forgive her, so that we don't always bully us when we make mistakes in the future." Duo laughed after hearing this. Chu Yuntian gritted his teeth and said helplessly, "What? Which of you two wants to find another man?" After hearing this, Duo knew that Chu Yuntian was really a little angry, and immediately ran to Xiaoya and whispered a few words in her ear. After hearing this, Xiaoya chuckled, and then walked over, sat next to Chu Yuntian and said, "Master Xiaoya, don't you know, we will follow you all our lives, and we will not look for other men." After hearing this, Chu Yuntian waved his hands helplessly and said, okay, you two want to do whatever you want. Let me be alone for a while, otherwise sooner or later I will die in your hands." Hearing Chu Yuntian's words, Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously, and Duo took Xiaoya to their room. Since the house Chu Yuntian lived in was only a 2-bedroom apartment, Xiaoya and Duo had been sleeping together. Watching the two girls return to their rooms, no one disturbed him. He immediately prepared to try to activate that perception again. After countless attempts and countless splitting headaches, he finally discovered the pattern. It was not that this perception required any triggering conditions or time limits, but that this perception could not be maintained for a long time, because his brain was not strong enough to maintain it for a long time. The triggering principle of perception was entirely based on the horns on his head. Every time the perception was activated, the biological energy would be emitted through the horns on his head in an unknown way, and when it reached the limit, it would return to the sharp horns on his head, and then the brain would analyze the information, and then this state of perception would appear, which was similar to the ultrasonic wave of bats, but the difference was huge, because his perception could only feel the state of biological energy, not a vague outline. The disadvantage was that things without biological energy could not be perceived, such as walls, glass, and other man-made things, but what puzzled him was that he could actually feel the ground. Could it be that there was biological energy on the ground? At this moment, Chu Yuntian's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was Marsan calling. As soon as he answered the phone, he heard Marsan's voice from the other end. "Brother, what are you busy with? Has the matter in the South District been resolved?" "Thank you for your concern, Third Master. It has been resolved. Is there something you called today?" Chu Yuntian asked. Marsan smiled and said, "Nothing. I just want to ask if you have resolved the matter over there, so as not to delay our mission tomorrow." "Oh, don't worry, Third Master. I will definitely go back to where you are to gather tomorrow. After speaking, Chu Yuntian thought for a while and said, how many people are going this time? Marson hesitated and said, 6 people will go, Chen Qi and I, and 3 first level evolvers who have been transformed in the past few days, plus my brother. Chu Yuntian smiled disdainfully and said, then third master will lose out. With so many people, how will the rewards be divided? Brother, you are joking. When the time comes, the reward will be divided into 3 parts. You, me, and Chen Qi will each get 1 part, and the rest will be paid by the 2 of us, Marson said politely immediately. Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, since you are so polite, I will take 2 people with me, so that you won't suffer any loss. Marson was stunned for a moment, then laughed. Haha, brother, I didn't expect you to have a trick up your sleeve. Okay, it's easier to get things done with more people. Excuse me, Sanyi. I'll meet you at your place tomorrow, Chu Yuntian said and hung up the phone. Marson looked at the hung up phone and said to himself, little thing, you are quite defensive. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuntian pushed the door and walked into Xiaoya and the other person's room. He saw the 2 of them whispering on the bed. When she saw Chu Yuntian come in, Xiaoya said angrily, Master, why do you always push the door in quietly? Chu Yuntian looked at the 2 girls helplessly and said, what are you 2 whispering about? I won't cook. I'll tell you something later. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously and said, what do you care? Then she took Duer out of the bedroom and went to get food. Chu Yuntian shook his head and said nothing and walked out of the 2 girls' room. Chapter 39 Leaving the city again. After the 2 girls finished cooking and sat at the dining table, Chu Yuntian ate the cooked evolved beast meat and said, you 2, come out of the city with me tomorrow? Xiaoya heard it and replied excitedly, okay, where are we going to play? Chu Yuntian rolled her eyes at her and said, you only know how to play. Serious business, go out of the city with Marson tomorrow to complete a mission. Xiaoya pouted and said, what mission? Is Duer going to? Chu Yuntian looked at Duer and said, do you want to go? Duer said without hesitation, well, I don't want to wait at home alone, I want to go with you. Okay, but there is one thing I have to tell you first. The danger outside the city is far beyond your imagination. Not only the threat of evolved beasts, but also some plants and terrain, which are no less dangerous than evolved beasts. After that, Chu Yuntian added another chopstick of meat to his mouth and said, if we go out of the city together, you 2 must listen to my command. If you encounter danger, run immediately. Don't care about anyone, including me. Ah. Is it that dangerous? I remember that last time you went out with that Chang Wei, you came back fine, didn't you? Xiaoya thought Chu Yuntian was trying to scare them. Chu Yuntian looked at Xiaoya and said solemnly, I didn't lie to you. Yes, I came back fine, but have you seen Chang Wei? Ah, so many of them died outside the city? Xiaoya said with a little shock. Chu Yuntian said solemnly again, I'll tell you 2 again, it's very dangerous outside the city. If you are a little careless, you will lose your life. Although you 2 are also evolvers, it's still unknown whether you can survive. I'm asking you 2 again, do you want to go out of the city with me? If you go, I will try my best to keep you safe. Duo thought for a while and said, since it's so dangerous outside the city, why do you still want to take risks, Master? Chu Yuntian said helplessly, hey, do you think I want to? At this time, the order from the army is that all evolvers must take a mission out of the city once for each interest, otherwise they will be expelled. They are so shameless. They know it's so dangerous outside the city, but they still let us go? Xiaoya said indignantly. When you are under someone's roof, you have to bow your head, Chu Yuntian said helplessly, then put down his chopsticks, looked at the 2 girls and continued, if you 2 don't want to follow, it's okay, but it's best not to go out. If others know your identity as evolvers, you won't be able to do anything at that time. After Chu Yuntian finished speaking, Duo nodded firmly and said, Master, I want to go, and I will follow you even in danger. Xiaoya said indifferently, then go. We are so powerful now. We can't run back if we can't win. Chu Yuntian shook his head and smiled. He didn't say anything, but continued to eat in silence. After a meal, Chu Yuntian said to the 2 girls, if you have nothing to do today, go to bed early. Let's go to Ma-san's place tomorrow. Also, remember, everything will be under my command when you leave the city. I have a way to protect myself. Don't hesitate when you run." The two girls said at the same time and went to clean up the dishes. Chu Yuntian returned to the room and thought about some problems about leaving the city tomorrow and then prepared to go to bed. Just when he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt a soft body crawling onto his bed. Chu Yuntian looked carefully and found that it was Duo who ran in. He asked in confusion, "Why are you running here now instead of going to bed?" Duo said shyly, "Xiaoya is asleep. I can't sleep. It's so dangerous to go out of the city tomorrow. I want to accompany my master." Chu Yuntian smiled with relief and stretched out his hand to hold Duo in his arms. He was surprised to find that Duo was only wearing a lace pajamas. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Duo's proud breasts, which were also empty. Duo felt that Chu Yuntian was playing tricks on her, and she grumbled, but did not resist. Chu Yuntian smiled mischievously and kissed Duo's tender red lips. Duo struggled a little and began to respond to his demands enthusiastically. After a kiss, Duo suddenly leaned over and hid in the quilt. After a while, Chu Yuntian felt that the only shorts on his body were also taken off, and then he felt that he was wrapped in a wet and warm feeling. After dozens of minutes of wash and rain, Chu Yuntian slowly got off Duo, hugged Duo's soft body, and said with a slight breath, "Duo, take a rest." Duo looked up with a pair of big eyes and looked at Chu Yuntian and said, "Master, don't leave Duo in this life, okay?" Chu Yuntian smiled after hearing this, kissed Duo's forehead gently and said, "Silly girl." After that, his hands began to grope Duo dishonestly. Duo felt that Chu Yuntian was going to do something bad again, and suddenly got out of his arms, climbed down the bed and said, "I don't want to play with you anymore. I'm going to sleep with Xiaoya, otherwise how can I sleep tonight?" Chu Yuntian shook his head and smiled. Only then did he feel that Duo's heart was completely open, and there was no longer the strange feeling before. When he woke up the next day, he found Xiaoya and the other girl were already dressed and waiting for him. However, seeing their clothes, Chu Yuntian sighed and said helplessly, "My two young ladies, we are going out of the city and into the forest." He pointed at Xiaoya and said, "You are wearing a pleated skirt. Are you going to school?" He pointed at Duo and said, "And you are wearing hot pants and a low-cut dress. Aren't you afraid that the Wu family will catch you and sell you?" Xiaoya looked down at her clothes and said, "What's the matter? Isn't it pretty?" Chu Yuntian was completely speechless. After thinking for a while, he deliberately scared her and said, "It's pretty. Then you can wear it, but I tell you, there are little snakes in the forest, and they like to drill holes, especially warm and slippery ones." Xiaoya didn't understand what he meant at first. She tilted her head and thought for a while. Suddenly, she shuddered and ran to change her clothes. Duo was giggling beside her. Chu Yuntian looked at Duo with a look of "you too," and didn't say anything. Duo saw Chu Yuntian looking at her, and she giggled and said, I just came to show the master whether I look good in this." Then she ran to change clothes. After driving the two girls away, Chu Yuntian stood up, found a medium-length windbreaker with a hood, put on a pair of pants casually, took out all the bee stings, and hid them in the windbreaker, and then walked out of the bedroom. Seeing that the two girls had changed into long pants and shirts, he said with relief, "Okay, let's go. Remember to obey orders when you leave the city." The two girls said seriously, "Yes, master." Not far from the East District, they saw Ma-san and his men waiting at the entrance of the East District. Ma-san saw Chu Yuntian and walked over and said, "Brother, you are here." After that, he looked at Xiaoya and the others with a puzzled look. Chu Yuntian did not mean to hide it, but said, "Originally, we would have arrived earlier, but the two girls were a little slow to pack, so we were late." Ma-san asked in confusion, "Are the two people you are talking about them?" "Haha, please forgive me, Master-san." After saying that, Chu Yuntian also looked at the group of people behind Ma-san, all of whom were strong and seemed to have two hands. Ma-san also smiled and said, "Compared to the two ladies, they are not ordinary people. Since you are here, let's go to receive the mission and set off. Then please, Master-san." After saying that, he made a gesture of invitation. It was not that Chu Yuntian did not want to take the lead in receiving the mission, but he did not want to deal with the army too much, because his current strength did not have the right to be on an equal footing with the army, and he did not want to cause any trouble. When he came to the administrative hall again, there was no big change, just a few more ordinary people with guns, and it seemed that they were also preparing to leave the city, but he did not know what to do. After waiting for a long time, Ma-san, who had gone to take the task, came back and said, "Okay, we can set off now." Chu Yuntian asked slowly, "What are so many ordinary people doing? Are they going out of the city too?" Ma-san looked at the group of ordinary people with guns not far away and said, "Brother, you don't know, the army doesn't have much food now, and the city wall is almost built. Without work, people have to survive, so the army has distributed some guns. As long as you are willing, you can go out of the city to find food. The army has also directly opened up artificial evolvers. As long as you have a first level energy bead and give some rewards, the army will help you advance." "Oh, doesn't that mean there are many evolvers now?" Chu Yuntian asked, puzzled. "How is it possible? Even if these ordinary people can kill a first level evolved beast, I don't know how many will die. Besides, there are no evolved beasts near the city now. They have been almost cleared by the army's special power team. Even if there are, they are relatively high level. These ordinary people will die if they encounter them," Ma-san said as he walked out. Chu Yuntian followed Ma-san and said with a puzzled look, "Why are there so many people leaving the city? Most of them are going out of the city to find something to eat. After all, there are still some beasts that have not evolved to the first level. Ordinary people can kill them and exchange them for other food or weapons," Ma-san explained. Chu Yuntian finally understood that not everyone lived as comfortably as he did. Along the way, only Ma-san and Chu Yuntian talked a few words from time to time, and everyone else kept silent. Everyone came to the gate of the southern district. The current gate is no longer like the last time they left the city. It has been completely built. Looking at the city wall, that is several meters thick and dozens of meters high, I still sighed in my heart. Just when Chu Yuntian looked up at the city wall, Ma-san suddenly turned around, took out his mobile phone, and opened the map and said, "This is where we are going. This is where the army's evolutionary team was killed." He pointed to 2 points on the mobile phone map. It seems that the destination used to be a village. At this time, everyone took out their mobile phones, listened to Ma-san's words, and pointed out 2 places on their mobile phones. Although there is no signal outside the city, the offline map at least allows them to know where they are. Chu Yuntian looked at the 2 locations marked on the phone, and said to Ma-san, "Let's go faster this time, and walk on the trees. It should be relatively safer than on the ground." Hearing this, Ma-san nodded, and said to Chu Yuntian, "However, if we all walk on the trees, the power evolvers can't follow us." Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "Didn't Master-san say that the evolution team of the army was wiped out by a group of mongoose-like things? If we were on the ground and encountered them, we would be in real danger." Ma-san nodded again after listening, and then he didn't know what he said to 2 of the people behind him, and the 2 turned around and went back to the city. P.S. Please collect, vote, and reward. Yan will update on time. Chapter 40, The Village. The 2 who returned to the city should be power evolvers, but for their task of finding things, power evolvers are really not very useful. After walking out of the city gate, Xiaoya and the other 2 girls were shocked to see the dense forest outside the city. Duo stood behind Chu Yuntian and said, "Master, is the outside of the city like this?" Chu Yuntian did not answer, but whispered to the 2 girls, "You 2 be careful. Remember what I said. If the situation is not right, don't care about anyone. Just run to the city." The 2 girls nodded in unison, and Chu Yuntian felt a little relieved. He took 2 quick steps to catch up with Ma-san and others, and said, "Shall we go directly to the marked village?" Ma-san paused and said, "I think it's safer for us to go around. If we walk on the tree, it won't be much farther." "Does the 3rd master have a safer route?" Chu Yuntian asked. As he spoke, he had already walked to the edge of the dense forest. Ma-san turned around and said to everyone, "Everyone follow me. Unless we encounter a special evolved beast, we will try not to take action." Ma-san's men and others said yes in unison, but Chu Yuntian and the other 2 did not speak. Marson leaped up onto a big tree, and then several others followed suit. Chu Yuntian and the other two looked at each other and followed. Xiaoya and the other two girls were jumping through the forest, looking at the scenery below, and the various strange animals, and were amazed. In the dense forest, various strange sounds were heard one after another. After walking for 40 or 50 minutes, the originally noisy forest suddenly became quiet. Marson suddenly stopped on a tree and said to everyone, "Something is wrong. Why is it so quiet here?" Chu Yuntian looked at Marson and said, "I don't know, but I don't think we can go on." Marson thought for a moment and nodded. "I don't think we should continue to walk like this." After that, Marson took out his mobile phone and looked at it again and continued, "If we don't continue to walk, if we go around, it will be even farther." Chu Yuntian smiled helplessly and said, "Then let's not let go. Let's go along the line where the mongoose appeared. There is no safe place in this forest. It is better to take a road where you can see danger than to take a road where you don't know if there is any danger." Marson nodded slightly and said, "That makes sense. Let's go back and retreat before leaving." Chu Yuntian closed his eyes and activated his perception. Among the countless noisy biological energies, he found a striped giant python with particularly strong biological energy more than 1,000 meters away. This striped giant python was nearly 30 meters long and nearly 2 meters thick. It had thick scales on its body, exposed fangs, and a sharp horn on its head. It was coiled next to a small pond. The surrounding trees were all knocked down by its huge body, leaving a circle of open areas. Chu Yuntian immediately closed his perception and was a little shocked. "My god, this thing is at least level 3. With such a huge size, we will be eaten by it." After thinking about it, he immediately jumped and caught up with Marson and others. Just as they were approaching their destination quickly, one of Marson's men suddenly fell off the tree he was standing on. Seeing this scene, several people stopped in their tracks. After the man fell off the tree, he twitched a few times in place and there was no movement. Marson saw this and immediately asked, "What happened? Did anyone see him being attacked by anything?" The others shook their heads. Just when they were confused, the tree that Marson's men had stepped on suddenly moved. Several thin roots stretched out from the soil, wrapped around the dead man, and carried him into the soil. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. There was actually such a tree. It seemed that it was not safe to travel on the tree. Judging from the death of the man just now, he should have died of poisoning. I didn't expect that an ordinary tree could be so toxic. At this time, Dua jumped to the tree where Chu Yuntian was and whispered, "Master, it's too dangerous outside the city. Let's go back. We've only been walking for a short while, and someone has died." Chu Yuntian looked around and said, "We are already here. Even if we go back now, the road may not be safe. Go tell Xiaoya, you two should follow me closely, and try to step on the trees I stepped on." Dua said and jumped over to tell Xiaoya. After waiting for a while, Marson said, "Everyone, be careful. These trees are not safe either. Be careful when you step on them." After that, he continued to jump forward. Everyone ignored the dead man and followed Marson's lead. Chu Yuntian activated his perception every time he traveled a certain distance. He released it and then retracted it. The load on his brain was not that great. He only needed to judge whether there were any special creatures. He didn't need to be so meticulous. When he was more than 10 miles away from the destination, Chu Yuntian suddenly stopped jumping forward because he felt that there were many large holes 1,000 meters ahead. From time to time, biological energy was emanating from them. There must be some creatures inside. Marson and others saw Chu Yuntian stop and jumped over and asked, "What's wrong, brother?" Chu Yuntian said without hiding, "It is very likely that the nest of the group of mongooses is in front. We can't go forward anymore." "Oh, how did you know, brother?" Marson asked in confusion. "If you don't believe it, you can send someone to take a look," Chu Yuntian said with a disdainful smile. Hearing this, Marson actually called Chinqi and said, "Go ahead and have a look, be careful." Seeing this, Chu Yuntian cursed in his heart, "Old fox," but didn't say anything. After a while, Chinqi hurried back and said, "Master-san, there are many big holes on the ground ahead. I didn't dare to go down, so I came back to report." Marson said, "Oh," after hearing this, and then looked at Chu Yuntian with shocked eyes. Chu Yuntian was unmoved and said lightly, Master San, don't be surprised. I just saw the habits and smell of this mongoose on the biological chart of the army, so I made a bold judgment. There is nothing special. Oh, biological chart? There is such a thing in the army? I don't know what my brother exchanged for it, Marson asked in succession. Nothing, just some evolutionary beast meat or something. Chu Yuntian felt that there was no need to hide such things. Fortunately, my brother was prepared, otherwise we would be in danger this time. After saying that, he asked Chen Qi, how big is the area of those holes? Third Master, about 8,000 square meters, all those big holes. Chen Qi said truthfully. Marson was shocked and said, how many? How can there be so many? Chu Yuntian followed and said, don't worry about how many there are. Even if there are only a few holes, we dare not cross them. Marson nodded and said, well, then let's go around. Try to go as far as possible, so as not to stir up a hornet's nest. Everyone nodded and jumped to the side. Just when they were about to approach the destination, they found that there was a small village with a radius of several miles. Everyone stopped and Marson said, it should be there, otherwise it would be impossible for an ordinary person like him to survive in the jungle for so long. No, this village is not submerged by the jungle? This is unlikely. I feel something is strange. Chu Yuntian said cautiously. Just after he finished speaking, everyone also felt something was wrong, and then they all looked at Marson to see what decision Marson had. Even if there is something strange, we have to go in. We have come here, can we go back? Marson was also a little embarrassed, but he turned and said, if that person is really in this village, he can live for 7 days as an ordinary person, so we can escape, even if we are poor. Everyone nodded after hearing this. After waiting for a while, Marson continued, let's go down and take a look. If we find the researcher, we will take the things and leave. After that, he jumped into the village, and several people followed behind him. Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya and the others, you two be careful, there are evolved infected people in this village. If the situation is not good, you two should go back to the city and wait for me. After that, he also jumped in. Xiaoya and the others looked at each other and then jumped down. Walking in the village, it was extremely quiet. Not only was there no human voice, there was not even the sound of insects and birds, and there was a strong smell of blood coming from all directions. Chu Yuntian had already used his perception to investigate the situation of the village when he came in. The researcher was indeed there, but there were still some evolved infected people in the village. It shouldn't be difficult for them to deal with them, so they followed him in. Just as everyone was slowly looking for the researcher, suddenly more than a dozen infected people ran towards them. Except for Dua, almost all of them were second order evolved people, so no one cared about these first order infected people. Marson waved his arms, and his gloves shattered instantly. Several sharp claws appeared on his fists, just like Wolverine, and he solved 2 first order infected people in a few strokes. Others did not hesitate and took action one after another. Xiaoya also stretched out her tail. Because it was a mixed evolution, her ability was not as strong as Marsan's, but it was no problem to deal with 1 or 2 first order infected people. What shocked Chu Yuntian was Chen Qi. This guy actually had 2 bone spurs on his knees. He moved quickly, and his attacks were also very sharp. Chu Yuntian did not step forward, but stood in front of Dua and said, be careful, it's not that easy here. Before he finished speaking, 2 infected people ran towards them. 2 power revolvers were about to capture them. Chu Yuntian grabbed Xiaoya and jumped over a first level infected person. He threw out 2 bee stingers and killed 2 first level infected people. Dua also took out the bee stinger that Chu Yuntian gave her and cut off the head of an infected person in a few strokes. The battle ended quickly in this massacre. After cleaning up those first level infected people, the harvest was not small. Everyone could get 1 or 2 energy beads. After distributing the spoils, everyone began to continue searching. Chapter 41, Battle. Just when Chu Yuntian was deliberately leading everyone to search in the direction where the researcher was hiding, they were blocked by 2 power type infected people who were 4 or 5 meters tall and had fangs. Just when everyone was ready to fight the 2 second level power infected people, Chenki suddenly turned around and grabbed his arms upwards and caught an agile 2nd level infected person who was about to attack him. Chenki threw the infected person forward with a bang, and the agile infected person fell heavily to the ground, but it didn't seem to be seriously injured. After a few somersaults, he jumped onto the 2 second level power infected people. Chu Yuntian whispered to Duai behind him, "Be careful of this agile infected person, don't let it get close to you." Duai nodded without saying anything, but a hint of sweetness welled up in her heart. Just when the two of them were distracted, the 2 second level power infected had already rushed up. Looking at the sharp fangs in the mouths of the 2 infected, they believed that, if they were caught and stuffed into their mouths, they would definitely die. Fortunately, they were all agile evolvers. As they moved around, the 2 big guys couldn't do anything to them. Marson jumped onto a 2nd level power infected with a few leaps, raised his hand, and used his bone claws to scratch the neck of the 2nd level power infected. Just as the bone claws had just inserted into the neck of the 2nd level power infected, he was slapped down. Marson fell heavily to the ground and spit out blood. However, the wound on the neck of the 2nd level power infected recovered at an astonishing speed. Seeing this, Chenki immediately ran over, took out a 1st level energy bead, and put it into Marson's mouth. Marson took 2 deep breaths, and slowly stood up, seeming to have recovered a lot. Xiaoya has been cruising around the huge infected person, and she barely escaped the infected person's huge palm every time. The tail sting behind her left scars on the huge infected person, but it was offset by the amazing recovery ability of the 2nd level power infected person. Chu Yuntian found the right opportunity and threw a bee sting at the big guy. As long as it hits, there will be an explosion. Every time it can cause considerable damage to it, but it is still a long way from being fatal. Just when the few people were in a stalemate, Chu Yuntian blinked and instantly activated his perception. Suddenly, he felt a biological energy moving quickly towards Duer. Chu Yuntian was shocked and knew that he was careless and forgot that there was an agile infected person. Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian immediately turned around and ran towards Duer, shouting, "Duer, run." Duer was stunned when she heard this, and then she pounced forward, and there was a severe pain behind her. The 2nd level agile infected person used his claws to leave 4 several foot long wounds on Duer's smooth back. With a puff, Duer, who was jumping in the air, spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately jumped over and caught Duer, who was falling. However, the 2nd level agile infected person did not seem to want to let Duer go. He jumped and attacked again, with his claws rushing straight to Duer's heart. Chu Yuntian saw that the 2nd level agile infected person rushed over again, and a fierce look appeared on his face. He suddenly turned sideways and blocked Duer. The infected person's claws pierced straight into Chu Yuntian's shoulder. At this time, Chu Yuntian not only did not show any pain, but showed a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he took out 2 bee stingers and pierced them straight into the chest of the 2nd level agile infected person. After being attacked, the infected person immediately jumped back, and then with a boom, a powerful biological energy exploded. Even if it did not pierce its heart, this explosion was enough to be fatal. Looking at the agile infected being blown to pieces, Chu Yuntian ignored it and took out a 1st level energy bead from his arms. Then he thought that Duer couldn't take this thing yet, and he felt annoyed. Just when Chu Yuntian didn't know what to do, Xiaoya was accidentally hit by a 2nd level power revolver and flew over with a scream. At this time, Chu Yuntian realized that the power evolvers had an advantage in the battle. Even if there were more agile evolvers, it was difficult to hurt them. He put Duer in a safer place, ran over, hugged Xiaoya, stuffed an energy bead in her mouth, and said, "Xiaoya, are you okay?" Seeing Chu Yuntian's anxious look, Xiaoya didn't show any pain, but smiled sweetly and said, Master cares about me so much. It seems that this hybrid evolution is not without any benefits, and the ability to resist blows has been improved." Chu Yuntian was speechless for a while. It was such a time, and he was still so unreliable. Then he let her go and said, "Get up when you are okay. Let's take care of this big guy together." Xiaoya, who had taken the energy bead, took 2 deep breaths and slowly recovered. Then she said, how can I take care of it? It's useless for me to hit this guy. You continue to hold it back, I will give it a fatal blow. After saying that, he jumped and attacked the second level power infected person. Xiaoya followed him after hearing it. The second level power infected person saw Chu Yuntian running over and immediately reached out to grab him, but his speed was really not good. Chu Yuntian jumped and dodged the attack. A bee sting pierced its shoulder. Xiaoya also ran over and stabbed the infected person's arm before he could retract it. Then, a deep wound appeared on its arm. This power infected person seemed to have lost the sense of pain. Without any hesitation, the other palm waved towards Xiaoya again. Xiaoya also jumped and dodged the huge palm. Chu Yuntian jumped behind the infected and shot several bee stings in succession, piercing the arms, back, and thighs of the giant infected. Chu Yuntian shouted loudly, agitating the biological energy in his body, and then heard a few boom 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 sounds, and several bee stings exploded one after another, and Chu Yuntian knelt on the ground. He immediately took out an energy bead and put it in his mouth. The giant infected followed with a loud roar and knelt on the ground. His limbs seemed to be seriously injured, but the bee sting on the back did not seem to cause any substantial damage. Chu Yuntian saw the opportunity and shouted to Xiaoya, go and stab its heart. Xiaoya did not hesitate to hear this. She jumped onto the giant infected and stabbed most of the tail into the heart of the giant infected. Then, with a stir, a deep red energy bead was pulled out by the slender tail. Chu Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief at this time. The explosion just now almost exhausted all the biological energy in his body. He walked over and took the crimson energy bead wrapped around Xiaoya's tail, then walked over and took out the energy bead from the second level agile, infected person who was blown to pieces, and then looked at the direction where Chen Qi and the other two were fighting. Chen Qi took out a long brown line as thick as a thumb at some point, and when the giant infected person attacked, he leaped a few times and actually wrapped the infected person's hands with a long line, and the infected person couldn't break free. But Chen Qi didn't seem to be able to take it away, so he took out another energy bead and stuffed it into his mouth, and then he maintained the long line that was wrapped around the infected person's hands. Marson saw that the second level power infected person was restricted, and he didn't hesitate. He immediately jumped over and inserted a claw into the infected person's heart. After a few turns, he also took out a crimson energy bead. After the giant lost the biological energy supplied by the energy bead, his body slowly fell to the ground, and with a bang, countless dust was raised. Chu Yuntian saw that the two had solved the second level infected, and then he slowly walked over and complimented, Master Sun and Brother Chen Qi really opened my eyes. Not only did they advance to the second level together, but their biological weapons are still so powerful. Brother Chu, you are too polite. The long-range spikes that I used are extremely sharp, Marson also said politely. Chu Yuntian listened, smiled, and did not answer, but asked, Brother Chen Qi used a rope just now, which was very strange. It looks like the thing that killed the man lion last time. Marson and the two looked at each other, and a trace of murderous intent appeared on their faces. Then they thought for a moment, and they didn't know what they thought of, but they laughed again and said, haha brother, you are not satisfied with what you said. That rope is indeed the thing that killed the man lion last time, but how did brother know it? Seeing the expression on Marson's face, Chu Yuntian was also shocked. He knew that he shouldn't have said it to his face. He didn't expect that this matter was so secret in the hearts of the two of them. Just because he saw the origin of the rope, the two of them wanted to kill. Chu Yuntian forced a smile and said, it's just a random guess. Third master, don't take it seriously. Marson said in a very casual manner at this time, hey, we are all brothers. There is no need to be hesitant. This is made of the mane of the main lion. Inputting energy will make it tough. This time, killing the second level infected person depends on it. Chu Yuntian was shocked to hear this. He didn't expect Marson to tell the origin and usage of this thing just like this. What is this old thing up to? Then he turned his head to look at Chen Qi and found that he was also shocked. Chu Yuntian immediately said humbly, thank you for your advice, third master. I really benefited a lot from being with you. Marson smiled meaningfully and was about to speak when Xiaoya came over with the injured doer. When Chu Yuntian saw the two of them coming, he immediately said, "Duer, is your injury better?" Duer said weakly, "Master, I'm fine. I'm sorry to trouble you." Chu Yuntian didn't respond. He went over to take a look at Duer's injury. The bleeding had stopped, and a simple bandage was done. It looked like it was caused by Xiaoya, so it shouldn't be a big deal. Then he whispered to Xiaoya, "Take good care of Duer. If there is any danger, take Duer and run, and try to take the same way you came." At this time, Marson came over and said, "Let's go find that researcher. I always feel that it's not that simple here." Everyone nodded and continued to move forward. Just as they were about to approach the researcher, Chu Yuntian deliberately pointed to the small courtyard where the researcher was and said, "There seems to be traces of human activities there." Chapter 42, Level 3 Infected. After several people's careful search, they finally found the researcher's hiding place. It must be said that this researcher is quite smart. He actually hid in the cellar of this house. If Chu Yuntian hadn't sensed his presence, it would be really difficult to find him. Everyone went down to the basement. It was pitch black inside. Marson lit a torch and was able to see the surrounding things a little bit. When he saw the researcher, he was huddled in a corner and shivering. His emotions were on the verge of losing control. Seeing this scene, Marson immediately walked up and said to the researcher, "Friend, don't be afraid. We are sent by the army to rescue you." The researcher's mood improved slightly after hearing this, but his next words shocked everyone. When the researcher saw that there were only 5 people coming, and one of them was injured, he said in disbelief, "Are there only 5 of you?" Marson looked at everyone and said puzzledly, "Why? Aren't the 5 of us enough?" The researcher asked in confusion, "How did you 5 get here?" Marson said even more puzzled, "You killed it?" The researcher said in surprise, "You killed the 3rd level power infected person?" Marson was shocked when he heard this, and then said, "3rd level infected person? Where is it?" The researcher's mood immediately dropped when he heard this, and he said in a disappointed tone, "So you didn't encounter the 3rd level infected person?" Chu Yuntian was also a little shocked when he heard this, and asked quickly, "Did you encounter a 3rd level infected person?" The researcher laughed bitterly and said, "Ha, now we don't have time to get out. The 3rd level infected should be nearby. I don't know why he didn't show up to attack you. But when the evolver team and I got here, we happened to meet that infected. He killed all the members of the evolver team alone. There are 3 2nd level evolvers in the team." After that, he shook his head and continued, "If there is no 3rd level evolver among you, don't even think about taking me out of here. It's impossible." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other. Chu Yuntian then asked, "Friend, I heard that you were carrying a top secret document when you came out. I wonder if this is true or not?" The researcher smiled disdainfully and said, "Ha, don't even think about it. If you can't take me out with you, I will never tell you where the document is." Chu Yuntian frowned after listening to this. He didn't expect that this researcher was so thoughtful and discovered his intention with just one sentence. But on the other hand, if he didn't have some scheming, it would be impossible for a small team of evolvers to die while he was still alive. But this made Chu Yuntian and the others at a loss as to what to do. If they took him with them, they would definitely not be able to go back. If they didn't take him with them, then this trip would not be in vain. The researcher laughed disdainfully again when he saw their expressions, and then said desperately and madly, "Don't even think about it. You few are the only ones who can't get out. Even if I give you the information, you can't escape from that thing." Several people were shocked again, and Marson was the first to ask, "Friend, could you tell us about the ability of the 3rd level infected person first?" The researcher shook his head helplessly and said, "The thing inside is more than 10 meters tall, a power type infected person, and its biological weapon is its arm. One arm has been completely mutated and turned into several tentacles. Those tentacles can extend about 20 meters, but it is not clear if that is the limit, and the running speed of the thing inside is much faster than that of ordinary power type infected people. After all, its body size is there." Chu Yuntian asked with some confusion after listening. "From what you said, although it is very powerful, it should not be unkillable, right?" The researcher laughed again, with some sarcasm, turned to Chu Yuntian and said, "You haven't encountered a 3rd level evolver yet, right?" Chu Yuntian had the urge to blow his head off when he saw him like this, but he held back and said, "We have never encountered this before, so can you tell me more specifically?" The researcher paused, not knowing what he was thinking, and continued, "Okay, I'll tell you. The difference between the third stage and the second stage is that they are almost immortal. Just like a power-infected person, you know how fast it recovers, and how strong its skin is?" Marson interrupted here and said, "Can you tell me about the battle, when you met it?" The researcher looked at Marson with a somewhat dissatisfied expression, but did not express it. Instead, he said, "We originally came out to investigate the group of mongooses more than 10 miles away. After a period of observation, we found that the group of mongooses actually understood some basic cooperation and communication. I immediately notified the troops with a satellite phone, and we were ordered to return to the city immediately to submit the specific data of the mongooses. But just when we were about to retreat, the group of mongooses actually discovered us. After a chase, we escaped here." At this point, the researcher slowly sat down on the ground and continued, "Then we arrived here, and we were all surprised to see this village. We thought there were still people here, but after we came in, we found there were not only no living people, but also many infected people. We found a house to hide, prepared to repair, and then take a detour back to the city. But when we were about to leave the village, we encountered the third level infected person. The 3 second level evolvers did not last around in its hands. The 3 of them used biological weapons, but did not cause any damage to the third level infected person. Then they were ready to abandon me and retreat first. Unexpectedly, the third level infected person caught up with them in a few steps. Although they were also very fast, the tentacles of the third level infected person were very flexible. They caught the 3 second level evolvers in an instant. The rest of the first level evolvers did not escape, and were all eaten." Chu Yuntian asked with some doubts, "Didn't you see the third level infected person when you came in? If we saw it, would we dare to come in? It's not like we haven't seen the power of the third level before," the researcher said lightly. Hearing him say this, Chu Yuntian directly launched a perception, and did not find any particularly strong biological energy fluctuations, and his heart became even more confused. "Then you take out the information and we'll take you out. The worst that can happen is that we die, and you continue to hide here. We are not prepared to just wait here and die," Marson said. The researcher smiled bitterly and said, "Okay," and took out a file bag from the pile of debris beside him, and then continued, "This is the information about the mongoose. This is what the army wants." Marson took the file bag, and turned to Chu Yuntian and said, "Brother, when are we going to retreat?" Chu Yuntian looked at Marson, then at the researcher and thought, "You're changing your mind too quickly." But he still said calmly, "I think we need to rest for a while. It's best to know the location of the third level infected person before we can retreat." Marson showed a trace of confusion on his face and said, "Brother, the night is long and dreams are many. If Masterson feels that the 3 of us are holding back, you can leave first. I have to wait until Dua's injury is better before I leave," Chu Yuntian said lightly. Marson didn't expect Chu Yuntian to say such a thing. He said with anger in his eyes, "Brother Chu, did you believe his words?" He looked at the researcher beside him. "Master-san, you misunderstood. I just don't want my people to get into trouble," Chu Yuntian said unmoved. Marson thought for a moment and said fiercely, "Brother Chu, don't think that we can't leave without you 3. He turned to Chin-Ki and said, "Let's go. Now that the third level infected person is not here, if we don't leave now, will we wait for the things inside to come back before leaving?" After saying this with a double meaning, he walked towards the entrance of the cellar. "Yes, Master-san," Chin-Ki said, and followed Marson. Chu Yuntian shook his head and said nothing. The researcher walked over slowly and said, "Haha, you're smart for not going out to die." Chu Yuntian waited for Marson and the other 2 to walk out of the cellar before saying to the researcher, "Friend, now we are in the same boat. Just say whatever you want to say. What else do you know?" The researcher looked at Chu Yuntian with a little interest and said, "To tell you the truth, this place is very unusual. When we came, we didn't see any trace of the third level infected person. There were only some ordinary infected people and first level infected people. We cleaned it up casually and hid in a house. Later, when we were about to leave the village, the third level infected person suddenly showed up. There was no sign in advance. Chu Yuntian asked in shock, "It's impossible. It's impossible not to feel the size of the thing inside? That's the problem. Why did this small village survive and not be swallowed by the forest? The ground in the city is all concrete, and the houses inhibit the growth of these plants. There are not so many concrete floors here, so there must be something wrong with this village, but we haven't completely discovered its secret yet." The researcher did not solve Chu Yuntian's doubts. At this moment, the ground suddenly shook, and the researcher immediately said, "Those two people are finished, it's out." Chu Yuntian immediately activated his perception after hearing this, and saw that a very strong biological energy suddenly emerged, and then chased the two people quickly. The big guy was very fast and only chased a few steps, then stretched out his tentacles to wrap around one person. The man just struggled twice and was thrown into the mouth of the giant infected person. The other person was alert. Seeing this, he did not hesitate and immediately jumped away, and his speed was much faster than when he was on the road at ordinary times. "One is dead," Chu Yuntian said lightly with his eyes open. The researcher looked at Chu Yuntian in surprise and asked, "Can you feel it?" Chu Yuntian looked at the researcher and didn't say anything. He activated his perception again and found that the escaped man had run very far, but the third level infected person stood there and didn't chase him. He immediately opened his eyes and asked the researcher, "Did the third level infected person chase you after killing one of you last time you ran away?" The researcher recalled and said, "Yes, but after a confrontation, the 3 second level evolvers were all eaten by that thing. The remaining first level evolvers and I all ran back to the village. I saw that the situation was not good, so I immediately hid here. The rest of the people are all missing. I guess they were also eaten by the third level infected person." After hearing this, Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and said, "No." Chapter 43 Trapped. Chu Yuntian thought for a long time and said to the researcher, "When we came, there were still many first level and second level infected people up there. You didn't clean them up at that time, right?" The researcher nodded and said, "There were many ordinary infected people when we came in. We just killed some of them. We didn't clean them up on purpose. There should be a lot more." "That's right. It seems that this third level infected person is just guarding this village and not letting other creatures go out. It won't enter the village, nor will it chase them out," Chu Yuntian said firmly. The researcher asked in confusion after hearing this, "How do you know? What information did you use to judge? Just now I felt that Marson and the other man were not all killed. One of them escaped, and the third level infected person did not chase him." Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and continued, "Also, we have been here for so long, clearing out the infected and looking for you, but the third level infected people have not entered the village to find us. Doesn't this prove a problem?" The researcher nodded after listening, then shook his head after a while and said, "What you said makes sense, but how does this help our current situation?" Chu Yuntian thought about it, and it was true, but then he said, "At least it proves that our current situation is safe. I have been relying on some vegetables stored in the cellar here to survive these days. Now there is not much food here. How long do you think we can stay here?" The researcher sneered. "It's not important. I'm not planning to stay here forever. I'll find a way to leave when the girl is well." Chu Yuntian pointed at Dua and then said, "As for you, if you are valuable, I'll find a way to take you away." The researcher was surprised and said, "Do you have a way to leave here?" Chu Yuntian said calmly, "I'm not sure yet, but I can give it a try." Then he prepared to take care of Dua. The researcher didn't want to give up the hope of survival after hearing this and hurriedly said, "I can help you. I can tell you some secrets of the third level and about biological weapons." "Oh, I'm interested in this. Tell me about it." Chu Yuntian turned around and said. The researcher said anxiously, "Advancing to the third level is completely different from advancing to the second level, and biological weapons are not only possessed by growing them by themselves." "Oh, tell me in detail," Chu Yuntian said with interest. Seeing Chu Yuntian was interested in these things, the researcher's hope was rekindled, and he said excitedly, "You can no longer use ordinary artificial modification methods to advance to the third stage. After our experiments, we found that if you use artificial modification methods to advance, the energy in the body will produce a rejection reaction with the energy that has just entered the body. Since the energy values of the two are similar, they are likely to collide in the human body and cause the body to explode. Hearing this, Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "Aren't there only 3 natural evolutionists in the army? What did you use for the experiment?" The researcher said in surprise, "You know this too? But who told you that only natural evolutionists can advance? Oh, can the evolutionists you transformed using heart bypass methods also advance?" Chu Yuntian asked puzzledly. The researcher was surprised again and said, "It seems that you know a lot. It's not that our evolvers cannot advance, but they need a certain amount of time to absorb the biological energy brought by the energy beads. The absorption time is about 3 to 5 months. As long as the absorption is completed, they can be transformed again." Chu Yuntian understood something after listening, and then asked, "Then how many times have you done such experiments? I heard that you already have a third order evolver. How many times?" "Not many times, 4 times, but all failed. It is almost impossible to artificially advance to the third order." The researcher shook his head and continued, "But what you said is right. We do have a third order evolver, but we just used a lot of resources to force him to advance." After hearing this, Chu Yuntian fell into deep thought, thinking, from what he said, it seems that it is almost impossible to advance to the third stage artificially. Then why didn't I get into trouble? Is it because the transparent energy bead is not counted in the stage, so that the biological energy in the body is more than the biological energy for advancement, so I barely survived? Then I can't use artificial transformation methods in the future, so he has to collect more than a dozen second level energy beads to advance to the third level? Thinking of this, he said to the researcher, "How many resources did you use to push a person to the third level?" The researcher smiled bitterly and said, "Nearly 21st level energy beads. After several months, barely pushed a second level evolver to the third level." Some people found out that it was a completely different field when they reached the third level. After advancing to the third level, not only will the ability become much stronger, but the biological bead will also be completely integrated into your heart. It is almost impossible to kill a third level creature with ordinary means, unless their biological energy is exhausted. Otherwise, even if you stab his heart, it will not be fatal. It will only make them lose more biological energy. Chu Yuntian was amazed after hearing this, thinking, it seems that, although he has biological energy equivalent to the third level, it is not the third level. After a long while, he continued to ask, "What is the information about biological weapons you mentioned?" The researcher recalled for a moment and said, "Biological weapons are not limited to your own. If they are completely taken from other evolvers, they can also be used. As long as biological energy is input, it can be used, but only 60% of the original ability." Chu Yuntian nodded after listening and said, "Then what?" Seeing that Chu Yuntian was not surprised at all, the researcher asked, "Do you know this?" Chu Yuntian smiled faintly and said, "I'm not the only one who knows." "Then do you know the reason?" the researcher asked again. "Oh, I didn't know that. Have you found a way to use biological energy?" Chu Yuntian asked in confusion. The researcher said, "Indeed, we found that any kind of biological weapon has a unique way of running bioenergy. By releasing bioenergy in that way, the biological weapon can achieve its characteristics. For example, some bone spurs and claws can be hardened by inputting bioenergy, even harder than ordinary alloys. There are also some special biological weapons that have different characteristics when inputting bioenergy." Chu Yuntian heard this and interrupted, "You mean, we are like a battery, and biological weapons are power-consuming items. We input bioenergy, and they can reflect the state of bioenergy in a special way." "Yes, just like you turn on the light and it lights up, and you turn on the motor and it turns. Biological weapons are the lights and motors." The researcher nodded and confirmed Chu Yuntian's words. Chu Yuntian nodded and fell into deep thought, thinking, if this is the case, then bioenergy is a kind of energy. As long as it is used in a way that people don't know now, can't it be used to create more powerful weapons? But how can we know how those biological weapons work? Just when Chu Yuntian was thinking about the significance of this discovery, Xiaoya ran over and said, "Master, what are you thinking about? Where's Dua?" Chu Yuntian looked at Xiaoya and asked. Xiaoya pointed to a corner and said, "Dua is resting there. I saw you standing here stupidly, so I came to see you." Chu Yuntian turned around and saw that the researcher who was originally standing next to him had sat on a pile of debris next to him. The researcher saw Chu Yuntian looking at him and immediately said, "Have you thought of anything? Did you promise to take me out?" "Don't worry, I keep my word. I'll rest for a day today." Chu Yuntian went out and walked to the corner where Dua was sitting. "Dua, are you feeling better?" Chu Yuntian helped Dua up and saw that the wound on her back had begun to heal. Dua's face did not show any pain, but smiled and said, "Master, I'm fine. I will be almost well tomorrow." "Well, don't worry, I will take you back. When I go back, I will help you advance to the second level." Chu Yuntian kissed Dua's forehead gently. After a while, Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya, "You take care of Dua first. I'll go out to get some food." Xiaoya said, "I'll go with you. It's almost dark outside now." Chu Yuntian said lightly, "It's okay. You take good care of Xiaoya. There is nothing here that can hurt me, except the third level infected person." After saying that, he walked out of the cellar. After walking out of the cellar, Chu Yuntian immediately pushed off his clothes and activated the invisibility. He did not run to find something to eat, but slowly approached the village in trance, preparing to experiment whether he could walk out of the village if he was invisible. He activated the perception while slowly approaching the village in trance. Just as he approached the entrance of the village, he suddenly felt a strong biological energy burst out. He immediately jumped back to the village with a few leaps. He was a little shocked. This was the first time that his invisibility was ineffective. He didn't know whether the third level infected person could find his invisibility or sensed that there was a creature leaving the village in other ways. Chu Yuntian didn't try again, but looked for some food in several houses. Now that farmers have a good life, there will always be some canned vacuum-packed food at home. Otherwise I really don't know what to eat. He took the food back to the cellar, put on his clothes, climbed down the cellar, and each person got some canned food, biscuits and so on, and threw some to the researcher. After eating these things, Chu Yuntian leaned against Xiaoya and Duoa to prepare for a rest. At this time, the researcher came over and said, "I have a biological weapon here. If you are really willing to take me out, I can give it to you, but the premise is that I will give it to you when I return to the city. Don't worry, I said I would take you back, and I won't break my promise, but I'm also interested in the biological weapon you mentioned." Chu Yuntian didn't get up, just leaned against the wall and said lightly. The researcher nodded and said, "Okay, if you can really take me back, the biological weapons I give you will definitely surprise you. PS, please collect it. Thanks to Yan here." Chapter 44, Escape. After a night's rest, Dua's injury has almost healed. The physique of this evolver is much stronger than that of an ordinary person. If an ordinary person suffers such an injury, he will not be able to get out of bed for a week or two. After everyone woke up, Chu Yuntian stood up, stretched his body, walked over and said to the researcher, "Just follow them, and I will find a way to attract the third level infected person." Xiaoya and Dua immediately stopped him when they heard what he said. "Master, you can't take risks like this." Chu Yuntian looked at the two girls and smiled and said, "It's okay, I have a good idea." After that, he said to the researcher, "Can you keep up with their speed?" The researcher shook his head with a lonely look and said, "I can't keep up. When we came here, we had 2 power evolvers protecting me to get here, but I will definitely run out with all my strength at that time." "Okay, I will attract the third level infected person in a while. You can run as fast as you can. I don't know how long I can last. As long as you run out of this area of the village, the things inside should not chase you anymore," Chu Yuntian said thoughtfully. Xiaoya immediately walked over and said, "Master, let me go. At least I have 1 level of power evolution, so I'm more durable than you." Chu Yuntian winked at Xiaoya and said, "When you leave the village, run with Duoa as fast as you can. Don't wait for me. Run directly to the city. It will be safe when you return to the city." Xiaoya looked at Chu Yuntian, not knowing whether she understood what he meant. She just nodded and didn't say anything. Chu Yuntian turned to the researcher and said, "You will run with them later. Just run out of the village. When I get out, I will take you back to the city." The researcher thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "Well, we can only fight once." After that, he walked to the pile of debris, took out a submachine gun, checked the bullets, and put them on himself. Chu Yuntian saw the researcher's preparation and didn't say anything. Instead, he called the two girls over and said, "I will tell you the details of how to run out later. Remember it and act according to the plan." The three nodded without saying anything. Chu Yuntian continued, "I will go out and lure out the third level infected person later, and then you will immediately run from the side. You must grasp the opportunity. I'm still confident that you can run out." After that, he said to the two girls, "You two, when you leave this village, you will return to the city along the route we came. You don't have to wait for me. Remember, this is the order." Dua stood up and said, "Master, will you be dangerous if you do this?" Chu Yuntian looked at Dua meaningfully and said, "I'm confident that at least you will not die." Seeing that the three had no objections, Chu Yuntian took the lead and walked out of the cellar. After climbing out of the cellar, Chu Yuntian said to the three people, "You are in the north of the village, and I will go to the east. Once the things inside come out, you will immediately run out." The three nodded and separated from Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian took out all the bee stings on his body and then took out an energy bead and stuffed it into his mouth. His plan was to lure out the third level infected and then use the explosion of the bee sting to resist the attack and then immediately withdraw to the village. By then, Xiaoya and Duo should have run out of the village, but the researcher should not have. At that time, the third level infected should catch the researcher. At that time, Chu Yuntian swallowed the energy bead, used all the biological energy, and rushed out at the fastest speed. In theory, it should be feasible. As for the biological weapons mentioned by the researcher, Chu Yuntian was very interested, but if he was asked to sacrifice one of the two women, he couldn't bear it, so he could only sacrifice the researcher. After everyone stood in position, Chu Yuntian slowly approached the village in trance. As soon as he walked out of the village, he immediately felt a strong biological energy inexplicably emerging. Suddenly, a huge figure appeared from not far away. Chu Yuntian shouted, "Run," and felt that several people began to run out. The third level infected did not chase the three people, which made him feel a little relieved. At this moment, the third level infected roared, moved 2 steps quickly, and came to Chu Yuntian more than 10 meters away. When he raised his hand, countless tentacles shot towards Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian immediately dodged to the side. Unexpectedly, the tentacle was not only extremely fast, but also extremely flexible. It turned and came in front of Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian saw that there was no place to hide, so he immediately detonated all the bee stings. The explosion repelled all the tentacles and also shocked Chu Yuntian back several meters. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate at all and immediately jumped back to the village. At the moment he jumped into the village, the third level infected glanced at Chu Yuntian and turned to walk towards Xiaoya and the other two. Chu Yuntian turned around and saw that the total distance was several hundred meters. He only delayed for more than 10 seconds. Xiaoya and Duo had already reached the edge of the dense forest, and the researcher had just run to the middle part. Chu Yuntian smiled and thought, "It's done." Standing there and watching the third level infected run towards the researcher, it only took a few seconds to cross hundreds of meters. Just when the third level infected was about to attack the researcher, Chu Yuntian immediately swallowed the possible source bead in his mouth, and the biological energy in his body was also rapidly restored. Feeling that the energy had recovered a little, he jumped out of the village again and ran out desperately. With his current second level agility ability, his speed was much faster than Xiaoya and the others. With just a few jumps, he came to the edge of the forest and jumped onto a tree. He looked back at the researcher and saw that the third level infected was using his tentacles to roll up the researcher's body and throw it into his mouth. He thought, "Don't blame me, blame yourself for running too slowly." After saying that, he thought and jumped into the depths of the jungle. Chu Yuntian did not go to find Xiaoya and the others, but went to the place where the group of mongooses were. He wanted to observe the group of mongooses carefully, and why the troops cared about them so much and specially sent a team of evolvers to observe them. After several hours of traveling, Chu Yuntian finally arrived at an area hundreds of meters away from the group of mongooses. He had to be extra careful now, because he had no bee stings, and no first level energy beads. He only had 2 second level energy beads, which could not be used to restore biological energy. That was an important resource for his advancement to the 4th level, so he had to be cautious, and try not to let himself go out of the way. Chu Yuntian took off all his clothes, activated invisibility, and slowly approached the cave, where the group of mongooses were. Chu Yuntian first threw a stone, to lure out 2 mongooses, and found that they could not detect his presence, so he slowly approached the cave. As soon as he approached, he smelled a strange bloody smell. Chu Yuntian pinched his nose and slowly walked in against the wall. He walked down diagonally for 3 or 2 meters, and saw 2 mongooses standing there. Chu Yuntian stood at the corner, and waited for a while. He was surprised to find that the 2 mongooses did not seem to have the intention of returning to the cave. Are they standing guard? Chu Yuntian guessed in his heart. Chu Yuntian made some noise at the entrance of the cave again, and saw 2 mongooses running out quickly. He stood aside, and did not move. After the 2 mongooses ran out, Chu Yuntian slowly approached the cave. When he entered the cave, he found that several mongooses were doing something that shocked Chu Yuntian. They were actually slaughtering a wolf-like creature. They did not tear and bite like wild beasts, but used their claws to cut open the body of the wolf-like creature to clean the internal organs. After several mongooses cleaned the wolf-like creature, they used their claws to cut it into small pieces and put it on a stone platform. Then they roared with a strange note. After roaring, a stronger mongoose came out of the cave at the back. It actually walked directly to the stone platform and started eating. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he saw this scene. These mongooses have actually reached the level of a primary hierarchical society. If they are given some time, they will evolve into the corresponding wisdom. And the mongoose that just roared is obviously transmitting some information, like their own language. After waiting for a while, he found that their actions are unusually regular. They are not the instinctive laws of ants and bees, but a kind of self-restraint. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian has roughly understood why the army attaches so much importance to this group of things, because humans rely on wisdom to stand at the top of the food chain. Although it has changed now, and many powerful creatures have appeared, humans still believe that they can still stand at the top of the creatures again through their own wisdom. Wisdom is also what humans are most proud of. But now there is such a group of things. Not only are they much stronger than humans, but they also seem to have developed similar wisdom. How can humans not worry? Chu Yuntian quietly escaped from the cave and came to the ground. He quietly walked into the dense forest, away from the caves, then put on his clothes, and ran towards the city. He returned to the city safely. When he was about to go home, he unexpectedly met Ma-san. Ma-san looked at Chu Yuntian with a surprised look and said, "You actually escaped too?" Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "It's just a fluke. I wonder what Master-san is going to do." Ma-san thought for a while and smiled embarrassedly. "Brother Chu came back a day late, so I handed in the task first. I was just about to send the reward to you, brother, but I didn't expect to meet you here." Chu Yuntian looked around. He had not walked out of the South District yet. If he wanted to share the reward with him, he should go to the North District to wait for him. However, he did not point it out. Then he smiled and said, "Master-san, you are polite. I won't be polite if you trouble me to come here in person." After that, he stretched out his hand and prepared to ask for the reward for the task. Ma-san didn't expect Chu Yuntian to be like this. He smiled awkwardly and took out 2 first-level energy beads from his pocket. Then he said to Chu Yuntian, "There is still some evolutionary beast meat. I will ask someone to send it to Brother Chu." Chu Yuntian smiled mischievously and said, "You are too polite, Master-san. I won't bother you anymore." Then he walked towards the North District. Ma-san looked at Chu Yuntian who was going away, and a trace of worry appeared on his face. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 45 Duo's Advancement. Chu Yuntian just walked to the door of his house, and he met Xiaoya and Duo, who were fully armed and wanted to run outside, and they bumped into Chu Yuntian's arms. Where are you two going? Why are you in such a hurry? Chu Yuntian pushed the two girls away and asked. Xiaoya looked up and saw that it was Chu Yuntian. A happy look appeared on her face and she said, "Master, you are back. I thought you couldn't get out." Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes and tapped Xiaoya on the head and said, "Can't you just hope for me to get better?" Then he walked towards home, and the two girls followed closely and returned home. "Master, why did you come back so late? Xiaoya and I were so worried about you." Duo walked over and said to Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian sat down on the sofa and said lazily, "It's okay, I just found something interesting on the way, it's a little late." Xiaoya sat next to Chu Yuntian mischievously and leaned on him and asked, "What's interesting?" Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes at her and was about to speak when someone knocked on the door. Duo ran over and opened the door and saw 3 or 4 big men standing at the door, each carrying a big bag. "Who are you?" Duo asked in confusion. "Excuse me, is this Brother Chu's home? We are sent by the third master to deliver something to Brother Chu," one of the strong men said. Duo looked back and said to Chu Yuntian, "Master, someone has sent something to you." Chu Yuntian looked back and saw that it was a few big men carrying bags, so he stood up and walked over and said, "What's wrong? Brother Chu?" "Right, this is what the third master asked me to deliver to you." After saying that, several people put the backpacks on the ground. Chu Yuntian asked with interest, "Oh, what else did the third master say?" The third master also said that he hopes to cooperate with you next time, one of them said. Chu Yuntian laughed and said, "Go back and tell the third master that I will notify him next time if there is something." "Yes," they said, and then they left the room. Chu Yuntian turned to Xiaoya and said, "Come here, throw all these things into the freezer in the basement, and then go make something to eat. I need to rest for a few days. I have been too tired outside the city these days." Xiaoya pouted and said, "It's always me. If I had known, I would not have evolved any power." After that, she pouted and walked over, carrying a few bags, and walking towards the basement. Duo also followed with a backpack. Chu Yuntian smiled wickedly, then walked back to the sofa and lay down, thinking about the small village he encountered, and the group of mongooses on the road. He always had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know what that strange village was, and that group of mongooses would threaten the safety of their city sooner or later. It seems that I have to find a way to speed up the evolution, otherwise if a war really breaks out, my current evolution level is not enough to support myself to survive. Chu Yuntian muttered to himself while lying on the sofa. After that, he took out 2 second level energy beads and thought to himself, I only have 2 now. If I want to advance to the 3rd level, I will need more than 10 or 20 second level energy beads. Where can I get them? Just when Chu Yuntian was thinking about it, Xiaoya's voice came over. "Master, it's time to eat." Chu Yuntian turned over and sat up. When he went to the basement, he saw that a pot of meat had been placed on the dining table, and everyone's bowl was full. He walked over, sat on the chair and said, "Go to bed early after dinner. Something big may happen in the next 2 days." The 2 girls also sat down. Xiaoya asked curiously, "What big thing?" Chu Yuntian ate and muttered, "I don't know, but something will definitely happen anyway." The 2 girls looked at each other, said nothing more, and lowered their heads to eat. At this time, the big men who delivered the things had returned to Marsan. The big man who talked to Chu Yuntian said to Marsan, he said he would inform you next time if there is anything. Marsan showed a trace of anger on his face and said, "It seems that this kid thinks that all my capable people are dead, and now he wants to take over." After speaking, he waved his hand and continued, "Go, call Gazi over." Yes, and the few people retreated. When Chu Yuntian was about to go back to the house to rest after dinner, Duo stopped him and said, "Master, what's wrong? Just say it. Why are you hesitating?" Chu Yuntian asked, after sitting on the chair again. When Duo saw Chu Yuntian say this, she took out 2 first level agility energy beads and said, "This is what I got when we went out of the city this time." One of them was given to me by Xiaoya. I want the master to help me advance to the second level. Chu Yuntian smiled and said, okay, you guys clean up the table first and come find me later. After that, he took the 2 energy beads and walked towards the laboratory. It was already past 10 o'clock in the evening when he helped Duoa with the injection. After carrying Duoa to the bed, Chu Yuntian walked out of Duoa in the other's room. Back in his room, Chu Yuntian just lay on the bed and prepared to rest and saw Xiaoya running in quietly. As soon as she came in, she got into his bed and whispered, "Master, it's time to check the homework." Chu Yuntian smiled, hugged Xiaoya into his arms and said, "Is Duoa still unconscious? Well, I guess she will wake up tomorrow," Xiaoya said while stroking Chu Yuntian's chest. "Then sleep here tonight." After that, he kissed Xiaoya on the forehead. Xiaoya smiled sweetly and said, "Master, did Duoa sneak into your room the night before we left the city?" Chu Yuntian was a little surprised and said, "How did you know? Why are you jealous?" Xiaoya rolled her eyes at him and said, "No, I promised her to follow you before. I won't do that." Hearing this, Chu Yuntian felt warm in his heart and hugged Xiaoya tightly in his arms. The next day, he was awakened by a phone ring. Chu Yuntian opened his sleepy eyes and looked at his phone. It turned out to be Wu Yang calling. As soon as he answered the call, he heard Wu Yang's voice from the other end. "Brother Chu, I heard that you just returned to the city." Chu Yuntian yawned and continued, "Why, Brother Wu, I just returned to the city yesterday. Is there something wrong?" "Nothing. I wonder if my brother received a notice from the army," Wu Yang said. "No, what happened?" Chu Yuntian sat up and said, "Oh, nothing. It's about the army gathering the evolvers to prepare to go out of the city to clear up," Wu Yang said lightly. Chu Yuntian asked in confusion, "Hasn't it always been the army's job to clear out the city? Why do they need our help this time?" "I'm not sure. I heard that all the evolvers in the city will be gathered this time. It seems that there will be some big moves." Wu Yang guessed this. Chu Yuntian thought, could it be that the army was ready to take action as soon as Ma Sangang sent the information? It seems that the army is very afraid of those mongooses. Wu Yang waited for a long time and didn't see Chu Yuntian's reply, so he said, "Brother Chu?" "Ah. Brother Wu, what do you mean by calling today?" Chu Yuntian came back to his senses and said. Wu Yang smiled and said, "Brother Chu, after all, you are nominally a member of the Wu family. When you have time, come to me, and we will have a meeting to discuss it." Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "Brother Wu is right. I will definitely visit you another day." "Okay, I'll wait for you, brother." After that, Wu Yang hung up the phone. Chu Yuntian looked at the hung up phone, and his face showed a worried look. "What's wrong?" Xiaoya crawled out of the bed and snuggled in Chu Yuntian's arms. "Hey, I felt that something was going to happen, and it really happened. The army is gathering all the evolvers, and they are probably going to leave the city again." Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, "Ah, what's the matter? Why do they need to gather us?" Xiaoya had just finished speaking when the door was pushed open. When Duoa came in, she saw Chu Yuntian and Xiaoya without clothes, and her face turned red instantly. She said with a little embarrassment, "I'll come back later." Then she turned around and walked out of the room. Xiaoya also blushed and twisted Chu Yuntian and said, "It's all your fault." She saw it. Chu Yuntian patted Xiaoya on the butt and said, "Why don't you blame me? Get up and discuss something with you two." Xiaoya stuck out her tongue, did not refute, and got out of bed naked to get her clothes. When the two of them put on their clothes and went out, they saw Duoa on the sofa next to them. Chu Yuntian walked over to her and said, "Did you succeed in the advancement?" Duoa still had a trace of embarrassment on her face and said, "Yes, I succeeded." Xiaoya walked over with a smile, sat next to Duoa and whispered, "Duoa, you have seen it, so what? Didn't you promise to follow the master with me?" It would have been better if she didn't say it. Duoa's face turned even redder after she said it. Chu Yuntian also sat aside and said, "Okay, stop making trouble. You two should rest more these days. I'm afraid you won't have a chance to rest in a while." Duoa heard this and immediately said seriously, "What's wrong? Are you going out of town again?" "No, it will take some time. The army is over there." Before Chu Yuntian finished speaking, there was a knock on the door. Xiaoya jumped over to open the door and saw a man in military uniform standing at the door and said, "Excuse me, is this Chu Yuntian's home?" Chu Yuntian also walked over when he heard this and said, "What's the matter?" The man in military uniform took out a document and said, "This is the document that Commander Wang of the army asked me to give to you evolvers. I hope you can take a good look at it and actively cooperate with our actions." After that, he saluted and turned away without waiting for Chu Yuntian to say anything. Xiaoya took the document and looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion and said, "What is it?" Chu Yuntian closed the door and said, "You will know after you take a look." After that, he returned to the sofa. Xiaoya also walked to the sofa with the document in confusion and sat down. She opened the document and read it with duo. After a while, Xiaoya said in surprise, "Master, you are right. It seems that something really happened. The army has summoned all evolvers and is preparing to go out of the city to clean up a group of evolved beasts." Chu Yuntian said with a headache, "I already know. You two should take a good look at this document. I'm going out for a while." After that, he got up and walked out the door. Chapter 46 Meeting. Please add to your collection. Chu Yuntian walked out of the house and took out his cell phone to call Ma-san. After 2 rings, someone picked up the phone. "Brother Chu, I was just about to call you and you called." Ma-san's voice immediately rang on the phone. Chu Yuntian walked towards the East District and said, "That's perfect. I wonder if Master-san has received the documents from the army. I was just about to call you to talk about this," Ma-san said with a little helplessness. Chu Yuntian smiled jokingly and said, "Master-san didn't expect that going out of the city to do a mission would cause so much trouble." "Brother, what do you mean?" Ma-san asked in confusion. Chu Yuntian said calmly, "I believe that many people in this city want to live in peace and quiet and count one day at a time. After what Sanai did, if everyone knew that the army summoned everyone to go out of the city to clear up the corruption because of Sanai's document, I'm afraid there will be some troubles at that time." Ma-san was suddenly shocked after hearing this. Why didn't he think of this level? If everyone knew that it was his document that made the army summon people to go out of the city, those evolvers who stayed in the city and didn't want to go out would definitely hate him. If those people didn't want him to be well, it would be really difficult for him to move, let alone go out of the city together. It would be a life or death. Although there are not many powerful evolvers in the city, there are quite a few first level evolvers who have been hiding and have never shown their faces. For this small city with a permanent population of more than 5 million, even if some of them died in the disaster, there must be millions left. How can there not be 1,800 evolvers? Chu Yuntian waited for a long time, and seeing that Ma-san had no intention of replying, he knew that he was shocked by his reminder, and then he comforted him. "Don't worry too much, Master-san. After all, who would know about this? I'm sure people in the administrative hall won't say anything, and I'm not a gossipy person." Ma-san felt a little relieved after hearing this and said, "Brother, although this is a task assigned by me alone, you get all the rewards. If you have time, why don't you come to my place and we can discuss it in detail? What do you think?" Chu Yuntian smiled slightly, looked at the East District not far away and said, "What Master-san said makes sense. I'm near the East District now, and will be there soon." After that, he hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Chu Yuntian walked straight to the east entrance. After a few steps, he saw Ma-san and several men coming out. Chu Yuntian immediately took a few quick steps and said politely, "Why did you bother to come out in person?" Ma-san saw Chu Yuntian arrive so quickly, and he was a little confused. He had hung up the phone and led people out, but he still said politely, "Brother, you are here really fast. Let's go in and talk." After that, he took Chu Yuntian to the building where he lived. In a meeting room, Chu Yuntian and Ma-san were sitting at the meeting table. Another man in his 30s, with dark skin and a strong body, also sat down. Ma-san immediately said, "Brother Chu, this is Gazy who has been following me." Chu Yuntian looked Gazy up and down and said, "Brother Gay, I haven't seen him before." Gazy smiled innocently and didn't say anything. Ma-san said, "Brother Chu, I'm sorry to make you laugh." Then he changed the subject and said, "Brother Chu, what do you think of the army's call for all the evolvers this time?" Obviously, he didn't want Chu Yuntian to know too much about Gazy. Chu Yuntian smiled and didn't ask about Gazy. Instead, he said to Ma-san, Master-san, I wonder if you took a look at the information when you got it? Ma-san regretted it and said, when I heard that it was the information about that group of mongooses, I didn't think it was that important, so I didn't look at it. Then Master-san was really careless, but as far as I know, that group of mongooses are not simple. They seem to have a lot of intelligence and cooperation skills. Chu Yuntian said worriedly, touching his chin. After hearing this, Ma-san was shocked and said, how did you know that, Brother Chu? Have those mongooses evolved to that level? This is a big deal. If we don't quickly eliminate them, while their population is still small, once their population increases, the quantitative change will lead to a qualitative change, and it will directly threaten the existence of mankind. Chu Yuntian sighed and said, yes, but the threat is more than just this kind of creature. The world is so big, who knows what strange creatures will appear in that corner. The future of mankind is worrying. Ma-san said anxiously, brother, don't worry about the affairs of all mankind. Let's save our lives first. I'm afraid our lives will be in danger this time. Chu Yuntian thought for a moment and said, what you said, third master, makes sense. If we go out of the city with the army's evolutionary team, we may just be cannon fodder in their eyes. Yeah, why fight? The right thing to do is to save our lives. This time when we go out of the city, Brother Chu, we must form a united front and advance and retreat together. You can listen to me when we go out of the city this time. Ma-san said with a low profile. Chu Yuntian glanced at Ma-san and nodded, saying, since third master is willing to advance and retreat together, we should try our best to get out of the city as soon as possible this time and never fight to the end. Ma-san also nodded and said, I'm afraid that something weird will happen to the army. We'll just have to act according to the circumstances. Okay, let's stop here today. We'll talk about it when the army calls us together. Chu Yuntian was about to get up and leave, but was stopped by Ma-san, who said meaningfully, Brother Chu, I heard that you are very close to the Wu family. To tell you the truth, the Wu family's position is completely different from yours and mine. Chu Yuntian glanced at Ma-san and thought, this old guy is quite well informed, and then echoed, thank you for the reminder, third master. I'll take my leave now. Okay, then we'll talk about it when the army calls us together. After that, he got up and saw Chu Yuntian off. Watching Chu Yuntian walk out of the building, Gazy said to Ma-san in a naive way, Master-san, there is nothing special about this boy. Why are you so afraid of him? Ma-san smiled bitterly and said to Gazy, you don't understand this. The last time I went out of the city, I encountered a very special thing. They can come back unscathed, which means that these people must have unknown abilities. Gazy scratched his head and didn't say anything. He didn't know if he understood what Ma-san said. Ma-san smiled and continued to say to Gazy, brother, we have known each other for so many years. You have just advanced to the second level. There are many things you don't understand yet. You will understand in the future. Don't underestimate anyone. Chu Yuntian walked out of the East District with a worried look on his face. Now he not only has no bee sting as a weapon, but also has very few energy beads. This time he goes out of the city, it is very dangerous. He must make some preparations, otherwise he may not be able to come back after leaving the city. After returning home quickly, Chu Yuntian saw Xiaoya and Yuo still looking at the document. He asked in confusion, why haven't you finished reading it yet? Master, you're back. We've read it several times. Are the mongooses mentioned here the ones we met outside the city? Xiaoya stood up and said when she saw Chu Yuntian coming back. Yes, the troops also called us for those things. Chu Yuntian said helplessly. Then what should we do? Isn't it said that more than 8,000 square meters are all big pits dug by that creature? How many mongooses are needed? Xiaoya said in surprise. Chu Yuntian said helplessly, at least 1,800. How many people can the troops call up? Xiaoya asked again. Chu Yuntian shook his head and said, I don't know. There must be at least several thousand. Otherwise, we may not be able to deal with that group of mongooses. Well, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about it when we gather. Xiaoya nodded and said, okay then. Xiaoya, you will go out of the city with me later. We have to make some preparations for going out of the city. Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya. Yeah, Xiaoya nodded in response. Duo heard that no one called her and immediately ran over and said pitifully, "What about me?" Chu Yuntian touched Duo's head and said, "Duo, you stay at home first. Your biological weapons haven't grown yet. You can follow them next time when we encircle and suppress the group of mongooses." Duo nodded and said, "Okay, you guys come back early." Yeah, Chu Yuntian responded and said to Xiaoya, "Go prepare 2 large backpacks. We need to bring back more things this time." Okay, Xiaoya ran to the basement. After a while, Xiaoya climbed up with the 2 large backpacks that were used to carry food. Chu Yuntian took a backpack and put it on his back and said to Duo, "We may be out for 2 or 3 days this time. If someone comes to ask you about our whereabouts, you can say that we are out to prepare for the war." Duo nodded and said, "Then you guys be careful." Yeah, he took Xiaoya out of the house and headed straight for the north gate. Arriving at the north gate, they saw a huge iron gate closed in a flash. On the city wall, there stood a soldier with a gun and live ammunition at intervals. Chu Yuntian walked to the gate and said politely to the 2 soldiers guarding it, "2 brothers, I'm going to go out of the city to do something. Can you help open the city gate?" The 2 soldiers looked at Chu Yuntian, then looked at Duer and asked doubtfully, "It is very dangerous outside the city now. Are you 2 evolvers?" Chu Yuntian lowered his posture and said, "Brother, we didn't complete the task we took on last time, so we are going out again." "The task is not completed completely? Then let's go out when the city gate is opened every day," the soldier said impatiently. Chu Yuntian smiled and said, "Then when will the city gate be opened? Didn't you go out of the city to do a mission? How come you don't know this?" The soldier looked at them again with a puzzled look. "It's like this, we used to follow our eldest brother out of the city. We didn't know these things," Chu Yuntian said with a wry smile. "There will be a period of time every morning when the city gates are opened to allow those who receive the mission to leave the city," the soldier said impatiently. Chu Yuntian smiled flatteringly and said, "Brother, can you make some concessions?" The soldier said impatiently, "This is the rule. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Chu Yuntian shook his head angrily and walked back with Xiaoya. Chapter 47 The Human Condition. After returning home, Chu Yuntian threw his backpack on the ground in annoyance and said, "I'm going back to the room to rest. Let's talk about it tomorrow." Duer saw that the 2 had returned and asked in confusion, "Xiaoya, what's wrong?" Xiaoya shook her head helplessly and said, "The army won't open the city gate." "Why? Last time we went out, we didn't hear that we were not allowed to leave the city?" Duer said in confusion. "Last time, didn't we go out with Marsan? He must know when to open the city gate." After saying that, he walked over and sat on the sofa and then guessed viciously, "It may also be that the army is afraid of those mongooses and dare not open it." "Oh, then go tomorrow. It's not a big deal." "Why is the master angry?" Duer said indifferently. Xiaoya leaned on the sofa and shook her head and said, "How do I know? I don't know what he thinks every day." Chu Yuntian, who returned to the room, was not angry that the soldiers didn't let him leave the city, but that he knew too little about the rules of the city. Every time he followed others out, he felt like a piece of shit. Chu Yuntian, sitting on the bed, calmed down and thought, "This time when we go out of the city, we must get enough energy beads for Xiaoya to advance to the 3rd level, and we must also get some bee stings. Otherwise if the war breaks out, we won't even have the capital to withdraw." He rubbed his temple with a headache and fell into deep thought again. At this time, at the Wu family, there were 7 or 8 people sitting at a conference table, both men and women, all sitting on chairs and no one spoke, as if they were waiting for someone. After a while, a guy with a strong body, bulging muscles, and a bone spur on each elbow walked in and sat down at the head of the conference table. Seeing that person coming in, Wu Yang immediately stood up and said, "Cousin, you are finally here." The guy with bone spurs on his elbow turned out to be Wu Yang's cousin, Wu Xiang. Wu Xiang waved his hand to signal Wu Yang to sit down, and then he said, "This plan is very serious. If we can't completely eliminate that group of mongooses, let alone us, even the entire Shi city can hardly be saved." Wu Yang was surprised and said, "Is it so serious?" Aren't they just a group of first and second order evolved beasts? Wu Xiang sneered and deliberately frightened everyone. Still first and second order evolved beasts. If they continue to develop like this, I'm afraid they will drive tanks and carry explosives to attack us. Cousin, is it that serious? I heard that those things have evolved some wisdom, but they are still far from humans. Wu Yang said in disbelief. Brother, now is not like before. Now energy is very scarce, and our mechanized troops can't be deployed at all. Some professional personnel have also lost a lot. If it were in the past, there would be plenty of resources for us to squander. Even if there were several times more mongooses, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now there is no modern army. We have to fight them in close combat. Wu Xiang said worriedly. The army has so much energy reserves. Are they all used up? Wu Yang was even more shocked. Not really, but there's not much left. I guess the whole city will be without power after this year. Wu Xiang said helplessly. Wu Yang was puzzled and said, there are still so many civilians. Why don't you try to mine some energy? Wu Xiang sneered disdainfully and said, mining? Brother, where can we mine now? Not to mention that there are dense forests outside. Even if you have oil under your feet, do you understand some professional knowledge? At this point, he sighed and continued, hey, people used to live in a delicate division of labor and had formed a system. Although there are many people left after this disaster, the system has collapsed. Even if you know how to extract oil, do you know how to refine it? Even if you still know, do you know how to make test tubes, flasks and so on? Even if you still know, there are none of those oil refining machines in the city. The production of those machines is an even larger system, not to mention oil, machinery and so on. I'm afraid that in a few decades, even clothes can't be made. The sharp decline in the human population, the destruction of some important information, and the disappearance of knowledge, human civilization can no longer return to the past. Everyone present began to think along the lines of what Wu Xiang had said, and were all shocked. According to this line of thought, the heavy foundation of human civilization had been knocked down. Even if there were still some things left that were created by people in the past, they could no longer be reproduced. Many things had become disposable and would never be produced again once they were used up. Wu Yang spoke first. Brother, your words have awakened me. According to what you said, where will the future of mankind go? Wu Xiang said helplessly. Where to go? Is this what we should worry about? What we should worry about now is how to eliminate that group of mongooses. Otherwise, I don't know if mankind has a future if this goes on. Anyway, our lives are over. At this time, another member of the Wu family stood up and said, brother, what about the Ding family? He won't do something dirty at the critical moment, will he? Wu Xiang waved his hands and said, you mean Ding Mings? No, a settlement has been reached at this military meeting. Everyone must work together to fight the mongooses. They must be eliminated before they become a force to be reckoned with. Wu Yang asked again, what about the matter of summoning all evolvers to join the war? Wu Xiang leaned back in his chair and said, the order from above is that all evolvers must participate in the war, and those who refuse to participate will be expelled from the city. Wu Yang asked, then how many evolvers can be summoned in the city? Not sure, at least 3 or 4,000. Wu Xiang roughly said a number. A female evolver from the Wu family stood up and asked, how many mongooses can there be? Wu Xiang thought for a while and said, there should be at least more than 1,000. Hearing this number, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Yang stood up and said, that's not a big problem. Gather 3 or 4,000 people, plus the more than 5,000 evolvers in the army. It shouldn't be a big problem for nearly 10,000 people to kill the group of mongooses. Wu Xiang shook his head again and said, brother, you can't think like that. It's impossible for all the more than 5,000 people in the army to participate in the war. Also, even though we can gather 3 or 4,000 evolvers, who among them is willing to fight to the death? I'm afraid that, when the fight starts, everyone will think about saving their lives. It's good if they don't get in a mess and attack their own people. At this point, everyone present fell silent. After a long while, someone stood up and said, so is our Wu family ready to fight to the death, or save some strength? Wu Xiang thought for a long time before saying, just leave a few evolvers. The main combat force this time is still the army. You can just act according to the circumstances. At this time, a fat guy stood up and said, "Brother, is it that exaggerated?" Now the group of mongooses seem to be quiet. It may take some time for them to find us. Do we need to fight now? Yes, the group of mongooses are only hunting near their caves, but what if their species expands? What if the creatures near the cave are not enough to feed them? Wu Xiang looked at the fat guy and said. Everyone looked at each other again. Although everyone felt that it would not be as serious as Wu Xiang said, they had to say that what he said was still reasonable. Wu Yang stood up and said, "So, cousin, what do you think our chances of winning this time?" Wu Xiang smiled and said, "I think it should be no problem to win. It depends on how much loss we suffer. If the troops suffer too much loss, the situation in the city will be hard to control." He then comforted everyone. "Don't worry too much. If we can win this time, there will be many benefits. At least I can add a few more second level evolvers to our Wu family." Hearing about the benefits, everyone also cheered up. Wu Yang said, "Then our Wu family will fight once. I will gather those evolvers who have always been attached to our Wu family and let these people take the lead." He then revealed a fierce look. Wu Xiang smiled knowingly and said, "Brother, if the operation goes smoothly this time and we send people to kill the 2 people in power, we can completely suppress the Ding family. By then, this city will almost belong to the Wu family." Wu Yang also laughed. It was getting dark. Chu Yuntian, who was lying on the bed, was tossing and turning in agitation. He always felt that it was not so simple to clear out the city this time. According to the strength of the army, if all of them were deployed, they would not be able to encircle and eliminate the 1,800 mongooses. Besides, they still have third order evolvers. Why do they have to summon all the evolvers? Suddenly, a thought ran into Chu Yuntian's mind. Do they want to use the excuse of cleaning up the mongooses to get rid of some unrestrained scattered evolvers? Thinking of this, Chu Yuntian thought more and more that it was possible. If you don't have a formal reason, it's impossible to organize those scattered evolvers. I believe that the army has no good way to deal with this group of people. They are undisciplined and just do some scattered tasks for the army. I'm afraid they can't satisfy the appetite of the army now." Just when Chu Yuntian was thinking about it, Dua ran in and said, "Master, let's go out for dinner." Chu Yuntian looked at Dua, nodded, and went to the dining table with her. Sitting at the dining table, Chu Yuntian said to the 2 of them, "How many energy beads do you have on you?" Xiaoyu looked at Chu Yuntian and took out 2 energy beads from his clothes and said, "Here, I only have these 2. Chu Yuntian took a look and saw that they were both light green energy beads. He did not speak, but took out a light green energy bead from himself and said, "Take this too. When we leave the city tomorrow, we will gather a dozen energy beads as soon as possible and find a way to help you advance to the 3rd level." Xiaoyu looked at Chu Yuntian in confusion and said, "Why doesn't the master evolve first?" "Xiaoyu is not in a hurry. The master will protect me anyway." Chu Yuntian said helplessly, "It would be great if my advancement could be that easy. Alas, let's not talk about this." "Yeah." Xiaoyu nodded obediently and said. After eating a few bites, Chu Yuntian got up and went back to his room to rest. The 2 girls looked at his back, a little at a loss. Duo asked, "What's wrong with the master?" Xiaoyu stood up and said, "I'll go ask." Then she walked towards Chu Yuntian's room. Chu Yuntian, who was lying on the bed, saw Xiaoyu coming over, smiled and said, "What are you doing here again?" Xiaoyu knelt on the bed and said, "Master, what's wrong with you?" Chu Yuntian touched Xiaoyu's head and said, "I'm fine, just a little annoyed. Go and have a rest. You have to fight tomorrow when you go out of the city." Then he kissed Xiaoyu on the face. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "Don't hide anything from Xiaoyu." Chu Yuntian nodded without saying anything. Chapter 48 Pre-War Preparations. After a day of settling down, the call for troops had almost been sent out, and the city was filled with a sense of impending storm. The next day, Chu Yuntian woke up and got up, called Xiaoyu, and the 2 of them walked towards the north city gate again. When they arrived at the city gate, there were people standing in groups of 3 or 2, and it seemed that they were all preparing to leave the city, but their faces were all worried. As soon as Chu Yuntian and the others walked over, 2 soldiers came over and stood at the city gate and said, "The army has recently called for all evolvers. If you don't have important things, please reduce your routings and actively cooperate with our actions." After that, they turned around and opened a small door on the city gate. Chu Yuntian completely ignored the soldiers' words and walked out of the city gate with Xiaoya. When he walked out of the city gate, he saw that the tanks that he had stationed when he first left the North City were no longer outside, and the plants were slowly growing towards the city wall. Chu Yuntian activated a perception and found that there were no evolved beasts around, so he took Xiaoya to the direction of the bloodthirsty beehive. The 2 of them were leaping along the way. Their speed was much faster than Chu Yuntian's first time walking this road. Just as they were moving forward quickly, Chu Yuntian suddenly stopped on a tree, and Xiaoya also stopped. "There is a first level evolutionary beast inside. Let's go and deal with it," Chu Yuntian said, pointing to his left. Xiaoya looked at Chu Yuntian for a while and said, "How did you know?" Chu Yuntian patted her on the forehead and said, "Do whatever I tell you to do. Go." After saying that, he leaped to the left. Xiaoya pouted and jumped over. After walking more than 1,000 meters to the left, they saw a strange insect that was 3 or 4 meters long, with an oval body, heavy armor, sharp limbs, and fangs in its mouth. Chu Yuntian and Xiaoya jumped down the tree together and landed on both ends of the bug. Xiaoya spoke first. "Hey, this thing is so ugly." Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes and said, "I'm not asking you to find a husband. Why do you care if it's ugly? Go ahead." Just as the 2 were talking, the big bug also noticed them and rushed towards Chu Yuntian without any hesitation. Chu Yuntian didn't hesitate either. He immediately jumped onto the back of the big bug, took out a steel knife from his backpack, and stabbed it into the strange bug. There was only a clang sound of metal collision, but the strange bug was unscathed. The strange bug spun and threw Chu Yuntian down. He turned over and took 2 steps back to stand firm. Xiaoya saw him in such a mess and laughed and said, "Master, you are so stupid." Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes and didn't say anything. Instead, he ran straight to where Xiaoya was standing, and the strange bug followed closely and rushed towards Xiaoya. Xiaoya saw Chu Yuntian running towards her and shouted, "Master, you are a bad guy." Chu Yuntian showed a wicked smile, and just when he was about to get close to Xiaoya, he jumped back and blocked the attack of the monster insect. Xiaoya was unlucky. Seeing the ugly monster insect rushing towards her, she could only stretch out her hand to resist. With a bang, a huge crash sound came. Xiaoya actually used her slender little hand to block the monster insect's forward steps, but 2 deep grooves were plowed under her feet. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian jumped onto the monster insect again and stabbed it hard at the place that seemed to be its head. The monster insect roared and shook its head violently, trying to throw Chu Yuntian off again. At this time, Xiaoya had already stood firm, and the tail behind her suddenly stretched out and stabbed the eyes of the monster insect several times. The monster insect roared again, retreating while trying to throw Chu Yuntian off its head. Chu Yuntian did not insist, but jumped forward directly and came to Xiaoya's side. "You are so bad, this thing makes me sick to death," Xiaoya said to Chu Yuntian, who jumped to her side. Chu Yuntian looked at the strange insect retreating and said, "If you feel sick for a while, it will run away." After that, he chased it for a few steps and ran to the side of the strange insect. Xiaoya also followed closely. Chu Yuntian turned to Xiaoya and said, "You should find a way to overturn it, otherwise it will be difficult for us to kill it." Xiaoya showed an embarrassed expression and said, "Why is it me again?" Although she said so, she did not hesitate, but jumped to the side of the strange insect, grabbed the shell of the strange insect, and shouted, "Ah!" and actually overturned the strange insect to the ground. Chu Yuntian walked over and patted Xiaoya on the shoulder and said, "Little girl, you are very strong." After that, he thought about the strange insect that fell to the ground and couldn't move. Xiaoya snorted angrily and said, "I know it's no good to follow you. You let me do all the hard work. You're not a man at all." Chu Yuntian looked at the strange insect that fell to the ground. Several sharp claws scratched it randomly in the air. He jumped up high, holding the knife in both hands, raised it above his head, and fell head first. He stabbed the knife into the heart of the strange insect fiercely, and then turned over and jumped down again to avoid being hurt by the dying struggle of the strange insect. Xiaoya walked over and said, "How is it? Is it dead? It should be dead. Wait for it to stop moving. I'll go over and get the biological bead," Chu Yuntian said lightly. After a long time, the strange insect slowly stopped struggling. Chu Yuntian walked over and used the knife to cut the body of the strange insect. Instantly, a stream of green blood spurted out and got Chu Yuntian all over, but he did not dodge, but directly picked out the red energy bead from the blood plasma. Xiaoya saw Chu Yuntian covered in green liquid, stepped back and said, "Don't come over here, it's disgusting." Chu Yuntian rolled his eyes at her and said nothing, but walked towards the small pond where he killed the bull beast last time, and Xiaoya followed him from a distance. When he reached the pond, Chu Yuntian jumped in without saying a word, washed off the smelly green plasma on his body, and then climbed out of the pond. As soon as he got ashore, he heard Xiaoya scream. Chu Yuntian immediately looked over and saw a monkey that was only more than 1 meter long, with green fur and a hideous face. It jumped and scratched Xiaoya's shirt on her chest, but fortunately Xiaoya reacted quickly enough and only scratched her clothes without hurting her skin. Otherwise the 2 little white rabbits would be ruined. Xiaoya jumped back twice to attack, looked at the little green monkey, and pounced on him with a strange cry. Xiaoya did not dodge, but rushed forward, turned sideways, and the tail behind her left a deep scar on the little green monkey at a very fast speed. The injured little monkey saw that this woman was not easy to mess with, and actually screamed, and ran straight to Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian smiled disdainfully, and said to himself, "There is a road to heaven, but you don't take it. There is no door to hell, but you come to it." After that, he flashed behind the little monkey at a speed twice as fast as the little green monkey, and cut off the head of the little green monkey with a knife. It seems that, if this agile person encounters someone faster than himself, he will be vulnerable. The little monkey struggled to run, and Chu Yuntian stepped forward and split the monkey's body with a knife, dug out the energy bead, walked over to wash it in the pond, and put it in his clothes. At this time, Xiaoya ran over and kicked the green monkey's body twice, saying, "You stinky monkey, you dare to scratch me." Chu Yuntian looked at Xiaoya, whose clothes on her chest were scratched open, and said, "Hey, your breasts are exposed." Xiaoya was stunned for a moment before she looked down at her clothes and found that not only her outer clothes were torn, but her underwear was also torn by the green monkey. After her movements, her underwear had been torn open, and a little white rabbit was jumping outside. She exclaimed "Ah," and then covered her chest and turned away. "Is it that serious? There is no one else," Chu Yuntian said mischievously. "It's all your fault. How can I leave now?" Xiaoya said angrily. Chu Yuntian smiled, took off his short windbreaker, walked over to put it on Xiaoya and said, "Wear this. You can't go back to change clothes now." Xiaoya wrapped her clothes around her and turned around, looking at Chu Yuntian with his upper body naked, pursed her lips and said, "Then what are you wearing?" "I'm fine. Put on your clothes and go." After that, Chu Yuntian walked over, cut off a piece of monkey meat, and put it in his backpack, then took the lead, and walked towards the direction of the bloodthirsty beehive. Xiaoya buttoned up her clothes at the back, took a few quick steps to catch up with Chu Yuntian and said, "Where are we going? It's not far ahead." After that, she jumped onto the tree. When they came to a place not far from the bloodthirsty beehive, Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya, "You wait here first, don't run around. I'll go to the front to get something, and I'll be back soon." "What are you doing?" Xiaoya asked in confusion. Chu Yuntian said impatiently, "Just wait here obediently, you will know when I come back. Don't run around, otherwise I will be in trouble if I can't find you." "Okay then," Xiaoya said aggrievedly. Hearing Xiaoya's answer, Chu Yuntian jumped towards the blood-sucking bee's nest. Standing on a tree, looking at the bush with purple fruits below, hesitating for a moment, Chu Yuntian actually jumped down, picked up a stone, and threw it at a blood-sucking bee not far away. With a bang, it hit the blood-sucking bee. The blood-sucking bee was directly hit by Chu Yuntian and fell to the ground. After a while, it shook its head and flew up again. Seeing that the person who hit it was watching not far away, it immediately flapped its wings and flew towards the person angrily. Chu Yuntian was a little disappointed when he saw that only this blood-sucking bee flew over. When the blood-sucking bee flew over, Chu Yuntian jumped up and cut off the blood-sucking bee with a knife. At this moment, the blood-sucking beehive like a hill not far away suddenly buzzed loudly, and a large group of blood-sucking bees rushed directly towards Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian was shocked when he saw this large group of blood-sucking bees. This group of blood-sucking bees chased him in a moment. Chu Yuntian moved around in the forest to avoid the tracking of blood-sucking bees. Chu Yuntian was a little angry while dodging. Why didn't this group of blood-sucking bees launch bee stings? After dodging for a long time, this group of blood-sucking bees still showed no signs of launching bee stings. He could only helplessly take off the only pair of pants left on his body, activate invisibility and hide behind a big tree. The group of blood-sucking bees still showed no signs of launching bee stings, but flew directly over and tore the only pair of pants left by Chu Yuntian with their sharp teeth and claws. Please collect. Recommended. It will be more exciting later. Chapter 39. Collecting energy beads. After the blood-sucking bees flew away, Chu Yuntian, who was hiding behind the tree, looked at his torn pants, smiled bitterly, and walked naked to where Xiaoya was. Xiaoya, who was looking around on the tree, saw a white man jumping towards her quickly and landing directly on the big tree where she was standing. When the man stood still, Xiaoya found that it was Chu Yuntian, but he was not wearing any clothes now. Xiaoya screamed, "Damn hooligan, hey, my pants were torn just now. Otherwise you think I like running naked?" Chu Yuntian said helplessly. "Then you can't just run over here like this," Xiaoya said embarrassedly. Chu Yuntian said helplessly, Okay, the operation failed. Go down and cook something to eat, and then continue to search for evolved beasts." After that, he jumped off the tree and threw the backpack behind him on the ground in a relatively open area. Xiaoya also threw her backpack on the ground like him and asked in confusion, "What on earth did you do just now? How could you lose your pants? Hey, don't mention it. Do you know the bee stings I used before? I was going to get some more, but I didn't expect that the blood-sucking bees would not fire stings, but bite with teeth instead. What bad luck." Chu Yuntian said helplessly. "Oh, those blood-sucking bees are really colorful. They only bit your pants. Are other parts okay?" Xiaoya looked at Chu Yuntian with a strange look. Chu Yuntian held his forehead with one hand, feeling that he was about to collapse because of this girl. He immediately said speechlessly, "You, go find some firewood and roast the monkey meat." After that, he found a big rock and sat down. Xiaoya rolled her eyes and said, "You ordered me around again. You broke your pants and blamed me." After that, she glanced at Chu Yuntian's crotch. "You'd better go quickly, otherwise I will execute you here," Chu Yuntian said viciously. Oops. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue and said nothing, then went to the side to pick up firewood to make a fire. Chu Yuntian looked at the little girl helplessly and immediately had all kinds of doubts in his mind. Why don't blood-sucking bees fire stings? Have they evolved? Or do they think I'm easy to deal with and can deal with me without stings? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure it out, so he had no choice but to give up. However, when he thought about the last time the blood-sucking bees killed Chang Wei, there were still so many stings on the ground, so he decided to go in that direction later. If there were any left, he would take them all. If there were none, it would just be his bad luck, because it would be the same to search for evolved beasts in that direction. While he was thinking, Xiaoya's voice came from not far away. "Master, come and eat." Chu Yuntian looked at the monkey meat that Xiaoya had almost roasted, stood up and walked over, but seeing Xiaoya kept looking at him with a strange look, he felt a little irritated, pushed Xiaoya's forehead and said, "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen it before?" Xiaoya giggled and said, "The master has a good figure." Chu Yuntian had no choice but to squat over, picked up a piece of roasted meat and started eating. After the two finished eating, Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya, "Give me the clothes that were torn inside you." Xiaoya heard it and protected her chest and said vigilantly, "What are you going to do?" Chu Yuntian pointed to his naked lower body and said, "You always let me go find an evolved beast to fight like this. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously, then turned around to take off her clothes. After a while, Xiaoya handed the damaged clothes to Chu Yuntian. He took the clothes, tied the 2 sleeves around his waist, and tidied them up. It was barely covered, and there was no exposure. Only then did he feel normal. After getting dressed, Chu Yuntian said to Xiaoya, "Let's go," and then turned and walked towards the place where Chang Wei died. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw 2 bodies that had been eaten to the point of only bones, lying next to a big tree not far away, and the bee stings on the ground had disappeared. Chu Yuntian felt a little regretful when he saw this scene, wondering where the bee stings on the ground had gone. At this time, Xiaoya also jumped over, looked at Chu Yuntian standing next to the 2 bodies and asked, "Who is this?" Chu Yuntian did not answer, but said, "Nothing, let's go." After that, he walked away. Xiaoya looked at Chu Yuntian strangely, said "Oh," and followed him. Just when Chu Yuntian was about to jump over the tree, he saw several bee stings stuck on 2 trees beside him. He immediately showed a hint of joy, took 2 quick steps, pulled out the bee stings from the tree, and put them in the backpack behind him. Xiaoya came over and saw Chu Yuntian pulling out bee stings from the tree. She was surprised and said, "Master, how can there be such a thing?" Chu Yuntian pulled out more than a dozen bee stings in succession, then pointed at the 2 bodies and said to Xiaoya, "The 2 people should have been killed by bloodthirsty bees, so there are. Then how do you know someone died here?" Xiaoya asked in confusion. Chu Yuntian glanced at her and said, "Why do you have so many questions?" Then he jumped onto the big tree next to him. Xiaoya saw that he had no intention of telling her, and there was no way, so she could only jump and catch up with his footsteps. Not far away, Chu Yuntian stopped again, waited for Xiaoya to come over, and said to her, "There is a big lizard on the right, let's go and take a look." After saying that, he jumped to the right without waiting for Xiaoya to speak. Xiaoya looked at him in confusion, not knowing why he always knew where the evolved beast was. She couldn't figure it out, no matter how hard she tried. She said to herself, "Who cares?" Then she followed Chu Yuntian and jumped over. After walking a few hundred meters, they saw a lizard the size of a crocodile, swallowing an unknown flying insect under a tree. Chu Yuntian jumped down from the tree and stabbed the big lizard's head with his bee sting. With a bang, the lizard's head was blown to pieces. When he dug out the energy bead, Xiaoya jumped down from the tree and said, "It's so easy to solve it. This thing is originally a 1st level, and I deliberately sneak attacked it, so of course it can be fatal in one blow. Why do you want me to fight it for 300 rounds? Chu Yuntian said easily. Xiaoya stuck out her tongue mischievously and didn't say anything. Seeing Chu Yuntian put away the energy beads, he turned and asked, "Where are we going now? Are we going to look for evolutionary beasts nearby to kill? There are not so many evolutionary beasts around here. Let's go farther away. The evolutionary beasts here have been almost cleared by the troops. We have only encountered 2 in such a long time," Chu Yuntian said while looking around. "Well, which way are we going?" After that, Xiaoya stood there and looked at him blankly. Chu Yuntian took out his mobile phone and looked at it and said, "Let's go north and try to explore as far as possible." After that, he jumped to the north. It was getting dark. Chu Yuntian and his partner, who had fought fiercely for a day, were now sitting on the branches of a big tree, counting the spoils of the day. After several battles, they collected about 3 strength energy beads and 5 agility energy beads. Xiaoya looked at so many energy beads and said happily, "Master, we can go back to the city after killing some more." "Well, we will look around tomorrow. When you have enough for you to advance to the 3rd level, we will go back to the city." Chu Yuntian nodded and said, "Shall we rest on this tree tonight?" Xiaoya looked around and asked in confusion as she saw that the ground was full of bushes and there was no open space. Chu Yuntian pressed down the thick branch and activated his perception again. He found that there was no danger around, so he said, "Let's rest here tonight." "Okay then." After saying that, he took out the monkey meat that he had grilled at noon from his backpack and said to Chu Yuntian, "Hey, let's eat something." Chu Yuntian took the monkey meat and said, "Rest first after you finish eating. I'll help you keep watch." Xiaoya took out another piece of monkey meat and said while chewing it, "Master, don't you want to rest? I'll keep watch in the second half of the night." Chu Yuntian said lightly, "Well, rest first after you finish eating." After the two of them finished eating the monkey meat, Chu Yuntian jumped to the tree next to him, cut off some thicker branches, and built a platform between two thicker branches for Xiaoya, so that Xiaoya could lie on it to rest, while he stood on a higher branch and looked at the dense forest. The forest was particularly noisy at night, with all kinds of insects chirping and beasts roaring, but rarely birds singing. I don't know if it's because of evolution or because people have killed too many birds. There are very few birds in places close to human cities. Chu Yuntian activated his perception every once in a while to make sure there was no danger around. During this period, he sensed two evolved beasts passing by, but they were thousands of meters away, so he ignored them and waited until dawn to wake up Xiaoya. When Xiaoya woke up, she saw that it was almost dawn and Chu Yuntian was still keeping watch on the branches above, so she jumped up and said, "Master, why didn't you call me?" Chu Yuntian touched his nose and said, "You slept like a pig, so I didn't call you." After that, he yawned and continued, "Okay, watch for a while, I'll take a rest." After that, he jumped over and lay on the platform. Xiaoya pouted and said nothing. She sat directly on the upper branch and began to appreciate the night view of the forest. The next morning, a ray of sunlight shone on Chu Yuntian's body through the gaps between the leaves. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Xiaoya on the branch above. She had fallen asleep on the branch. Chu Yuntian immediately jumped up and twisted her ears and said, "I asked you to keep watch, and you just keep doing this. You don't even know when an evolved beast will come, and we will eat you." Xiaoya woke up immediately in pain and shouted, "Ah master, I was wrong. I fell asleep when it was almost dawn." Chu Yuntian pointed at Xiaoya with great sorrow and said, "Teaming up with you will kill me sooner or later." Xiaoya pouted aggrievedly, looking like she was about to cry. Seeing her like this, Chu Yuntian said helplessly, "Forget it, forget it. Get some food. After eating, kill some evolved beasts, and then go back to the city." Xiaoya nodded aggrievedly, took out a piece of evolved beast meat from her backpack, and handed it to him. Chu Yuntian saw that Xiaoya didn't take out her share of the meat, so he shook his head helplessly, walked over to hug Xiaoya and said, okay, I said that harshly. It's not like home, there are dangers everywhere. I'm doing this for your own good. Don't feel wronged. Eat quickly and we'll be on our way." Xiaoya's complexion improved, and she took out a piece of meat and started eating. Chapter 50, Poisoning. After eating, Chu Yuntian and the other person continued to search for evolutionary beasts. Half a day passed slowly, while Chu Yuntian was sensing and avoiding dangers, and searching for evolutionary beasts. "Master, the energy beads are almost collected." Xiaoya, who had just killed an evolutionary beast, said to Chu Yuntian with a smile. "Almost, let's go back," Chu Yuntian said, after looking at the nearly 20 energy beads in his backpack. "Yeah, I can finally go home," Xiaoya shouted excitedly. Just as the two were about to go back, suddenly a huge double-tailed scorpion crawled out of the dense forest. The scorpion was 4 or 5 meters long, with 2 nearly 2-meter long tail stingers raised high, and rushed straight towards the two. Chu Yuntian reacted a little faster, and immediately shouted, "Be careful," and then threw Xiaoya to the ground. The scorpion's double tails just passed by the two. The double-tailed scorpion behind immediately turned its head, and prepared to attack again. Chu Yuntian and the other man also stood up, and faced the double-tailed scorpion head-on. Xiaoya said with lingering fear, "Master, it's so fast. This should be a second-level evolved beast. Its biological weapon should be its second scorpion tail." Chu Yuntian said seriously, "Can the two of us handle it?" Xiaoya said unconfidently, "It's hard. This kind of insect-like evolved beast is much stronger than ordinary beasts. Their defense is much stronger than ordinary beasts." Chu Yuntian stared at the double-tailed scorpion and said. Xiaoya said in panic, "What should we do? Let's fight. We may not be able to outrun this guy." Chu Yuntian took the lead in launching an attack. The bee sting in his hand shot rapidly at the scorpion's head, but what he didn't expect was that the double-tailed scorpion just swept its tail and threw the bee sting aside. Fuck. Chu Yuntian cursed, and then said to Xiaoya, I will entangle it, you find a way to give it a fatal blow. After saying that, he rushed forward, trying to fight with the double-tailed scorpion in close combat, so as to provide Xiaoya with a chance to kill. Xiaoya said heavily, and rushed over behind him. Seeing that the two dared to rush over, the double-tailed scorpion stabbed forward with its tail. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately threw out a bee sting to block the attack of the double-tailed scorpion's tail sting. His body flashed to the right, and another bee sting shot towards the double-tailed scorpion's abdomen. With a bang, although the double-tailed scorpion cleverly avoided the bee sting, the subsequent explosion made it unstable. Its 8 legs tilted, and its body temporarily lost balance. At this time, Xiaoya also rushed over. She turned sideways, swung her tail, and actually cut off one leg of the double-tailed scorpion. The double-tailed scorpion screamed in pain, and both of its stingers stabbed at Xiaoya. Xiaoya dodged one sting with all her strength, but was stabbed hard on the shoulder by the other stinger. Xiaoya screamed and immediately pulled back. Chu Yuntian saw that Xiaoya was injured, and ran over immediately. He shot a stinger at the double-tailed scorpion to force it back, turned around and hugged Xiaoya and said, "Are you okay?" Xiaoya spit out a mouthful of blood and said, "Master, this scorpion may be poisonous." After saying that, her eyes rolled up and she fainted. Chu Yuntian gently put Xiaoya on the ground, with a cruel and crazy grin on the corner of his mouth, and then he tore off the shirt wrapped around Xiaoya, and tightly grasped the stinger in his hand. The blood flowed rapidly in his body, and a layer of transparent liquid was secreted on the surface of his body. Chu Yuntian activated his invisibility ability. The double-tailed scorpion was also stunned when he saw the person in front of him slowly disappearing from his sight. Then he looked around, with his 2 tails raised high, and took a defensive posture. Chu Yuntian did not hesitate, and dodged to the side, but just as he was about to get close to the double-tailed scorpion, the double-tailed scorpion suddenly turned around, and clamped its 2 huge pincers towards Chu Yuntian. Chu Yuntian had to step back sideways. Damn it, this thing seems to be able to sense my presence. Although it can't see it, it must be able to sense it. Chu Yuntian cursed in his heart. At this time, the double-tailed scorpion seemed to know something, and was no longer defending, but went straight to Xiaoya. Chu Yuntian thought to himself, not good, and then rushed towards the double-tailed scorpion quickly, then jumped up, and threw out 2 bee stings in the air, which pierced the double-tailed scorpion's body. With a bang, the double-tailed scorpion felt pain and its attention was attracted by Chu Yuntian again. However, the double-tailed scorpion was no longer as majestic as it was at the beginning. Xiaoya had just cut off one of its legs, and now it was hit by 2 bee stings from Chu Yuntian. Its body was already a little broken, and its speed was a little slower. The 2-tailed scorpion looked around but still couldn't find Chu Yuntian's position. It roared and began to swing its 2 tail stingers randomly. Chu Yuntian stood not far away, and watched the almost crazy 2-tailed scorpion. He didn't attack it. He wanted to wait until the 2-tailed scorpion consumed some strength and biological energy before delivering a fatal blow. The 2-tailed scorpion attacked randomly for a long time before slowly calming down. Chu Yuntian didn't attack recklessly this time because he knew that the 2-tailed scorpion could sense him when he approached. So, he first kicked a stone the size of a human head and then rushed to the side. He was not wrong. When the stone approached the 2-tailed scorpion, the 2-tail stingers flashed and pierced several large holes in the stone. Chu Yuntian followed the flying stone and saw the 2-tailed scorpion attacking the flying stone. He once again mobilized the biological energy in his body and accelerated his steps. In a flash, he came to the front of the 2-tailed scorpion. He quickly turned sideways, took out all the prepared bee stingers, and inserted them all into the abdomen of the 2-tailed scorpion. Then there was a boom 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 explosion. The 2-tailed scorpion was blown to pieces and lay on the ground. After waiting for a long time, Chu Yuntian saw that the 2-tailed scorpion showed no signs of moving, so he slowly walked away. He threw his clothes, took out the last remaining bee stinger from it, and slowly walked towards the motionless 2-tailed scorpion. When he was about to get close to the 2-tailed scorpion, Chu Yuntian suddenly accelerated, and the bee stinger in his hand pierced the head of the 2-tailed scorpion fiercely, and then quickly retreated. The double-tailed scorpion immediately let out a painful roar and then slowly fell down. After waiting for more than 10 minutes and seeing that the double-tailed scorpion was no longer moving, Chu Yuntian slowly walked over, pulled out the bee stinger on the double-tailed scorpion's head, and then jumped to the double-tailed scorpion's body. Then, after injecting a large amount of biological energy into the bee stinger to make it extremely sharp, he forcefully cut open the double-tailed scorpion's hard shell and took out the dark blue second-order energy bead. Then, he ran behind the double-tailed scorpion and forcefully cut off the more than 2-meter long tail stinger and put it into his backpack. After taking out the energy bead in the scorpion's tail, Chu Yuntian breathed a sigh of relief, slowly lifted the invisible state, took out a first-order energy bead and swallowed it, then quickly ran to Xiaoya's side, picked her up, and pinched her philtrum a few times, and Xiaoya slowly woke up. Xiaoya found herself in Chu Yuntian's arms, and forced a smile and said, "We are not dead yet?" Chu Yuntian said anxiously, "Of course we are not dead. I have killed the double-tailed scorpion. How do you feel now?" "I don't feel anything, but the biological energy in my body has been slowly draining away, and I have no strength at all," Xiaoya said weakly. "Hold on for a while, we will go back to the city now," and then he carried Xiaoya on his back and leaped towards the city. Along the way, Chu Yuntian kept activating his perception, and his biological energy and mental power were consumed crazily. Of course, his speed was also very fast, almost more than twice as fast as when he came. When he arrived at the city gate, Chu Yuntian was exhausted. He kicked the small door under the huge city gate twice and shouted, "Open the door." After a while, 2 soldiers opened the city gate. Seeing Chu Yuntian's embarrassed appearance, they quickly let him into the city. A soldier asked, "Are you okay? What happened to the girl behind you?" Chu Yuntian did not answer, but ran directly to a hospital not far away. Arriving at the hospital, Chu Yuntian first put Xiaoya in a ward, then searched around and finally found 2 serums. He immediately ran back to the ward and injected Xiaoya. After dozens of minutes, Xiaoya slowly woke up. Seeing this, Chu Yuntian immediately asked, "Do you feel better now?" Xiaoya opened her eyes and looked at the embarrassed Chu Yuntian and asked, "Master, what happened to you?" "I'm fine. It's just that I was in a hurry to return to the city, and the consumption is a bit serious," Chu Yuntian said indifferently. Xiaoya showed a weak smile on her face and said, "Master, I'm fine. I feel much better, and I have some strength, but the biological energy in my body is still being consumed." Chu Yuntian had no choice but to say to Xiaoya with concern, "It's okay, Xiaoya. I will definitely find a way to cure you. Let's go home." After that, he carried Xiaoya on his back and walked home with 2 large backpacks. When he arrived at the door of the house, he knocked on the door twice, and Duoa opened the door after a while. As soon as Duoa opened the door, she saw the embarrassed Chu Yuntian and the unconscious Xiaoya, and immediately asked anxiously, "What happened? Are you in danger?" Chu Yuntian carried Xiaoya on his back and said, "Let's talk inside." After that, he carried Xiaoya into the house, threw the 2 large backpacks aside, put Xiaoya on the sofa, and said to Duoa, "Xiaoya is poisoned, but her life is not in danger now." Duoa asked anxiously, "What on earth did you go out of the city for? Did you encounter any difficult evolved beasts? How did Xiaoya get poisoned?" "Don't ask first. Put Xiaoya in the basement first. I'll take a rest first," Chu Yuntian said weakly. Hearing Chu Yuntian's words, Duoa immediately carried Xiaoya on her back and walked towards the basement. After the 2 entered the basement, Chu Yuntian took out an energy bead, swallowed it, and lay on the sofa with his eyes closed to restore biological energy and mental strength. On this day, he first fought a fierce battle with the double-tailed scorpion, then carried Xiaoya on his back and hurried along the road. He also tried his best to sense and avoid all dangers. He was really too tired, so he just lay on the sofa and slowly fell asleep. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.